Hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. We're going to be playing some more Danganronpa tonight. We'll see just how long the stream goes this time. Before we get into that though, let's check in with the kiddies. We have Ember across the desk from me up there. Then over there on the left, top left, we have Sky up in the cat tree. Then left center, we have Sammy hanging out on the bed pillow. We'll have to see if Sherbet and Mason show themselves. They might be hiding in some of their napping spots, as they are wont to do. Oh, well, hello, Sherbet. Hello. He has a very quiet trill when he wants attention. Hello there, bud. Jumping up on the chair back here for some scratches. So we will give him that. Off he goes to pester Sky. Alrighty. Let's see here. Push that button. Now we are going to be trying something different with the chat UI here. So this little box kind of down left from me down here is now our chat box. We should see pretty much the last message to be sent should pop up there. We'll be able to see more of it up left there. I've still got the little chat box down here. I don't know what I'm going to do with that. It's the same screen as the game screen, though, so I didn't take the time to adjust it. But the cat one will have the same thing down there, just more of it. But yeah, in we go. We stopped just at the beginning of Chapter 4. For a quick recap, and if you're joining a Danganronpa stream mid-go, expect spoilers in any time now. Ooh, oh, we have some chat going. Let's see if the chat box works. There it goes. Look at that, all functional. Hey there, casemate. Doing pretty good. Was a bit too hyped at the end of stream. I tend to be, so the rest cycle wasn't fantastic today. But we're doing okay right now. Not a terribly productive morning. But like I said, I did manage to fiddle with the chat box a bit here. There's something... Just a moment. Button. Well, there's something definitely there, but, you know, it's underneath my arm, so you saw nothing. And hello, Ethan. Welcome. But we're just getting started. Like I said, last night we solved the sort of double murder where here it was Yasutaka, or Taka, was killed by Hifumi, who had been encouraged to do it by Celeste, who in turn killed him to keep him quiet about it. So now Taka, Hifumi, and Celeste are also dead. Just hit a button here. little bit of latency here. Let's Let's poke something. Just a moment. A little better there. There we go. We were having a bit of communication delay. Sorry about that, folks. I mean, part of the job of a watchman, I would assume, is being there when nothing is happening. And I would say that doing your job is being productive. Even if only for the reason that it is generating money. Producing the cash. Let's see. Leon killed Sayaka. Monokuma killed Junko. Then Leon got executed by baseball. Then Mondo killed Chihiro. And Mondo got executed. Hifumi killed Taka, and Celeste killed Hifumi. And then Celeste got executed. That brings us up to now. Well, bonus thing, casemate. Bonus. Also recall, let's see, after Celeste's execution, it was Kyoko, girl in purple, told us one of the places that she had been searching in the school, and we went there. The quote secret door in the janitor's closet in the men's bathroom on the second floor. And we found a bunch of books within a yearbook that had been looked at recently. We found a note that said "Don't leave," and then we were bashed upon the head by a mystery assailant. And when we awoke, all of the books and records were gone. And then after shambling out, we went to the gymnasium and saw Sakura fighting Monokuma, saying that she wasn't going to work with him anymore, but then Monokuma threatening a hostage, which implies that Sakura is the spy or the plant. But we shall have to see. Now there's only 5 of us here. Only a third of the number of people we started with.
Indeed.
Loneliness has become commonplace. That's true. Still, especially in this panel, how we get to see the wild disparity in art style between Sakura and Monokuma, let alone Sakura and everybody else in the place. So it's good times. What did I see yesterday? I don't understand. Sakura is the mastermind spy? Can that really be true? Was it a Head wound-induced hallucination. Makoto, are you okay? Ha, no, I'm fine. Everything is fine and normal. I can't bring it up in front of the others. If I did that, it would just confuse everyone that much more. Okay, in that case, let's eat till we pass out.
Huh?
What do you mean, in that case?
I mean...
Well, because look how scary everyone looks. It's gotta be because you're all fighting on empty stomachs, right? If you fill your belly, I'm sure you'll all cheer up. Or at least pass out. So let's eat.
Okay.
Fry up some fish and donuts and eat till we can't stand up. Fried fish and donuts would be a way to shoot for that food coma, wouldn't it?
What?
Like a deep impact style, meteor impact, extinction level event combination of foods. Those are both breakfast time top sellers. So the till we can't stand up part is a problem. After we're done, we need to go explore. We should have the 4th floor open now.
I see.
Right, since the class trial is over, new areas should have opened up.
It's true.
Plus, we still have alter ego. We don't have to give in to despair just yet. Hey there, Lore. Potato indeed. We can get Twitch chat on the screen now, too. Still need to try that now. How are you doing today, Laura? He's right. We have to plan ahead and think about the future.
You got it.
Yeah, think happy thoughts, not deathy thoughts.
You know?
Like when we're gonna get out of here, right?
Serious.
It's all over. I think I want to get reborn for serious. Or, I mean, reborn as someone serious. Gato indeed, Tass. That's unfortunate there, Lore, though I have to, you kind of have to assume it given the point in development that the game seems to be at, that they're essentially saying, here you go, folks, try this.
Well...
Still, I mean, from what you've said, you and Tassie have said the game has some potential as far as a successor to Supreme Commander. You know, more so than its sequel. Okay, that sounds like something someone who's about to die would say. Totally okay. I'm not gonna die. Why? Because there aren't gonna be any more murders. What makes you so sure?
According to the spirits,
Those fun sequels that cannot be considered a sequel. Like, completely different game style. Predicted it last night, since it revealed itself to me from the ether. There's no doubt about it.
However,
How accurate is your fortune telling anyway?
how about that?
I can usually hit 20 or 30% on a good day. Assuming it's not, even assuming it's yes-no questions. That can be pretty reasonable if the yes-no questions are highly variable. But if we're talking like detailed predictions, 20 to 30% is amazing. Seems really low.
It's not like some occult mystery.
Yeah, it's not like ESP or whatever. Of course, I'm only going to get it right sometimes.
The occult is bullcrap.
Told you, my fortune telling isn't some occult thing.
So,
Fortune telling isn't occult.
You got it all wrong.
Of course not. Clairvoyance is clairvoyance. Don't put it in the same category as cattle mutilation. I mean, cattle mutilation would generally be associated with the more alien side of things. But, I mean, he could be talking Haruspexy, you know? The historical origin of the term necromancer. That's right, Laura. Divination by entrails. That was the original necromancy, as far as what people referred to it as, is the studying, divining the future by studying the killing of something. Reading death. So maybe they're going for the extra expensive version instead of just using the classical bird. It's all over the place, isn't it, Rimuru? The algorithm is a strange and arcane creature. But in any event, welcome back. We're starting up Chapter 4 today, after yesterday's marathon session. Cattle what?
so...
He's referring to the urban legend where aliens abduct cows and dissect them as part of their research.
Actually,
No, you're calling it an urban legend? As a matter of fact, it's true. As a matter of fact, it's happened to me. You were abducted by aliens and cut to pieces for their experiments. I mean, clearly you got better. So, good on you, I guess. Or perhaps we're talking about like a The Thing type body cloning, and he's actually some sort of mutant killing machine in waiting. It would explain the hair. Is a way to recontextualize it, isn't it, Lore? Actually, open warfare between cows and an unknown combatant. Just every now and then, they just aren't able to clean up the mess. It does make you wonder what the opposing side's unclaimed dead are in this scenario. Maybe they explode into crop circles. CGP Grey, a channel that has some fun random fact deep dives sometimes, had one on tumbleweeds, talking about the incredible menace that they are. Like, serious problem, incredible menace. It all happened one day when I went to go get a hamburger. It was a place I'd never been before. They claimed their patties were 100% all beef. So I got a burger to go and headed home. And before long, the sky was filled with a mysterious blinding light.
Some crazy beam came out of nowhere and locked onto my hamburger.
This story took a turn, and I'm happy about it.
And as soon as the beam touched it, the burger started floating in midair.
It's not that they kidnapped him. It's not that he saw them take a cow. It's that they stole his food.
And then, still floating there, the entire burger started coming apart. One part of it just vanished, while the rest fell back into my hand. Do you realize what that means? It means the burger wasn't 100% beef. It must have had some pork or something mixed in.
This is the important finding in this scenario. Not the existence of a unknown entity, not the existence of tractor beam technology. Not any of that. It was that the burger wasn't as advertised. I mean, alternately, the Better Business Bureau and the FDA have really upped their tech game.
Something like 70% pork and 30% beef would be my guess. You can't trick me.
So I stormed back into the burger place and got up in the manager's grill, and they totally admitted it. It wasn't 100% beef. They totally mixed in ground pork with it.
How about that?
Now do you see? That is cattle mutilation. I kind of got lost halfway through that. I can't tell if you're for the occult or against it. You stink of stupidity.
Don't be mean.
Stink. How dare you? Well, you do stink, though. That's fine. That's fine. Anyway. I hope your prediction turns out to be true. Well, at the very least, I won't murder anyone.
Yeah.
Me either. I mean, I would never.
Of course.
Me either.
Indeed.
Nor I. Goes for me too, of course. I could never kill any of my friends. Like those words of encouragement for helping us come together as one. After so much sacrifice and hardship, we've finally become united. No. Just a majority of the people that aren't united are dead. Really different. Like, there's a very different process and a very different result in that scenario.
Well,
To be honest, I wish Byakuya and Toko were here for this too.
But
They're so hard to deal with, they only think about themselves. Yeah, we're better off without them, I say. It was enough to prove we were united for the time being, but within that bond hid weakness and fragility. And melodrama. All-star apologies. Okay, we have somebody I don't recognize on the left, and Aoi on the right. I mean, Hero is hard to deal with in the sense of you have to seek to ignore him. Like, you just ride the stupid wave until it loses strength. Byakuya is that sort of projective hard to deal with. Like, They set out to make it hard to deal with them, and they're mean about it. We began our search as soon as we'd finished our breakfast in the dining hall. We had to find out what had opened up, what was waiting for us. Surely it's not going to be on the 4th floor. Scanning. Scanning. Boop. Wait. Here we go. Boop. Now we have access to the 4th floor of Hope's Peak Academy. Maybe this time we'll find some kind of clue. No, this time I have to find it. Is there a secret door in this bathroom? There's nothing in this bathroom. Another Monokuma room. This is the music room. Hardly even a classroom, or like an actual concert hall. Surveillance camera. I don't think I'll ever get used to it. I mean, who could get used to being watched 24/7? Is this a grand piano? Or just a mediocre one? Perhaps a good piano. Seems really old. Bet it's worth a lot of money. Of course, without someone around who can play it, it's totally useless.
Hey.
You know, you haven't told me what you think yet. What I think.
So...
About the secret room in the boys' bathroom. Ah. Oh, I did find the secret room, but as soon as I started looking around, I was attacked.
What?
Attacked? By who? And why are you just bringing this up now? Well, they came from behind, and I didn't have any time to react, so I didn't see who it was. When I came to, the mountains of files and documents were all gone. Sorry, I know how important those
That's
were.
fine.
It's okay, I already saw what I needed to in there. But I half suspected the mastermind might come after you. But
Because...
when I discovered the room, the mastermind must have seen me on the surveillance camera in the hallway. He must have seen me go into the boys' bathroom and not come out again. Still, I wanted to go and see it. I wanted you to go and see it. Wanted to see how the mastermind would react, so I used you as bait. Essentially, I wanted to find out if the mastermind actually knew about that
it
room.
would seem...
But to attack you and steal everything in the room, that must mean there was some unknown clue in there that could reveal the mastermind's identity. Not clear? Not clear, Ethan. If I had to guess, it's just her whole color palette. She's kind of purple top to bottom, except for her tie. The lavender hair, the purple jacket, the almost like light lavender shirt.
That doesn't matter.
Even a bit of the shadowing on her cheeks is kind of purpley. You can handle that kind of thing, though, right? After all, you're a boy. What does she think a boy is? Fine, I understand. Then let me ask you something else. Do you know about the note that was left in there? The note that said you must not leave.
Just a second.
We shouldn't talk about that. Not here. Yoko stole a quick glance at the surveillance camera.
So...
I'm looking into it. If I find out anything, I'll let you know.
listen to me.
Is that okay? She made it sound like she was asking, but it was clear I wouldn't have any say in the matter.
So then...
No idea, Ethan. Maybe the tie is meant to be a point of contrast. Kind of like how Celeste's outfit was entirely black and white, except for some bits of red along with her eyes. Gives you some difference in color to make it pop. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your secret. Huh? Did you think I wouldn't notice? You're hiding something.
Am I wrong?
That's...
What?
What's the matter? You're worried about the camera, why not just write it down? Well,
Hey,
we're friends, so you should be able to trust me. Isn't that what you said before? Don't use my words against me. Right that there shouldn't be secrets between friends, but it's nothing worse than expressing doubt about your friend when you don't have evidence for it. Nah. I haven't found conclusive evidence yet. If I talk about it now, it could just make things that much worse. Friends shouldn't keep secrets, but there's nothing worse than expressing doubt. Why are you giving me the choice game? Really need to figure out what's going wrong with that. In any event. I can't tell you, not yet.
correct.
So that's your answer.
However,
But do you think that's fair? You were happy to hear what I had to say, but now you're unwilling to share. Sorry, I really am.
that's fine. Goodbye.
It's fine. Goodbye. With those as her parting words, Kyoko left me standing there alone. I think I made her mad. Teacher's office? The strange nuances and requirements of formal wear. Of course, there's no hint of any teachers that we'd normally be able to rely on. Oh, another one of those weird pictures. There's a picture on the floor. This picture. So we have Sayaka, Celeste, and Hifumi interacting, and we can see Hifumi's novelty camera thing. The last time we encountered a picture like this, it was Leon, Mondo, and Chihiro. In the same context of all of them in, like, school clothes and having fun together. Though Celeste is still Celeste. Smiling faces of 3 people that are dead now. Classroom without metal plates over the windows. It's exactly the same. Just like that picture I saw before. There's no way this isn't important somehow. Smiling the way you'd expect any normal teenager to smile. It's a normal group of high schoolers living a normal school life. Can't possibly believe they were able to smile like that in a world of despair like this. So does that mean this picture was taken before they ever came to Hope's Peak? Which would mean everyone in the picture knew each other before they got here. Including Sayaka. There's no way Monokuma did it. It must be fake. Speaking of... You're fake. Monokuma popped out of nowhere and snatched the picture from my hand. A forgery plot? What are you, a middle schooler? You think the moon landing was faked too? Come on. And you're saying this picture is real?
Hey,
There was such a thing as the Nobel Truth Prize. I'd take first, second, and fourth place. Actually, that's probably not true. Asked you a question. Is this picture real or is it a fake? Oh, Makoto, you're so eager to split things in half, aren't you?
hey,
But it's no use. It's just no use. If you try to split something that you can't split, you'll end up feeling like you're the one being split.
it's true.
The picture is real. No more, no less. Without another word, Monokuma disappeared. So the picture is real. It's really real? If that's true, if that's the case, then the picture is real. Weird flowers. Actually giving us coins for each flower? They are. You know what that says to me? It says click all the flowers. The nameplate on the door says Headmaster's Room. The Headmaster's Room. There must be something worthwhile in there. The door's locked. The smell of medicine was oppressive. So this is the chem lab. Hope inhaling all this stuff doesn't do permanent damage. You'll be fine. Remarkably big shelf, stocked with all kinds of medicine. Listen, Makoto, listen. Just take a deep breath and calm down and listen to me. Okay, just chill out. All kinds of stuff we didn't have before. Vitamins, minerals, amino acids, creatine.
Okay.
What? They even have Proteinzyme X. What's that? High quality protein drink. It's nothing like that cheap swill in the warehouse. It's connoisseur level. Proteinzyme X. Yeah? It's amazing. It's a gold mine. My prayers have finally been answered. Gonna load up some more prayers then. Gold mine, huh? Sakura is lost in conversation with Hina. Need to find out what's going on with Sakura and the mastermind, but I can't while she's with Hina. What is it, Makoto? Did you need something? No, nothing. Really? Well, okay. I'm Monokuma from the school store. I'm very kind. Gather up your coins and come play with me, or I might die of loneliness. Huh? Came out at a slightly different angle. Glad this floor got opened up and all, but there's like a ton of locked rooms up here. So this seems to be Makoto there. One day I saw Monokuma in class. No, I don't get what he's supposed to be doing. Is he like... Is the implication that he is eating Makoto? Like, little body? Because you have singing gobble gobble and the pink splatter of blood, you know? Door is locked. According to the nameplate, this is called the Data Center. But what's behind the door is a total mystery. Already taken a good look at the things around here. There's a lot to think about, but for now I should head back to the dining hall and talk to the others. Not long after I got to the dining hall, the others began to trickle in. And after a few minutes... So this is everyone?
Well then.
Let's discuss what we all discovered. Yeah, good idea.
Yeah.
There's a big shelf in the chem lab on the 4th floor, and it had all kinds of chemicals and stuff.
Okay.
It's an all-star cast of nutrient additives and supplements. You should at least go take a peek. I highly recommend it. I think you and Ogre are probably the only ones interested in stuff like that. Oh, but it's not all good stuff, though. There was medicine and health stuff, but on top of that, there's also a bunch of different poisons. This will be important later. They were all labeled clearly, though, so it would be hard to grab one by mistake.
It's true.
Still, we'd better be sure to, we'd better make sure we're careful around here. We probably shouldn't tell Byakuya or Toko about the poison, right?
Huh?
What do you mean?
Well,
Well, just in case, you know what I'm trying to say. Just in case. Yeah, I think you're right.
however,
Byakuya. It won't be long before he's discovered it for himself. But to put something as dangerous as poison right out in the open, that's absolutely the work of the mastermind. Found a couple of rooms on the 4th floor, but they were locked. The data center and the headmaster's room. The headmaster's room. That sounds like exactly the kind of place we'd find some clues. We can somehow unlock the door and get inside.
But
Who cares about a
how
stupid
about
lock?
that?
Should be no problem for the world's strongest missing link to knock down one measly door. What was that? No, please, continue. Did you say I've got the nicest butt on the block? The curviest hips in town? Is that what you said? Oh, no, I didn't.
Hey, come
Then what
on
did you
now.
say? Because I know you weren't talking about tearing down the door to the headmaster's room.
Unbelievable.
Knocking down your headmaster's door? What kind of war on education are you trying to start here?
Your teacher had such faith in you. And that is how you repay me with betrayal?
It's my room, you know? It is now, anyway. And you're thinking of busting it down? Seriously, don't want to piss me off. Have any idea how much bacteria lives on a single bear claw? I was just kidding. Please don't get mad. I'm not mad. You're totally mad.
This is kind of depressing.
I was hoping I wouldn't have to add a rule for this, but if you're going to go around having those thoughts, no choice but to add to the school regulations.
Too bad.
Seriously? Breaking down a locked door is prohibited. There, that's a rule now, you jerks. Well, that will become important later. Is he gone? I was scared for my life. I was sure he was going to kill me, for serious. Check the eyeballs real quick here.
Well,
But if he would go out of his way to make up a rule like that, there's no doubt that something important must be hidden in the headmaster's room. But now that it's a rule, there's nothing we can do. Metal sheets had been attached to all the windows on the 4th floor. None of them budged an inch.
In other words,
Just like everywhere else. Escape from the 4th floor seemed unlikely. That was to be expected, though. Kyoko? She's ignoring me.
Oh,
Hey, Makoto, does Kyoko seem upset to you?
that's right.
She is, isn't she? She's totally mad. Yeah, it looks like it.
What's your deal?
Bet it's your fault, isn't it? You must have done something to her. This is bad. So has everyone said what they need to say? I think so.
You're serious.
It looks like nobody found any clue at all, let alone a way out of here. Haven't been this depressed since my house burned to the ground. Someone do something to cheer me up. Can I say something?
How about that?
Because my dad was smoking in bed. No, I have something I'd like to report. So, you guys all remember, right? Remember when I found that picture on the 3rd floor the other day?
perhaps.
I mean, the one that showed Mondo, Chihiro, and Leon all together, right? I remember. What about it? Well, I found another one. Another picture, almost just like that one, but with completely different people in it. Another one. But this time the picture was of Celeste, Hifumi, and Sayaka. They were all smiling, and the classroom in the picture didn't have any metal covering the windows. So the picture of Mondo, Chihiro, and Leon wasn't the only one. Now you found one that had Celeste, Hifumi, wasn't it Sayaka? Is that a typo? Didn't think it was Sakaya.
But
But how can that...
Conspiracy!
Monokuma must have faked it. But if the picture is real, then everyone who was in it, there would have been some kind of hidden connection there, don't you think? Some deeper truth that we just don't understand.
What?
Can't be. It's a fake. I assume, casemate, her I always sudden lucidity is as much due to her sort of mentally bouncing off the walls and occasionally drifting through sanity. Not so much her setting out and deciding to say a thing that makes sense, so much as it might make sense eventually if she keeps saying stuff. But Monokuma said it was real. I know we could just write that off as a lie, but... Then you trust Monokuma's word over the people who have died. Huh?
Because
That's what you're saying, isn't it? No, that's not it. I'm shocked. I told everyone how we should believe in our friends, but you refused to do the same. That's not... What's going on, Kyoko? Why are you getting so emotional? I don't understand why she's so angry.
Hey, come on.
Deflects in just the right angle there. Like in Breakout when you manage to get the ball up above the field, you know? It just bounced just right. Come on, guys, stop fighting, or all your good luck is gonna float away. Anyway, Makoto, you're thinking about it too much. There's no way Monokuma didn't fake that picture.
Of course.
He's just trying to confuse us. You shouldn't listen to anything Monokuma has to say. You might be right, but still. Are you still so conflicted?
What?
Looks like you guys have stopped playing nice. Yakuya. You all have that same sunken look on your faces. You were all so ugly before. You couldn't let them sink any. You shouldn't let them sink any lower. When I look at you, it makes me think of a frog sinking into a pile of manure.
You know?
Sorry? Why are you apologizing? Leave us alone. You're not a part of this.
That's right.
That's true enough. Your problems aren't mine. We are, and always will be, completely separate. Whatever's causing your faces to turn so ugly has absolutely nothing to do with me. And if I happen to discover a vital clue, it wouldn't concern you in the slightest. Huh? Did he finally just say something useful?
hey,
Yakuya, what have you been up to?
That's fine.
I don't mind telling you. Perhaps forcing your lazy brains to get to work might do you some good.
Such ignorance.
I was in the bath. What else would you like to know? Today's lottery numbers? He was taking a bath? He's saying he's been talking to Alter Ego? Did they tell him something?
it would seem
Maybe we should all go take a bath. Good idea. A mixed bath?
okay.
A mixed bath? Alter Ego really did... If Alter Ego really did tell him something, I wonder what it could have been. We're going to do a quick break, folks. And be right back. Hey there, Fedras. We're taking a quick break. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Just gotta get up and move around. Sorry to step away so suddenly, folks. Resituated here. Oh. Timing was a little off there. But welcome to Fidris. It's like first time chatter in the channel. Welcome, welcome. I think I've seen one of your... do you stream over on Twitch too, Fedries? I think I might have seen one of your streams. Maybe. Name seems familiar. And welcome back, Tinkoffs. We're continuing our playthrough of Danganronpa. We do have somebody new. A quick introduction. I'm Newt Mechanist. I am largely a variety streamer, though lately it has been a detective game streamer. Play games. I have many kitties. Top left is Sky. Top right is Ember. Left center is Sammy. And not visible currently are Mason and Sherbet. Let's see if they're just obscured a little bit. No, they're hiding out. We are into Chapter 4, Tinkoffs. We played extra long last night and finished up Chapter 3. That's right, that's where we're going. Got to the dressing room. Toko was sitting alone on the bench, the laptop in front of her. Toko, did you decide to come here what Alter Ego has to say too?
What's your problem?
I already heard it. With Master. With Master?
Ah.
You don't have to keep saying it. Anyway, so what are you doing right now? Shut up. Stop bothering me.
How about that?
Get out of the way. We have to talk to Alter Ego.
Well,
No, I made Master a promise. A promise? Master told me to wait here, so that's what I'm doing.
huh?
What are you, his dog? Toko being Toko. If that's what Master wants, I'd do anything he asks. I just love being mistreated. Well, fine, if you really want me gone, by all means. Sneeze.
What?
Hey guys, what's going on? We'd like you to move. Sure thing, just kneel before me and beg. First a mega masochist, now a super sadist. Genocide Jack is sitting in front of a laptop, the laptop, and I can't get to it. Toko, seriously, I'm asking you nicely to let us use the laptop.
You SOB!
Didn't you hear what I said? I told you to kneel and beg.
How about that?
Come on, Makoto, give her the old 1-2 combo. 1, drop to your knees. 2, beseech. Why are you acting like you're not part of this? I was as desperate as I felt. Finally, I did kneel down in front of her and I said, "Please, I'm begging you. Will you please let us use the laptop?"
I'm on fire!
An ultra miraculous feeling of happiness. All my pent-up anger at Master for abusing me is evaporating. Even you realize it's abuse.
Hey.
That should be enough, right? Hurry up and let us talk to Alter Ego. Okay. Click.
You really came.
Everyone, come closer. Already told Byakuya, but finally able to crack open all the files that were on this laptop. Sorry to have kept you all waiting.
Correct.
Just what I thought.
I see.
Finally, the time has come. Starting to get kind of nervous. Felt the same way. Resting on the keyboard, my hands had started
Just
to
a
shake.
second.
Out of the way, you. The word was like a sharpened blade. Wounded, I moved to let her take over.
So then,
Here we go. Yoko began typing, the words appearing as fast as I could read them. Can you tell us what you found out?
Leave it to me.
Sure, I analyzed the files and extracted all the useful information I could. And one particularly important fact I discovered was that a certain plan had been put into effect here. To isolate the students of Hope's Peak Academy and create a communal life for them. That was the stated goal of the plan. But it was meant to be more than just a normal school life. The students were intended to live out the rest of their lives here. That's exactly the situation we found ourselves in. It's quite unthinkable, isn't it? And what's more, the one who came up with the plan was none other than the administrators of Hope's Peak Academy themselves. Wait, hold on. Then the reason we've been imprisoned here wasn't the work of some psycho freak or criminal organization or whatever.
No way.
Was the school itself? That doesn't make any sense. Why would they do that?
just a second.
I don't think Alter Ego is finished. Back off, let the computer talk. Perhaps we should hear the rest.
That's right.
It seems that the reason they devised this plan was because of what happened 1 year ago. This is how they described that event. They said it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Well, that's very clear. Thank you. What does that mean?
What?
Yeah, what kind of name is that for something? Thank you. Hero speaks sense sometimes. Otherwise known as the tragedy, it was apparently some sort of devastating occurrence. Because of the tragedy, Hope's Peak Academy was forced to discontinue its role as a school and close down.
I see.
Things are finally starting to make sense. What this means is, 1 year ago, this tragedy took place. Whatever it was, it forced Hope's Peak to shut down. From there, they decided to use the school as a kind of staging ground.
That's right.
They planned to sequester the students here, where they would live out the rest of their lives.
So,
But why would the Hope's Peak administrators want to shut everyone in like that? What could this tragic event have possibly been? In a flash, Kyoko had typed their questions into the computer, and the answer we got was...
sorry.
Sorry, I don't know. If that information was ever on this computer, it's gone now. Totally useless. I'm sorry. Well, definitely modeled after Chihiro. Sorry, guys. I was only completely useful and did everything that I was asked to. And that's all they said. Then, is this really the end? We get halfway through the answer and that's it?
Indeed.
It would appear so. Disappointing. Wait, there's more.
So,
There's one thing I forgot to mention. I think it might be important. I believe it has to do with the mastermind. Kyoko's fingers moved even faster than they had so far. Did you figure out the mastermind's identity?
Sorry.
That I still don't know. But I did find a clue, I think. The one leading the Hope's Peak staff, the one who finalized the plan to isolate you, was Hope's Peak headmaster. So that same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this out. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in the school right now.
The headmaster?
The headmaster is here in the school.
Okay.
That's got to be the mastermind. I mean, Monokuma's been calling himself the headmaster, right?
Perhaps.
Which makes the real headmaster that much more suspicious.
We're serious.
But if we break down the door to his room, we're dead, right? So what are we supposed to do? I'll find a way. Huh? No matter what it takes, I will find the headmaster. Kyoko angry.
No matter what?
No matter what the cost.
So,
Kyoko, what's going on? I can't explain why. I just know that I have to find it. She has to? Kyoko, what's going on with you? She heard about the headmaster. Her reaction was almost violent.
So then...
We should see if Alter Ego has any more information. That seemed to be her attempt to regain her composure, and she started typing again. Did you learn anything else?
Sorry.
It's everything I found. All the information on this laptop seems to be pretty old, so that's all I can do from here.
Sorry.
I'm really sorry. It really is all over.
Hey.
Wait. Alter Ego seems to have more to say.
So,
Well, kind of a different topic, but I was wondering about something. I haven't seen Celeste, Hifumi, or Taka since yesterday. A heavy silence fell across the room. The only sound was the flat, precise clicking of the keys as Kyoko typed. They're dead. What? I see. Certainly I knew that was a possibility, but
okay then.
it really happened.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. There's no point in me getting depressed over things I can't do anything about.
Anyway...
Well then, I guess that's it. That's it. A simple phrase that held so much meaning. She began typing again. You've done your job. Thank you.
I see.
I'm done? Yes, I am, huh?
Okay then.
Maybe I'll take a little rest. I'm kinda tired. Goodbye, everyone. See you later. Ew. The laptop entered sleep mode.
I see.
So Alter Ego did everything they could.
Indeed.
We won't have to talk to them all that much anymore.
But...
I feel kind of sorry for them.
But
Feel sorry, but they're just a computer program, right?
well...
I know, but still. They did everything they could for us, you know? I mean, yeah, they did, but that's what a computer program is designed to do. You don't tell a computer good job every time you shut it down, do you? Well, no. But when we talked to Alter Ego, I guess I just didn't see it that way. I know what you mean. I feel the same way.
hey,
Come on, it's just a program. You can tell the difference between a program and a friend, right? Well, I mean, maybe you aren't the one to be saying that. But you know, what's the difference between us and that program, really? Huh? I started thinking about how you would differentiate a person in an AI. Alter Ego isn't human, I know that. It's just a program running on a computer. But at the same time, I can't help but think of them as our friend.
That's right!
They're no different from us. They're still our friend. think maybe I understand where you're coming from. And there's no problem calling them a friend. After all, the more friends the merrier, right?
How about that?
Hero, fickle as ever. Equally manipulable to Aoi. Check this out. Friendship has no survival value. Instead, it gives value to survival. So anyway. Don't say so anyway. It's a totally smart and cool thing I quoted that from I don't remember where.
Hey.
Acknowledge my cool statement. Anyway, there's nothing more Alter Ego can do to help us. As such, their role is over. Am I wrong about that? No,
Just
but...
a second.
And frankly, I question the ease with which you decide who is and isn't your friend. Do you really mean that?
Wait.
The story's gotten off track. We should go over what Alter Ego said one more time. Good idea. What was Hope's Peak staff thinking?
What?
Why are they making us kill each other? Alter Ego said that what happened 1 year ago is what started everything.
Well...
He said it was the biggest, most awful, most hopeless event in human history. Must have been a huge incident, whatever it was. But did something like that really happen a year ago? I don't remember anything happening that you could describe that way. What about you guys? I don't really watch the news, so
I'm sorry.
nothing comes to mind.
Anyway,
An event led to the closing of Hope's
at
Peak.
the very least...
Nothing else, it must be some kind of connection to the school. Maybe all the students here were killed or something.
However,
That kind of catastrophe would have been all over the news. At least one of us would remember that.
Could it be...
Then maybe they covered it up. That would explain why none of us knew that the school had been shut down.
I see.
Totally covering up something like that, I suppose it's not totally impossible.
What the heck?
What's wrong with our government? Our taxes pay their salaries. They should be handling stuff like this.
Anyway,
Maybe, but right now the only path open to us...
so...
It's the only path open to us. We have to find the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy.
Correct.
We have to find him and make him tell us everything.
No matter what?
As long as we can get our hands on him, I think. And Kyoko, when she said headmaster, I got that feeling again. But even that is a problem not so easily solved. She is doing that full-length body thing. She's got her belly, her chest, and her chin all across the heating pad. Look at that. She is cozy. Just notice when she turned like that, she stretched her hind paw all the way out and is resting her chin on it. She gets an extra stretch and she gets a pillow. You're right.
So then...
Well, our business is done here, so for now we should get out of here. Yeah, good idea. Then I... Was it rush or roll or something like that? I'm still trying to remember that the Jekyll Hyde character from Dragon Ball that did the same thing. But I thought it was when she sneezed, she switched between the, gun-toting criminal and the kind of nice housewife. Is it really that dusty? Wait, I mean... Oh no, I'm not waiting anymore. I'm not guarding it. Byakuya is going to be so mad at me. Let's avoid getting involved any further. Good call. But as we left the dressing room, someone was there waiting for us.
Ba-bum, ba-bum.
My heart is pounding away. It's pounding with anger. You're not still mad about that whole breaking into the headmaster's room thing, are you? Hey there, Genshin. Welcome back. Joining us for round 2 of this week's Danganronpa, huh? Oh, that little matter doesn't matter even a little. I love the little wordplay that they are doing with Monokuma, between the jokes and just the almost the circular sentences like that. How are you doing today, Genshin? I'm a little jealous of you guys enjoying an indecent mixed bath, but that doesn't matter either. It's building. I feel it building. My head's about to boil over with rage.
Please.
Don't get so angry. Here, let me help center your chakra. Etch this on the walls of your brain, okay? When you do something to me, I do it right back. Well, I can see enough of the letters in that to decipher it, so it's good that you're feeling good, and things are going well over here. It's been a lazy day, kind of leaning into that. An eye for an eye, a fang for a fang. Fang for a fang? Be careful, he just chanted the incantation of devastation. Well, I would say about 50% of the letters are getting character font not found there, Genshin. Let's see. Yeah, most of that's not coming through. Oh, it's just a saying. Oh, I see. What's he talking about? Nighttime.
This is a school announcement. It is now 10 p.m. As such, it is officially nighttime. Soon the doors to the dining hall will be locked, and entry at that point is strictly prohibited.
That is more visible.
Okay then. Sweet dreams, everyone. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bug bite. Correct.
So it's nighttime. What does everyone want to do? Celeste was the one who suggested our nighttime rule, but she's gone now. I think we should still avoid being out at nighttime. I know it'll make me feel better that way. I agree.
It's true.
Very well then. In that case, time for bed. Everyone headed back to their rooms. Monokuma's parting words left me feeling anxious the rest of the night. Once I was back in my room, I got lost in thought. What we'd learned from Alter Ego kept on spinning around and around in my mind. The administrators of Hope's Peak Academy had planned all of this. They did it because of the tragedy, which had happened a year before. And apparently the headmaster is the one behind it all, the mastermind. All these mysteries make me worried, but I still have to try and unravel them bit by bit. I'm sure the road will be long and tough, but I don't have any other choice. Yes, you are locked in here. You might as well travel that road. Monokuma Theater. We have now added crab. Let's talk a bit about where I was at before I became a bear. At first, I was at a total loss. I just had no idea what I should become. A lady in our tech support department suggested I try being a shrimp. She was like, "Oh, the company's been trying to push for this forever. It's a really incredible offer." But as she laid out all the details, it turned out it wasn't a tiger prawn like I'd hoped, but a little popcorn shrimp. It was totally tiny. It would have been the world's smallest mascot. I like eating shrimp. I don't want to be one myself. Plus, someone might come along and step on me. So then the lady totally started laughing at me. She was like, "You think we can do a tiger prawn on our budget?" So ultimately, I decided to become a bear instead.
And that's the secret origin story of Monokuma.
Good morning, everyone! It is now 7 a.m., and nighttime is officially over. Time to rise and shine! Get ready to greet another beautiful day!
Morning time, to the cafeteria. As I entered the dining hall, the first thing I saw was her. What are you staring at? Oh, Toko.
What's your problem?
What, you think your eyes will rot just by looking at me?
What the heck?
Fine, then don't look at me. I think he's just surprised to see you at the breakfast meeting is all. Indeed, it's been quite a while since you joined us. Yeah, what made you change your mind? Byakuya said he likes a girl to have some meat on her bones, so I'm gonna start eating. I'm gonna force it down into my stomach. I'm gonna eat till I drop. I refuse to lose. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Well, other than that, it looks like Kyoko isn't here.
No?
She said she'd come by later. Later?
No?
Yeah, after you leave. She's not even trying to hide it anymore. I know I said I wanted you to show some backbone, but you didn't need to show her that much.
Just a second.
You're dirty, Makoto. Dirty. President Dirty of Dirtlandia. You don't understand. You're the type who takes the stairs of love 3 steps at a time, aren't you? I'm telling you, it's not like that. She, when she decides to make a judgment, she leans in. So far, it doesn't seem like they have the only characters who have had romantic interests have been Naegi towards Sayaka, who used that to try to frame him for the first killing. Then Hifumi towards Celeste, who used that to kill him. Ultimately used that to kill him, not in that order. And then Toko towards Byakuya. And Byakuya is oscillating between fleeing, because every now and then Toko turns into Genocide Jill, and Genocide Jill kind of wants to kill him. Or being totally subservient to him. Which I feel like that means she will be used and then die for it. That is this game's take on relationships. Shut up already, Hina. Been running your filthy mouth like that all morning. Filthy? Me? Don't make me repeat myself. I'm not filthy. It's no use denying it. We can all see how disgusting you are. Shut up. You and that lusty body of yours. Night after night, you go out for your illicit club meetings. Hey, knock it off. I can't deal with dirty stuff like that. Your midnight sextracurricular activities only put us in even more danger. Sextracurricular.
Please.
Stop it. You'd like me to stop, wouldn't you? Your sweaty hand. Chalk. Sweaty hands gripping the big fat chalk tight. Pronounce it carefully. Going for all that extra credit. Your screams are like the screech of a violated blackboard. And it's amazing. Indecent ideas are coming to me one after another. Toko seems to be a writer of romance novels, as far as her being the ultimate author. There's the implication that a lot of her stuff was very romance-centered. Would you rather have your black eye on the left or the right? Sorry.
Hey, come on.
Let's leave Toko alone. She's got a little funny from all her pent-up frustration.
You know?
Anyway, you and Kyoko need to make up already, you know? Yeah, I know. I mean, of course I want things to get better as soon as possible. With everything that's going on, I haven't had a chance to talk to her about what I saw. Before anything, I need to talk to Sakura about it. Cheer up, man. It's not that big a deal if a girl doesn't like you. It's better than having one sue ya, like I did. Well, once again, here's a story. Geez, hero, you've lived a pretty brutal life.
Huh?
Feel all dizzy. Seriously can't handle dirty stuff like that. Looks like Hina had an unexpected weakness. Sakura. What is it? Can you make some time later? I was hoping I could talk to you. Now that Kyoko's dumped him, Makoto's trying to win Sakura's heart. Oh, you and Heat Makoto don't care who they are as long as they've got the right equipment.
Just the worst.
Watch out, Sakura. Makoto's transformed into a wild beast. Prime Minister Wild Beast of Beastopia. Oe has the sort of Bodie McBoat face of name calling. Why is this happening to me?
Well,
Can our talk wait till tomorrow? I'd like to get some rest tonight. For some reason, I've been feeling worn down these last few days.
Huh?
Are you sick? Did you get hurt? No, nothing serious. I've just had some minor aches and pains. Huh? Is that? Must be because of that battle. Must be pretty bad if you have to go rest. Are you sure you're okay? I'm sure a protein shake and some sleep will get me back on my feet.
You got it.
Welcome back, Genshin. Genshin. It's true. Protein is good for all kinds of stuff. You guys like worship protein. It's like your god or something.
Okay.
It is an amusing pairing idea, Genshin. Aoi and I have no idea how her name is actually pronounced, but it looks like Aoi. If for no other reason than just them being on the far end of the spectrum as far as the difference in character art. Aoi here is very anime girl, very energetic anime girl. Chihiro would be a close competitor for this. But I think Aoi is even more so. Sakura is from a different anime entirely. You fully expect her to JoJo pose at any moment. So the idea of those two in a relationship, just to have more scenes where the two of them are standing next to each other, would be amusing. Koto, I don't know what it is you want to talk to Sakura about, but save it till tomorrow. She's in pain. Yeah, I got it.
I'm sorry.
You know?
Well, for now, let's eat. Eat? I'm kind of nervous.
Huh?
What? How come?
What's your problem?
'Cause I don't usually eat in front of other people. Ever since I was a kid, I'd eat by myself.
What the heck?
What about your family? Oh, well, yeah, I used to live with my dad, my mom, and my mom.
Huh?
You had two moms? That's just how things were. Yeah. Yasuhiro trotting out the old stereotypes. They could just be in a very open relationship. Let it go. You're asking for trouble getting involved with her more than you have to. How dare you speak to me with that disgusting mouth of yours? Stop saying stuff like that. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and eat. If I don't, Kyoko will never show up. Pretty miserable situation, man. Scarfed down breakfast as fast as I could and immediately headed back to my room. That's true, Casemate. It could have been a very open relationship. Wait till tomorrow to confront Sakura about what I saw. But in a way, I'm kinda relieved. It takes a lot of courage to stand face to face with Sakura and accuse her of something. Free time. Alright, where is everybody? Unfortunately, it probably means that we have Toko instead of Genocider right now. Let's find out. Especially given that they're in a room, she's in a room together with Byakuya.
Anyway,
Izzy, I don't have time for you. Oof. Yeah, looks like Toko. Mikoto, are you leering at me?
What the heck?
What are you thinking? What are you planning to do to me? Sure. I was perfectly happy spending time by myself. I guess if you're so desperate for attention, I can hang out with you for a little bit. Spend some time with a cold and distant Toko. Toko and I grew a little closer today. Alright, let's try giving her a pen and see if she flips out like Genocider does. I'm already engaged. Can't go on a date with you. If you're okay with that, I don't mind if you think about me. Being Toko pleased with something I gave her makes me happy. She's just standing there. Does she want something? She's not saying anything. Maybe I should try to start a conversation. Toko? What, you want to talk to me? I can't stop you, so talk already. Sure, but what should I say? So, what do you like to do in your spare time? Why do you want to know? Well, I mean, you know, we're trapped here together, right? If we're gonna be friends, it'd be nice to know each other. What did you just say? After that part about being trapped, we're gonna be what? Friends? What do you mean, friends? You think I'm stupid? You're trying to trick me. Already been hurt once before. I'm not gonna let it happen again. Been hurt? What happened?
Anyway,
I think it would be in the best interest of all of the people still living if Toko did not date someone. If for no other reason than for Toko's stability. She does not seem to be in a state of mind that is well suited to a positive relationship of that nature. The idea of getting her a group of friends, I think, would be more viable. Because as we can see how she behaves with Byakuya, she seems prone to manufacturing toxic relationships. Yeah, casemate. Therapy before a date. Because her behavior extends beyond preferences. There's something going on in there. You don't want to know about me, even I know that. No, that's not true.
What the heck?
Fine, then tell me. Tell you what. You know why they call me the ultimate writing prodigy, right? Yeah, you've won all kinds of literature prizes and stuff. And tell me what I'm good at. Tell me what my genre specialty is. If you really want to convince me you give a crap, you should at least know that. The genre that the ultimate writing prodigy specializes in. Romance, of course. You actually knew? Really? Your biggest success was So Lingers the Ocean, right? Everyone says it's your masterpiece. I think they mentioned this, actually. I feel confident that they mentioned this during some conversation. The book was such a hit that fishermen shot to the top of all the hottest men polls, right? Yeah, they definitely talked about this. How did you know all of that? There's no way you care about me. I'm telling you, I do. I mean, we're friends, aren't we? I'm blind. Your straightforward nature blinded me. Toko ran off, screaming like a banshee. See, the real question is not if she writes romance novels. The question is, which side of the romance novel spectrum are we talking about? Does she write, like, period piece drama romance? Or are we talking bodice rippers? Because her behavior leads me to believe it is the second. So the conversation in the room today, in the dining hall today, has me believing that a death flag has been raised for Sakura. Both because of the fight with Monokuma, and because she has been feeling badly lately and will just talk to you tomorrow instead of talking to you today about the important thing. In a mystery game that is asking to get killed. Not really sure. Does she hate me now? Unlock the skill Vocabulary. Let's teleport over to the gacha shop here. Got a lot of coins to spend. See if we can get more things that Toko might like. See if we can run her down again. Some of the devices seem very generic, and some of them are seemingly of great interest to particular characters. Apparently the sexy lingerie is something that Genocider likes. Scarab brooch? I feel like a particular sort of person stocked this gacha machine. Like a midriff bandage? Another sword. I had to guess Hero likes those talisman-looking things. T-shirt. Can be fun just to see here. Yeah, so far the lingerie that they drop in this can be a bit disturbing. Plenty of sword going on. We haven't seen the hand-shaped bra in a bit. I wonder if particular items show up more often in particular chapters. Oh, kitty barrette. Neat. Another, like, ritual item has the little folded paper strands off of a... I don't know what type of branch that is, but... I had 90-some coins, Genshin. I did well in the last trial. There we go. We've almost got half the items. There we go. Alright. Let's teleport towards our target here. If it reaches a point where I wanted to get all of them Revy, I would probably end up spending more coins per spin to get the chance down lower than get it down lower if it breaches 50%. 50% still isn't terrible for rate of capture, but I wouldn't want it to go any higher than that. Hey, welcome, Sidey. Hope your hand is doing better today. Somewhere in the hallway here. Oh, no, we got Genocider this time. You want to go on a murder spree with me? Is it really such a good idea to hang out with Genocide Jack? Yes, it is. Gotta give that underwear to somebody. me to kill you or something?
Totally not adorable.
You're not even close to getting me heated up. Totally not adorable. Time I spent with the murderous fiend was almost valuable. Yes, definitely. Sonic Cup Noodle. Ooh, a cat cafe. I myself have found it increasingly necessary to not go to places where there are lots and lots of cats, because then I might be tempted to adopt more cats. Yeah, the hand bra, the Emperor's thong. You'd expect cats at a cat cafe would rapidly reach the hyper-human socialized stage where they're fine with people being around. You'd still have the individual idiosyncrasies of each kitty, but you'd also have a lot of cats that this is their space. You just happen to be visiting. Step aside, you know. Nighttime.
Attention! Attention! Please gather in the gym as soon as you possibly can.
Ooh. Not just nighttime.
Quickly, 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 quickly!
Special announcement to ask us to come to the gym. Sounded pretty serious about it, too. No, I just noticed that they put the pool above the gym on the second floor. But why? You're the last one. Everyone else is already inside. Aren't you gonna go in?
However,
I have a bad feeling about this. More than just a feeling, probably. Monokuma did call us all together, after all. Sakura?
well then,
Makoto. If something happens to me, Hina. Huh?
I'm sorry.
Never
So
mind.
then,
Who would ever believe in someone who doesn't believe in themselves? Sakura. Everyone must have heard the announcement, and once we were all gathered at the gym, it began. That seems plausible, Ravi, that Monokuma is going to try to provoke everybody into killing again.
well,
As we've seen embarrassing secrets and money so far. You're about to give us your next motive presentation, aren't you? Hmm?
That's right.
Get us all together to present another motive, right? Is he right?
Huh?
We have to go through this again? Not again, I can't take it anymore.
I see.
There's a lot you can't take, Hero, but yet here you are. I'm impressed by your level of dismay. You finally see just how low on the totem pole of life you really are. No. Additional no. That's not it at all. We're not here to talk about motive.
Yay! I'm
The reason I gathered you all here is so that I could get rid of my grudge. Your grudge?
Why?
I have a grudge against you, of course, but I don't recall you ever having a grudge against us. Told you yesterday, didn't I? An eye for an eye, a fang for a fang. Stop beating around the bush and just tell us what you're talking about. Well, Byakuya, you've already told everyone how one of you might be working as a spy. Spy for me, right?
Come on.
Yeah, so what about it?
In other words,
Well, today I'd like to tell you about that spy. What?
hey,
So guess what? The spy is actually Sakura Ogami. He said it so openly, it made it sound like it wasn't that big of a deal. Even though he just revealed a huge secret. What did you just say? He said the spy is Sakura.
What is this?
What are you talking about?
You're a liar.
There's no way Sakura's a spy. Right, Sakura? Sakura? And I might just make Sakura fulfill the promise she made sometime soon. And if she doesn't, I can't be responsible for what might happen to that hostage of mine. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. What you guys choose to do with that information is up to you.
thrills, chills, kills!
Roast her, boil her, kill her, don't kill her, whatever.
I can't wait! I can't wait!
Either way. And just like that, he was gone. Finally, I understood what he'd been talking about. An eye for an eye and a fang for a fang. In other words, betrayal would be met with betrayal.
What the heck?
So what does this mean? Is it true? Has Ogre really been spying on us?
What are you saying?
There's no way. But that is what the stuffed animal said, right?
Wrong. You're wrong.
Well, he's wrong. There's just no way.
Hey,
Well, Sakura, if he's wrong, all you have to do is tell us.
I'm sorry.
Sorry I didn't tell you earlier. Huh? What?
Oh no!
And he was being serious for serious? Ogre's been working for the mastermind?
I'm sorry.
You've been lying to us all this time? It's not true. Sakura was probably being controlled. Got to be some reason. She didn't have a choice. She was just forced to do it. Yeah, I'm sure Hina's right. The mastermind probably threatened her somehow, and Sakura had no choice but to do what she was told. You're talking like you know that for a fact. Because I do know that for a fact. Because I saw it. I saw Sakura and Monokuma fighting. And that's where I heard it. Monokuma mentioned a hostage a second ago, right? And during that fight, I heard Sakura say she decided to fight against the mastermind.
I see.
You saw all that. The mastermind took a hostage, so you were forced to swear loyalty to them, right? But in the end, you made up your mind to betray the mastermind.
What?
Which means Sakura isn't our enemy. She's a friend who we can trust without question. Is that it? Ridiculous. Do you live in some sort of alternate reality fairy tale?
Not possible.
She was the mastermind's tool. You absolutely cannot trust someone like that.
Impossible.
Well, if we can't trust tools, Byakuya... He's right. We can't just believe whatever she says now. How can we even be sure she really did betray the mastermind? Maybe this is a double bluff and she's still doing exactly what the mastermind wants.
What are you saying?
Sakura would never do that. Okay then, Sakura, if you really have cut ties with the mastermind, tell us who they really are. Well,
I'm sorry.
even I don't know that.
What?
You don't know? That just makes you all the more suspicious.
Please.
She's telling the truth. You have to believe her.
Don't make me repeat myself.
Shut up. I'm not finished questioning her.
Come on.
Next question. What's this about a promise? What did the mastermind order you to do? I was told to kill one of my friends. It suddenly felt like the temperature in the room had dropped 20 degrees. Weight of those words. So even now, you've taken aim on our lives.
Wrong. You're wrong.
I'm telling you, Sakura would never do that.
What the heck?
You don't have to yell. We can hear you just fine. Don't you have an inside voice?
That's terrible.
It's because you're not listening to me. She learned her debate skills from the, dumb tourist school of communication. If it doesn't seem like they're listening or understanding, just speak louder.
Wait.
Please stop. You don't need to defend me anymore. I have to take full responsibility for this.
However,
How do you intend to do that? By destroying the mastermind. What? Going to challenge them. Even if it means we both go down, I will defeat them.
sorry.
And that is how I intend to take responsibility.
Huh?
Hold on. What do you mean, if you both go down?
Hina,
I'm sorry I didn't tell you about this. What?
I'm sorry.
I didn't know what to do. I went back and forth about confiding in you again and again. But I was scared. I thought if I told you, you might think less of me.
But
I'm sorry.
Sakura turned away from us and left the gym. And then...
This as such.
It's nighttime. Go to bed.
Dining. Okay then. Sweet dreams.
Do not be consumed by bugs. Well, it's nighttime. We should all go to bed.
no way.
The whole thing with Sakura is over. She's our enemy. There's nothing more to discuss.
That's terrible.
Sakura is not our enemy.
Why?
Why doesn't anyone understand her?
What?
What is it you think you understand? You didn't even know who she really was.
This.
That's...
Calm down.
Let it go for now, Hina. Talking about it isn't going to help anything. Talking to Byakuya is never going to help anything.
Why?
But
Anyway,
go to your room, cool down, and we can continue the discussion tomorrow. It was the worst. The mood at the end of the night was just the worst. Being in such an awful mood, we were honestly glad the day was over. Because of the mood that we were in. It was awful. The mood. It was awful. Sakura is the spy. She's the traitor. Byakuya said Sakura is the enemy. But he's wrong. She's not my enemy, she's my friend, without a doubt. Like all those other friends who killed people and or were murdered. But what can I do? What can I do to make everyone believe in Sakura? How? We can just see it looks like E and then GAM, but the spinning wheel looks like the Game of Life wheel. So it might be the game on that with no space. As long as you're human, there will always come a point where you wish you could do things differently. Even a baseball player in the major leagues. Even a soccer player touring Europe. Even a famous singer who started their career as a backup dancer on a sketch comedy show. They make a brilliant debut, but instead of going for more, they marry some third-rate actor and retire. Every human has regrets, has things they'd like to go back and
but
change.
I don't, 'cause I'm a bear.
Monokuma Theater. Ding dong, bing bong.
Good morning, everyone. It is get ready.
7 a.m. Get up. Ooh, the dining hall. Makoto, are you okay? What do you mean? You were late, so we were worried about you. What a dullard. Toko, Byakuya, what are you doing here?
What the heck?
They're taking refuge here. Refuge?
Such ignorance.
Don't make that stupid face. We have to protect ourselves against the Mastermind's tool. Mastermind? Are you talking about Sakura? How are you going to protect yourself against Sakura? Weight of numbers won't help you. Her biceps are bigger than your body. It would be essentially one hit per person. Yeah, she'd cross the, like, X kills per murderer, but I think she'd take everybody down before anything Monokuma could do to her. As in, if she's a threat to you, you're dead meat. That's when I finally noticed the only one that wasn't in the dining hall was Sakura. Where is Sakura?
Stop talking.
All I know is, if she were here, I wouldn't be. Meh. And the reason I went out of my way to join the rest of you is as a safeguard against that threat. Threat?
What is this?
Why do you hate her so much?
Naturally.
Isn't it obvious? Because this makes things unfair. Fair? The game should be fair to all players. The existence of a spy for the Mastermind upsets that balance.
What the heck?
That's a stupid reason.
What did you say?
This is a life or death game, is it not?
Terrible.
It is stupid. You're a stupid idiot.
Hey,
Before you go too far into your argument, maybe you should stop and think things through. Why did the Mastermind reveal that Sakura was a spy to us?
What the heck?
Getting revenge on her, right? Like Monokuma said, an eye for an eye.
however,
That may be part of it, but that's not the whole picture. Revealing the fact that fact was also meant to serve as the next motive the Mastermind wanted to give us. The chaos and confusion born from that suspicion. The hatred.
in other words,
This right here, the fighting, the bickering, is the trap the Mastermind laid for us. Knowing that, will you still stand there and argue like children?
But
It's not what I'm trying to do, it's just, he started it. How can I get you guys to believe in Sakura again? She really can beat the Mastermind like she said. That'd go a long way in my mind.
what are you saying?
Idiot, you'd really ask her to do something so dangerous. What if something terrible happens to her?
Interesting.
It wouldn't matter. Huh? If Sakura were to die, that's one less person for the Mastermind to control. I have no problem with that. Hold on. In fact, if she did die, that would settle this entire issue, wouldn't it? It would put the whole problem to rest. Smack!
What the hell?
Yay, someone did it! Now go in for the second hit. I can't believe anybody would stop at one slap. Hitting Byakuya's gotta be the, the Pringles of fighting. Once you pop him, you can't stop.
You disgust me. You're a monster. To say something like that, it should have been you. You should have been the one to die.
What?
I should have died.
Interesting.
Are you planning to take care of that yourself? Go ahead, try it if you dare. That's how it works here, after all.
What is this?
You think I can't do it? Calm
That's
down.
right.
This is exactly what the mastermind wants, and it's exactly what Sakura doesn't want. What's wrong? Lost your nerve? So I could get if it was like Mondo doing this back there, the bravado, you know, come at me, bro, kind of bravado, but Byakuya is taunting one of the two people that is most likely to be physically adept remaining. Whether it's Aoi herself, who is clearly in an emotional space that puts her towards violence when she normally isn't. Whether it's Sakura directly provoking her, or it's provoking Sakura by antagonizing Aoi, since they're definitely close. All of those cases lead to Byakuya tied into some form of pretzel. So I have to wonder, is he set on becoming a meat pretzel? Because it seems like that's his goal. He's taunting everybody that could fold him up, fry him, and sprinkle salt upon him. I'm leaving. I'll be in my room. Trembling with anger, Hina ran off. Stupid cow, how dare she? She should die 1,000 deaths, no 1,000,000. Oh, yep. Byakuya racing to the bottom of everybody's opinions. Just when you thought you couldn't dislike him more. So she was just another hysterical little girl. Oh, hardly worth my attention.
Just a second.
It's what other people call having feelings, Byakuya, and all you can do is mock them for it. Pretty much, casemate. We can only hope. We can only hope we're going to get to see him killed one way or another. Whether that's as a victim or as somebody who attempted to make a kill themselves. I would suspect he would mastermind it, though.
Hey.
Wrong with that. A friendly word of warning. Someday that attitude is going to come back and bite you. Hard.
I don't have time to play with you.
I will happily elude its attempts. How about we, eat? Maybe now's not a good time. Well, without a word, each of us left the dining hall. We headed back to our rooms, one by one. So, what should I do today? Were Byakuya an actual, capable individual, casemate? They present him as really clever, but most of the time during the trials in Similar, he's prompting Makoto to do it. To me, it really comes across as the kind of person that's like, oh, I totally know that, but just for everybody else, you there, peon, you fill them in. He doesn't know a thing. And he's just taunting everybody to make it sound like he's already a step ahead of them. He knew it all along. office, aren't they? When are we ever going to get out of here? Not that I'd have much to look forward to if I did get out of here.
What's your problem?
What, more pity? Aren't you such a good person, showing me all this pity? Yeah, if he was surrounding himself with people smarter and making it so that those people were loyal to him, I think that would be one thing. But he's surrounding himself with people who are smarter than him and then making them pissed at him. It's the, Roman senator turning his back on all of the people, on everybody, and, like, giving the 2 middle finger salute as he walks out of the room. Rations. I have some classes. I thought those were like someone's graduation album. Like, you want to make all of your would-be minions, at least think that you have their best interest in mind. Because we've already seen Byakuya do things like mess with a crime scene to make it harder for everybody else to solve it. And then admitting that he did that because he wanted it to seem more interesting to him, as everybody else scrambled to figure out what was going on. We've seen him pulling this stuff. Not that his suspicion of Sakura. I think this is one of the few times that he's being reasonable. But things like in the last trial, he never really leapt forward and made a statement himself in a way that was anything other than, "You're too stupid and I won't tell you." It's the difference between... The difference would be as if he's like, "I think Makoto knows the question, the answer to this question. Why don't you tell everybody? And, I can't believe you haven't said this yet before. Get on with it, you know?"
What's your problem?
Alright, what else do we have? Thought the glasses could be something that were writing related. We hit another flag for her. Thought Toko totally hated me. But it's not like she's going out of her way to avoid me. Still, we're not actually talking either. Hey, Toko.
What's your problem?
You have a question? You have a question for your classmate? Is she happy? So I kind of asked before, but what do you like to do in your spare time? I just write. I'm serialized, so I'm always really busy. When I'm not writing, I'm studying. I'm not an idiot like you. Had to go and open my big mouth again. Must hate me for sure now, right? No, it didn't really bother me. Just kind of expected when working with you. I can't believe you actually write novels, and that people all over the world read them. So how do you get your ideas for what you write? Is it like real life experience, or... Are you stupid? What? I told you, didn't I? I write romance novels. How could I use my real life experiences for that? It's all from my imagination. It's just delusions. Delusions let you fall in love as much as you want, even if you never do in real life. Why are you saying you can't write romance unless you already have lots of experience in love? No, not at all. It's okay, I'm used to people making fun of me. But someday I'll show them. I'll get pretty someday and show them all. Boiling over like magma, Toko stormed off. This time I'm sure she hates me. So we were all done. I headed back to my room for a little while.
This is a school announcement. It is now 10 p.m. As such, it is officially nighttime. Soon the doors to the dining hall... Okay then.
Go to sleep. Don't be eaten by bugs. Tonight feels somehow uneasy. Still haven't settled things with Sakura. Everyone's in a terrible mood. I just hope nothing happens tonight. It'd be terrible if something happened tonight. So surely nothing will happen that night. Additional crabs. Anything else get added? After I declined the offer to become a shrimp, the tech support lady just refused to drop the issue. Once the shrimp idea was dead, she came back suggesting I should become a crab instead. How much can one person love crustaceans? I said no, of course, and she shot back, okay, then how about to make you extra special, you can be a crab that walks sideways and backwards. But how's that any better? I don't want to go sideways or backwards. I want to go forward. I heard her annoyed sigh on the other end of the line. Then she said, you just don't see the splendor of the crab. Haven't you ever heard the tale of the crab and the monkey? Of course I've heard of it. I know all about it. But so what? The crab beats the monkey, but it's just some legend. Hardly relevant to our greed-obsessed modern society. Sure, monkeys still show up in movies and stuff from time to time, but not crabs. Monkey-themed clothes are sweeping the fashion world, but crab doesn't stand a chance, right? What I'm saying is, crabs have no place in today's light-speed world. Do your market research, lady. Which is why I chose the always popular bear image.
And that's the secret origin story of Monokuma.
Ding dong. Bing bong.
Good morning, everyone! It is now 7 a.m. and nighttime is officially over. Time to rise and shine! Get ready to greet another beautiful day!
Need to do something about Sakura. Better go to the dining hall and talk to the others about it one more time. Should have just left the room, but we're committed. Oh, no, I have to leap. It's going to make me walk out the door, which means there is a flag to be triggered here. Yep. Right on cue. Huh? Is that someone screaming? I think it came from the dining hall. We got a big problem, man. What's wrong? Look. His fingers shook as he pointed.
Hina! Are you okay? What happened?
She killed her. Genocide Jill killed Hina!
Hina still seems to be alive, hero.
You've gotta be kidding!
She's not dead. Open your eyes. No way she's dead. Why? What happened? Coco and Hina just all of a sudden they were yelling and then they knocked the pepper off the table. And that led to a sneeze?
You SOB!
The giant balloons are a little too perfect, aren't they? I might be flat, but at least mine are real. Look at my shapely collarbone. Doesn't it just totally set you on fire?
Totally not adorable.
You're totally not adorable, boys. Just get her out of my sight, okay? Or else.
Beautiful scissors!
Start cutting and cutting and cutting and indulging myself for who knows how long. Okay, then let's get Hina to the nurse's office. Genocide Jack's abrasive laugh chased us out of the room as we carried Hina away. Time I finished taking care of Hina's injury in the nurse's office, she seemed to have finally regained her composure.
Sorry.
You sure you're feeling better? Yeah, it really was just a scratch. Still, that was super close. If I hadn't yelled out, you'd be dead right now. It's all thanks to me, you know. Yeah, well, 1,000 thank yous, sir. So sarcastic. Just makes you sound even more hostile. Man, I couldn't believe it. I was positive I was about to see someone's life come to an end. If I ever saw something like that, I'd never be able to sleep again, which would suck. I love sleeping. There is some definite physical appearance animosity based anger coming out of Genocider now and again in there. Mind the person who actually died, right? What the heck happened? I just got into a fight and I lost my temper and flew off the handle. Let me guess, the fight was because of Sakura? At first, I just tried to ignore it. You let jerk buttholes get to you all the time. You'll never have time left to live your life. But she wouldn't let it go, so I just, without thinking about it, I felt like I wanted to punch her like a dozen times.
Serious?
A dozen punches isn't really without thinking. Well, I mean, you just start, and you don't stop until you come back to your senses. A dozen seems pretty viable in that potential time window. If anything, it's an excellent opportunity to abdicate responsibility. Like, oh, I just lost control. I flew off the handle, and then, you know, a few hundred punches and some kicks later, then it's like, oh, well, maybe I should stop now. When things get out of hand, Genocide Jack got let loose, right?
Sorry.
It's my own fault, but I just couldn't take it anymore. Because she was saying all those terrible things about my friend, you know? Before I knew it, Hina's eyes started welling up with tears. And just as the tears were on the brink of spilling over, the door to the nurse's office burst open. Thought the door was going to fly off of its hinges. And there she stood before us. Well then. Sakura. You're hurt. What happened?
Huh?
Nothing, it's not a big deal. Koto, Hiro, what's the meaning of this? Wasn't me, it was Genocide Jill. It's all that demented murderous fiend's fault.
Damn.
To hurt Hina. To leave me alone but hurt her. What is this?
How dare you?
Okay, really, it's just a scratch.
No forgiveness. I can't forgive this.
Poor Hiro, caught in the blast radius. If you want to hate someone, hate me. If you want to hurt someone, hurt me. I don't hate you, exactly.
I can't forgive this.
Somebody save me. Hiro nearly tripped over himself as he ran screaming out of the nurse's office. But just a second later... What's going on? What's all this noise about? Brief interlude for a kitty check here. Let's see. Ooh. Zoom. Got Mason up there at the top. Kyoko stood in the doorway of the nurse's office, taking Hiro's spot in the room.
It would seem...
I gather that something happened. Kyoko, please, you have to stop Sakura.
Wait.
You don't need to stop me. I'm okay. Not going to do anything. I'm drawing a line right here and now.
Goodbye.
Wait, Sakura! Hina sprang into action, leaving the nurse's office to chase after Sakura. The only ones left were... Still, it very much is, of all of the people, no matter what has been said about her, of all of the people, Sakura is not the one you pick a fight with. It's like, look at her. She's doing a full Dragon Ball power-up sequence. Don't mess with that. Kyoko? Are you still mad? Yeah, I figured.
That's fine.
It's fine.
Whew.
About that issue we discussed earlier, it doesn't matter anymore. Then do you forgive me for not being able to talk about it?
In other words,
You could have told me about Sakura and Monokuma fighting, but you stayed quiet. You were only thinking of Sakura, and that's why you didn't tell me, right? You didn't want to confuse everyone until you could talk to her and be sure of what you saw. That's what you were thinking, and that's why you didn't tell me, right? Yeah? To think
I
like
wouldn't have
that.
expected such arrogance from you.
Oh, wow. Say, that was it. That was a reversal. It is. The rest of the cast is pretty much entirely, generic school kids from any anime of that type. And then Sakura trotting in from a different show. What?
Because
Because ultimately, that means you don't trust me. It's not, it's... But if that's how you feel, I really can't change your mind. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
It's fine, I've already forgotten about it. Besides,
And
I may have overreacted.
Anyway,
It's over and done with. Like I said, let's just forget about it. Okay then.
whew,
As you wanted to talk to me about.
indeed.
Actually, I'd like you to come somewhere with me. I have some business there.
So,
Where? Just come with me, you'll find out. She does not seem to be the type to forget, casemate. She has chosen to let it slide, but she remembers.
shall we go?
Well then, shall we get going? Her typical indifference, Kyoko turned and walked away, setting a brisk pace. I hurried to catch up to her. She walked ahead in silence. And in silence, I chased her. And eventually, we arrived... in the dressing room. So the something else you mentioned.
Indeed.
Right, it has to do with alter ego. You said we didn't need alter ego anymore.
Wrong.
I didn't say we didn't need them. I just said that they had done their job. Besides, it's not us that needs alter ego. They have business with us.
Right.
Alter ego asked me to bring others to come see them. Apparently, they have something they want to ask us. Alter ego wants to ask us something? Hello. Oh, it's just the two of you, Kyoko and Makoto? Kyoko's fingers glided across the keyboard. Is two not enough? No, it's okay. Two should be plenty. But what is it that they want to ask us?
Indeed.
Let's find out. What did you want to ask us? Oh, yeah, so I'd like you to take me somewhere where you can connect me to the school network.
What?
What? Yoko and I quickly glanced at each other. She replied, why? Well, you said my job was done, right? But to just stop there, saying I finished my work, I don't want that. I want to keep being helpful to everyone. I want to work as hard as everyone else so that we can all get out of here. That's what Master would want too. So to help everyone else, to solve the mystery of this school, the only way I can help is if you connect me to this school's network. But if you did that, that's basically suicide. I'm positive the mastermind would find out about it. They'd find you and they'd... You agree, right, Kyoko? I realize how dangerous it could be. But still, I have to do this. I'm scared, but I can handle it. I don't really understand why, but when I think about everyone else, my courage starts to grow. You might think I'm just some inhuman AI, but it's true. So, it's okay. If it's for the sake of everyone else, I won't be afraid. I couldn't help but get lost in that voice. It was just too committed. Too admirable. Too fragile.
Hey,
You remember what you asked before, Makoto? You asked what the difference is between a person and a program, right?
certainly.
When I talk to Alter Ego, I don't know. I have no idea how to answer that question. I think maybe that's a question even the program's creator can't answer. But I can say this. There's no question that Alter Ego is our friend. To be honest, I didn't want Alter Ego to push themselves anymore. Because if we take any more risks, the mastermind really will notice it. But
Makoto.
let's do it, Makoto. Let's connect Alter Ego to the network. But they're our friend, so I want to take their feelings into consideration. And they said they want to fight alongside their friends.
Now,
If you were in their place, could you just sit by and do nothing in this situation? If you saw everyone else fight and doing their best, could you just look the other way? Or would you stand up tall next to everyone else and tell them you're their friend? Hey, so are you guys fighting? Because I'm still here. It's about me, please don't.
I want to believe in myself.
I want to be able to say, I know I can do this.
Leave it to me.
So please, let me try.
listen.
And besides, there's one place where the mastermind might not notice. One place?
That's right.
Remember, there's another place besides here where there's no surveillance cameras. The secret room you told me about. Definitely remember there was no security camera in there.
Indeed.
I do believe you can connect to the network from there. Remember seeing an Ethernet port on the wall. However, just because there's no camera there doesn't mean there's no danger. There's no way to be sure the mastermind isn't monitoring the network somehow. We'll also have to move Alter Ego, and the mastermind might spot us going into the secret room. If they pick up on any of this, then it's all over. Exactly, Casemate. An AI as complex as it'd have to be even approaching, like, human level thinking. Even approaching it, getting to a position where it can make inferences about data. Which we don't know that it's capable of. It's just talking very convincingly. We could just have a chatbot with a decryption algorithm attached, since the first thing it did was just decrypt data. But its ability to parse that data and then give a synopsis is the more impressive part, like an accurate synopsis. Not just, hey, ChatGPT, write me a wiki article kind of thing, you know? Hopefully it's right. Hopefully it doesn't start making stuff up. You'd expect it to be substantial. I'm as much interested in the way the laptop looks. It makes it look like an older model. Like your 90s era laptops. Chunky. That is true. It does seem... the Alter Ego does seem to be expressing motivations and reactions that imply emotions and similar motivations. Things like, I actually want to help my friends despite the risk to me.
That's what we have to do.
But despite all of that, I still think we need to try.
Correct.
Because that's our best chance of finding any new clues. In that case, will you let me carry them? There's no way you could hide them with what you're wearing, right? So let me do it.
It's true.
Makoto is wearing what looks kind of like a hoodie jacket. Okay then, I'll leave it to you.
So then...
Let's get started. It's gonna be a little cramped for you, Alter Ego. Bear with us. Started packing them up. I closed the laptop and stuffed it underneath my jacket. I had not expected that they had built some sort of tactile sensors in it. That makes Hifumi's keyboard comments that much creepier. Don't talk. We're going to move you to another room. Until we get there, you have to be absolutely silent. Understood? Your command has been implemented. To have them react like a machine like that all of a sudden, I didn't know how to react. So that's one of the awkward things about the way that the script has been going, Casemate. Chihiro presented as a girl at the beginning of it, and everybody used she. As soon as they found out that Chihiro was male, like physically male, everybody shifted to calling Chihiro he. So I've not been saying that because it's like, ugh. So instead I've been using they anytime that they try to give alter ego a gender. Because it feels like they're extending the Chihiro was secretly a guy, so we have to call Chihiro he all the time now to the computer program. So none of that.
Makoto.
In the secret room, there are a bunch of different cables in one of the desk drawers. So there might be a network cable in there.
However,
Assuming the mastermind hasn't taken it already. All we need to do is go and check.
it's true.
To the secret room. Okay, it's gonna make us go that way, huh? Chihiro chose to present as female, wear a dress, say that they were a girl, act in that way because when they were younger, they were frequently criticized for being weak, and they should be more like a boy and not be so weak. So they began having their gender identity was that of a girl of their choice during that time, because anybody then people that interacted with them didn't expect that of them. They didn't expect that of the Chihiro that they knew now. And we never got that information until much later. Like, post-fact kind of thing. Now, Chihiro didn't like being weak. And that's what led them to go to the gym where they got killed. But it's not clear if it was a actual, like, gender expression or sexuality thing, or if it was just them reacting to trauma thing. But I feel like it's more respectful to the character to not reverse it after information comes to light post-death. Like, during our investigation, we discovered this, so now let's completely change how we address the character.
Have you reached that certain age?
What are you doing? Living! I see. I'm heading back to my room. I'll just be there, living, totally calm. Yeah, it's not made clear. The only reason that I make the distinction of not using he is, again, that it's everyone, like every one of the characters hard reverses the pronouns that they use as soon as they determine by physically examining the corpse that Chihiro still had male equipment. That feels kind of wrong. Like, externally looks like a duck, quacks like a duck. Requests that you refer to them as a, like, presents themselves in a way that implies that they want you to call them a duck. And then afterwards you're like, that's not a duck.
Why?
Are you sure all the documents are gone? I refuse to believe you. Go and check again. Huh?
Listen to me.
Just hurry up and go, and make sure you don't run off. I'm gonna wait right here. This is Kyoko giving a pretense as to why they're going in there again. She was so forceful, I thought I'd made her mad again
Just a
somehow.
second.
Are you just standing there? Hurry up and go.
So then,
And be thorough. Counting on you. Find the network cable. Should be a bunch of cables in here. Okay. It's reminiscent of Ethernet. You just have to connect Alter Ego. Pulled out the laptop, connected it to the Ethernet port with the cable. And that should do it.
That's right.
I think it worked.
To me.
Leave the rest to me. I swear I'll find something. Might even be able to connect to the outside world. If I can, I'll see if I can call for help. So please just wait a little while longer.
I'm gonna do my best.
And just hold tight and put your faith in me. So as about to leave, I decided to leave them with one last thing. No matter what, we're going to get out of here. You and all the rest of us. As friends. They started referring to Alter Ego as he immediately. They're like, it looks like it looks like Chihiro. Is he back? Kind of thing. And they have since referred to Alter Ego as he. There hasn't been any indication where Alter Ego has given a specification one way or the other than it adopting the full persona of Chihiro. Like, that's its base template. It has taken on the appearance of Mondo once. It had said using information that it had gained from Chihiro. So it sort of created a Mondo simulacra there, which is what made Taka that much more insane. But otherwise, there hasn't been an indication. It seems that their address of Alter Ego is an extension of how they address Chihiro. So overall, they hadn't given any impression other than passive of what the character preferred. Which is interesting in that they don't directly address it. It's more the characters making the leap. The transition, I think, is more... Bad word. Bad word in context. It's more that they shifted their perception. Like, why did they choose to do that? and why did they extend it to the AI is strange. Retrospectively is strange. This is us looking back at a game from a little bit ago. And there has definitely been a social shift in that regard towards the more positive. Friends? Even me?
Makoto.
Yet another death flag has been raised. How'd it go? Well, went okay, but all the documents were still gone. Just like I told you. My reply was an unintentional mix of acting and real feelings.
Correct.
I see. And there's nothing left for us here.
Goodbye.
Knew it? Kyoko was walking away. It is a believable circumstance, casemate, given, like, I could see people reacting that way in the real world still. That you would definitely have folks that would change their perception that hard, and not just folks that are hostile. If it were not in the midst of a death game scenario, I think it would be an excellent opportunity for the characters to explore the concept.
What?
So we're just gonna split up. Of course, I have no reason to stay with you at this point. Maybe, but isn't that a little too direct? Should I hesitate and fumble for something to say? You're so high maintenance. Oof. It's not what I meant. I just had more I wanted to talk to you about. Like, what are you going to do about Sakura?
It's true.
Well, something has to be done, it's true.
However,
But the way things are right now, there's no way to persuade anyone. They don't have the mind to listen. Then what should we do?
so
If we can find some new clue, that would likely change the situation. That's all we can hope for right now. Which is why alter
Correct.
ego. All we can do is wait and believe in our friends. I mean, the former may feel like a necessity, but that second one, that's not served you well. Yeah, I think everybody wishes Chihiro had lived longer. Chihiro's arc of not feeling confident, creating alter ego, all of that stuff makes them really compelling. And I get why that was an opportunity for them to make it a sharp death, and it made alter ego's appearance that much that much more impact. But it also runs the risk of tripping the kill the different one trope. I mean, at least Chihiro didn't turn out to be a villain, as far as tropes are concerned, negative tropes are concerned. Parted ways, and I headed back to my room. Kinda tired. So I laid down. Maybe it was because of the stress of moving alter ego, but I was way more tired than I realized. So before long at all, I had completely dozed off. Ding dong. The sharp sound of the doorbell pierced my sleepy haze and pulled me back to the real world. Yeah, it can be. It could be a good situation. You just have to watch out so that you don't play the fridge trope card. You know.
Makoto.
And Chihiro's death dances dangerously close to fridging. Makoto, get out here. What's going
Indeed.
on? Hina just came to see me, and she was white as a ghost. Sounds like something's happened. As soon as I heard those words, my heart started to beat a little faster. Suddenly found myself wide awake. He said for us to come to the rec room. The rec room. Let's hurry. I can't get the door open. Is it locked?
Anyway,
Or hear what Hina has to say, okay?
Huh?
You two, what's wrong? Something's not right. Fridging is a term, I can't remember which comic series it came from, but the idea was that the villain, in order to get after to get to a hero, got to the hero's house when they were away, you know, their alter ego's house, captured the hero's girlfriend, brutally killed her, and compacted her body into the refrigerator. The girlfriend gets no other characterization, like very minimal screen time, effectively. Her whole use case in that scenario is to supply pathos and motivation to the scenario. So when a character is fridged, that's what happens to them, is their entire existence ends up turning into a motivator for, you know, a revenge story or to kick off the journey. It's you could kind of consider the hero's village being burned down by the evil army a similar thing. Is while it's supposed to be a good motivation, yeah, John Wick's dog. It is like that dog's whole existence ends up being because of the motivation factor. And generally, you generally apply it to people, but I think things like the hero's village and similar, where like we have no investment in this character. Chihiro comes close because we don't get to see too much of Chihiro as far as their what they're doing, because they keep emphasizing that Chihiro is just is kind of too scared and too meek. But I think it would have been that much stronger if we had seen more of them. Yeah. It is a different animal, than the full trope for the dog being killed. The dog is as much it's almost literally a kick a puppy scenario. It's they effectively completely dehumanize the killer of the dog by doing it. So everybody feels real justified when the rampage starts. Like the ethics of the situation is just completely set aside, but it's like, but you killed the puppy. Nothing that happens to you is now unjustified. I wonder if there is a trope for killing the animal. The two things, and we're off on a cool tangent, folks. There are two things that don't get killed, even in horror stories, with any regularity. the first and more likely to be killed in certain scenarios is the animal. If an animal gets killed, usually like a pet or something like that, they have to be detached from people. Like, you don't show that they're a valued pet. Or it's used to emphasize how dangerous and bestial the opponent is. Like when the dog is killed in, like, The Thing. The fact that they have the... give you an idea of why. I think it was like when Mars Attacks or something like that. The fact that they ray gun the dog in one of the scenes actually was a big impact on their ratings, like the age restriction ratings. The next thing, and the one that's even harder to breach the barrier of, is children in outside of like anime. Like, young kids are very hard to kill. And we see it in a lot of Western video games as well, where you might be able to murder hobo pretty much everything else in the world, but it won't let you do that to a kid. Because doing that would have rammed their rating up to like M. So it leads to like game writing tropes like the indestructible children. But no, yeah, it's back to the original question. Fridging is usually like dramatically killing a character without giving them as much characterization as they deserve in order to turn it into the sort of motivation they're trying to make it. It's inside. There was a window on the rec room door, and I hurried to look inside. And when I did... Sakura. Is she unconscious? She's sitting up in the chair like she's bowing her head.
Hey.
What's going on? Did something happen to her? I was just walking past, and I happened to notice her through the window. But I couldn't get the door open. I tried knocking, I tried calling her name, but she wouldn't respond. So what should we do? What are we gonna do?
Anyway.
First of all, we need to get into that room. But the door is locked, right? If we break in, we'll be violating school regulations.
Listen to me.
We're going to force our way in. I just said the door isn't locked. It's not locked because the rec room door doesn't have a lock. Then why? Feels like the door is pressed up against something inside the room. Is it the chair? Chair?
In other words.
Either way, this door isn't locked, which means, as far as I can tell, the rules don't apply. Then there's no problem if we break in.
Indeed.
Let's smash the window. That should be the fastest way. This is another fun little thing that has become a sort of almost a truism, is the ability to brace a chair against the door and that it will definitely hold the door closed. It's the assumption of like the legs of the chair will be able to supply enough friction when they're tilted. The chair is of the right size to give you the right angle to do it. Jiggling the door isn't going to cause the chair to be dislodged. All those things. It's like, nope, it's like a heavy door bar. Complete barricade. Inside the rec room, Sakura still hadn't moved an inch. She's just unconscious, right? She okay? I mean, it's Sakura, so I'm sure. Kyoko didn't reply. There was only silence. But that silence didn't last long. Found a broom. In the classroom. Not sure what you mean, post-mortem characterization.
Makoto.
Like, I could take a stab, but what do you mean? Handle this, right, Makoto? Why did they hand the broom to Makoto? They have the athlete, like the one that works out every day, right here. Seems like she would be more of the one to use the broom. Directly at the window, all it took was a solid hit. Stuck my hand through the now open window and started jostling the chair leaning against the door. Chair's pretty heavy, but if I can just... Ran up to her as fast as I could. The moment I laid my hand on her, all I felt was cold death. We should be getting the death announcement at any moment, since 3 people just entered the room. Feel only the last lingering warmth of a living body. Oh, okay. Yeah. If the character is given the characterization via, like, flashback or... I can't remember what... I don't know what you would call it, but where we just kind of sidestep in the storyline and show this was the character leading up to that, it can be fine. But if it's just everybody finds the body and they're like, oh, they were such a good person, and you have a bunch of characters expounding on how they behaved, then that doesn't really count. That's a, you're telling me that. Now, you can express information about the character with how they react to the dead character. Like, you can tell... That tells me about the character reacting, not the character that is dead. Effectively, once the character is dead, you need to use either things like flashbacks or similar, because they're dead. Their characterization opportunities have ceased. Discounting, like, ghosts, you know. Most of our characterization of Mia Fey and Phoenix Wright is her possessing people. Yeah, they are. You could tell me the story up front. But it's one of the only tools that you could leverage if you've just killed the character and hadn't told the story already. Not to say it's like, oh, that would be a good thing to do. And then, there's the death announcement.
A body has been discovered.
Please let it be Byakuya.
After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
I mean, terrible tragedy. Sakura's been killed. Okay. But we can look on the positive side. If it was the jerk that killed her, then we get to see him die next. Silver lining. Murdery, bloody silver lining. So we have Chihiro's face on the left and Aoi's face on the right there.
Sakura's?
That is true. You could have, if they went through the trouble to go in and like really dig into the life of the character, not just have people exposit on it. but to go in and say, this person's dead, let's look around, let's find stuff. And that those things, those artifacts and similar, uncover backstory. I think that could count. It's still by inference, but it's better than just essentially having to trust what the people around them say about them. Is again, that's much more telling about the people doing the saying.
Sakura's dead? She's really dead?
Hello, Sherbet. You can only look on at Sakura's dead body. He didn't make it in time. It's happened again. Hey, you. Hey, you. I'm being slowly orbited by Sherbet right now. So he gets some head scratches real quick. Yep. Yeah, I think that's right, Casemate. It's you can very gracefully have that without just having the characters see them and be like, oh, I remember this happened with them. I remember all of this. It's like, then why didn't we have these scenes before? Buddy. Come here, you. Come here. There you go. There you go. Muttering to herself, Kyoko began to gently inspect Sakura's body. I wondered, was she confirming that Sakura really was dead, checking for a pulse or a reaction? Like you should have done with Hifumi right at the beginning when it seemed like he was dead. Not her, she wasn't present, but, you know, everyone else. Even if you're not being, like, really professional about it, like a sharp flick to the forehead or something like that. I have to go get them. I have to get the others. I have to get out of this room. Shaky legs, Hina left the rec room. And I... Why? Why did this have to happen? All I could say. Repeated it over and over again. I need to examine Sakura's body. Just stood there motionless behind her while she checked Sakura's corpse. Yeah. We actually see a bit of... in this and Phoenix Wright, we have seen moments where they use the, hey, remember this, And it is not a smooth transition to it. Like, you can just tell us that that was the fact that we're talking about. You don't need to flash back to the, sentence before and after it, and sometimes more than that, that don't supply any more information or context. It's, do you remember this? If there's nuance to how they said it in similar, you can show it as a jog your memory. But it's knowing when to use the tool and how, like, the best way to present it. Time passed. While I stood there, unable to do a thing. Time just passed. I could have been, doing further investigation, but I'm just going to hang out here. After I don't know how long. I got everybody. Oh, she dead.
Yes.
Oh, she dead.
I see.
She dead?
Just a second.
Yeah, she dead. You heard the announcement just now, right? So you know what this means.
Interesting.
Yeah, she dead. Sakura was murdered, and by someone in this very room. Is that what you were going to say?
Huh?
No. Whoever killed her is not just someone in this room.
Fault.
It was one of you, Hiro, Byakuya, Toko. One of you killed Sakura. Yep. He even had that strange little smile on her face while she was sitting there.
What?
You're accusing us before we've even begun the investigation? I don't need to investigate anything, because you hated her. You hated the sight of her.
I can't forgive you.
One of you did it. I know it. You know it?
Ba-bum, ba-bum.
Geez, I didn't know your power level would increase by that much just by getting mad.
What the heck?
What are you doing here?
Come on.
Isn't it obvious? I'm here to hand out my little murder flyer.
The Monokuma file.
And don't get so mad, Miss Asahina, or you're gonna ruin that lewd little face of yours. Now then, with that, Hold on. There's something I want to ask you. Huh? It was you, wasn't it? You killed Sakura. Huh? Sakura wanted to challenge the mastermind to a duel. Maybe you and her fought again, and then I killed her? Sorry, not quite. Actually, not even close. The whole thing is totally irrelevant now. Sakura came to a most regrettable end without even getting the chance to finish things with me. Which, thank God for that, it saved me the trouble of having to go through with our little fight. Because even for someone like me, it would have been no mean feat to take down a behemoth like that.
Hey,
I gotta tell you, I was actually pretty worried. I mean, she'd violated a rule by attacking me in the first place, but I wasn't able to punish her.
well done.
So I don't know who it was, but whoever the blackened is this time, I owe you one.
What is this?
You owe them one? Oopsie. Before you get all pissy-potty on me, you better figure out who did it first. Because, I mean, your lives are all on the line, right?
What is this?
What the hell? He owes them one?
I won't forgive you.
I hate him. I hate this whole thing. Yep. I, for one, am glad it was Sakura. She was working for the mastermind, after all. And you say that now. Sorry, I don't have time for your squabbling. The next game has already begun. If you want to be angry at someone, be angry at whoever killed Sakura.
Anyway,
Give him another slap. Do it. Right now, our top priority needs to be uncovering Sakura's killer. If we can't do that, we're all dead. And let's decide who will stand guard this time. I'll do it. Hina, I'm okay. Just let me handle it. Besides, I want to be here with Sakura.
That's fine.
Then Hina is guard number 1, but we need one more. Kyoko, that's you.
What?
Me. You're always a thorn in my side. This time just stand by and watch quietly. Consider that an order. Punch him. Make him hurt. An order?
That's fine.
I'll stay behind. Then it's settled. Let's begin, shall we? Personally, him saying that to Kyoko, the way that he's going about that, casts a lot of suspicion on him. Because Kyoko is one of the most capable investigators. Forcibly sidelining her is really questionable. You could point to it and say, "Oh, it's because he likes, he likes to do the game. He wants to feel the thrill." But even to his delusions, it should be clear that she is a substantial participant in each of the trials. It'd be akin to sidelining Makoto. Makoto is not as bright as Byakuya or Kyoko, but he is critical in the trial. Like, he does stuff unprompted by both of them and is supplying critical information. Hold on. Before that, there's something I want to say. Which is, Hiro, Byakuya, Toko, none of you are allowed to step foot in the crime scene. What?
It's your fault!
One of you killed Sakura.
I won't forgive
I
you.
won't let someone like that come anywhere near her.
Stop talking.
Don't be stupid. Our lives are in just as much danger as yours. We have every right to investigate. I don't care what you say. I'm not letting the one who killed Sakura anywhere near her. Even if it means I have to use force, you're not getting in here. Oh, excellent. Here's further discussion would be a waste of time. How about a compromise?
It's all clear now.
I won't ask you to let all of us in, just let me. What? You don't really care, do you? You're both useless anyway.
Yep.
Nope, don't really care. Rather spend my time coming up with another splendid fantasy involving Master, anyway. You, Hero, do you really object? You're gonna go that far, what can I do? I mean, I don't have anything to hide, so why should I
It's all
care?
clear now.
Then it's decided. Nothing's decided. I know how you feel, Hina, but you should agree to his request.
Hey,
But we have to find out who killed Sakura. For those of us still alive, and to honor Sakura's memory. Though additionally, so Hina's reaction is plausible, like entirely in character. But her saying, "I won't let you guys investigate," is another like anybody saying like some people can't go near the crime scene is also suspicious. But yeah, nobody should let Byakuya next to the crime scene. He's already actively tampered with a crime scene. The fact that anybody lets him near one is questionable. But no matter Byakuya, you're absolutely not allowed to touch her. Naturally, who would want to touch a filthy dead body?
listen.
It's enough fighting. We need to focus on the investigation from here on out. Do not antagonize her. She can probably kill you. Everyone keep this in mind. If we can't uncover Sakura's killer,
Listen to me.
all of us face execution. Finding out who killed Sakura. It's not a matter of hoping we can do it. If we want to survive, we have to do it. It's kind of a hopeless hope. We have no choice but to just do it. Investigation music, go. Sakura Ogami. The time of death is estimated to be around 12 noon. The body was discovered in the rec room on the 3rd floor of the school. There is evidence of a strong blow to the victim's head. No other injuries were noted. However, it seems at some point the victim suffered from a violent vomiting of blood.
Hey,
Well, they went through a lot of trouble to tell us there was a lot of poison available to them now. I think the case this time might be a challenge. Why is that?
So,
The only way into the rec room is the door we just came through, and that door had been jammed shut with the chair from inside the rec room. Closed room murder! Which means the killer would have had to escape somehow after barring the door. So if the door was blocked from the inside and there was no way in or out till we broke the window, there's like zero escape, right?
in other words,
Classic locked room. Locked room murder? Yes, you might see this kind of thing a lot in mystery movies or books or whatever, but could it really happen in real life? And right before our very eyes like this.
hey,
Yep. There we go. You're curious to hear more about what a locked room murder
that's
entails.
fine.
When you break down this kind of murder mystery, there are 4 basic types. First type is when the locked room is created after the actual crime is committed. It simply means the killer commits his crime, then through some special method seals the room. This mainly involves some sort of trick involving the locking of the room. Basic approaches include using a string or simple mechanism. There are a number of variations. So for that, all we'd have to do is check the door to see if that's what it was, right?
Correct.
The second type is when the locked room already exists before the crime is committed.
In other words,
Basically, the killer uses a special contraption or tool from outside to target the victim inside. You push a switch and it fires a handgun. You shoot an arrow through a gap in the door or something like that.
however,
But in this case, that doesn't seem to fit. There are no guns or arrows in the school, and the door doesn't have any gap that would allow it. I think we can probably cross that one off the list.
it's true.
The third type is the killer stays in the room until it's opened up. What do you mean
in
by
other
that?
words,
They stay hidden, and when the door is opened, they use the confusion to blend in with the group. They pretend they showed up along with everyone else, and that's that. Yeah, I suspect Byakuya as well, but I also worry that it's just me really wanting to see him executed during this trial, you know? That sounds like it could have been possible, maybe.
it's true.
And the fourth and final type is when it wasn't actually a locked room at all. Not
In
a locked
other
room?
words,
By that I mean there actually is an alternate escape route somewhere within the room. You see this a lot in novels and things, but in reality it's generally not possible. And you think we can cross that one off too?
indeed.
I believe so, yes. When it comes to the locked room mysteries, those are the basics. So there are 4 possibilities. Then, Kyoko, which of the 4 choices seems to be most likely in this case?
It's true.
That's a good question. Answering that should be our primary focus during this trial. Right now, I can't really say. I see. The way the killer set up the locked room. Until I figure that out, the truth behind Sakura's death will stay hidden. Definitely a tough mystery. I need to concentrate and investigate as much as I can. For Sakura, if nothing else. Looks like some kind of wrapper. That's... You recognize it?
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, I gave it to her. That's a candy wrapper. Sakura got super upset when she found out Genocide Jack had attacked me, right? So after we left the nurse's office, I gave it to her. I thought it might help her calm down a little. So I gave that candy to Sakura. Found a big box of it in the warehouse. I really like them. Actually, as soon as we could get into the warehouse, I took the entire box back to my room. I made sure nobody else could get their hands on them. You really like them that much?
I mean,
But I wanted Sakura to get a chance to try one for herself. That's why I gave it to her. But now they've all lost their flavor. Polka dot candy wrapper. Shards of glass scattered around the chair Sakura was sitting on. Is that one of those Monokuma bottles behind her? Glass is all red, and these are the top and bottom sections of a bottle, right? So this must have originally been a bottle. Brilliant. Something else on the ground near the glass. Yep, it was one of the little Monokuma chess piece bottles. It's a figure and it fits in the palm of my hand. A Monokuma figure. Four red bottles lined up on the shelf. At each bottle, there's some kind of Monokuma figure. Okay, so the knight was on the floor, and the queen is missing. I think. Yeah. What I'm wondering is, how'd they get those figures inside the bottles?
So,
No different than your standard ship in a bottle. You know, the bottle's opening is smaller than the boat placed inside. You've never seen that? Oh yeah, I mean, maybe I have.
in other words,
This is the Monokuma version of that. A Monokuma bottle, if you will. I feel like I'm starting to make sense of things, little by little. The Monokuma bottle is sitting on the shelf. Monokuma figure we found on the ground, the red shards of glass, which probably started out as a bottle, which would mean Sakura must have been hit in the head with a Monokuma bottle, right? The shards of glass and the Monokuma figure are evidence of that. So I think it's safe to say that the Monokuma bottle was the weapon. There's a bloodstain right in front of the magazine shelf. Must have come from Sakura, right? But that doesn't make sense. Why is it so far away from where she died? Proteinzyme X, Chem A2. Some kind of plastic container rolling around near the entrance to the room.
so,
It's like a protein drink, and it's empty. Sakura must have drank it. Everyone knows how much she loved her protein. She mentioned more than once how protein was good for all sorts of ailments.
wrong.
I wouldn't take that to heart if I were you. I know. But still, this protein can. It's got a label on it that says Chem A2. Reminds me, Sakura mentioned how the chem lab had all sorts of health stuff. So she must have gotten this from the chem lab.
Just a second.
But that's strange. What
Hey.
is? You see what's scattered around the can? Shards of light blue glass. They must be parts of the window I broke to get inside.
Correct.
They aren't just scattered around the can, they're underneath it. What does that matter?
So,
I can't say for sure yet, but you're probably going to want to take note of it. Looks like it'll become an important clue later on. One implication is that somebody had this and dropped it in here when they came in. Could it have been on the chair? Sakura drew her last breath, sitting slumped forward in this chair. There's obvious evidence of the blow to the head that Sakura suffered. Normally, I wouldn't have any problem believing that's what killed her, but according to the Monokuma file, she had also vomited blood. I can see a trace of blood on her lips for sure. So what could have caused her to vomit blood? Monokuma file specifically says she hadn't suffered any other injuries. Maybe her getting on the head somehow caused her to start vomiting blood? Unlikely. Not a chance.
That's fine.
However, your eyes have landed on a most interesting location. Interesting?
Naturally.
Most interesting, don't you agree? I don't think I'd call it interesting. It does make me wonder. The reason Sakura vomited blood absolutely has to be connected to the way she died.
What?
What do you want? You're bothering me. He's even trying to hide how much he despises me. Better go before he crushes my soul completely.
However,
But for Sakura to have been killed... Yeah, she's not the type who would go down without a fight.
it's true.
And she certainly didn't, I would say. She was the ultimate martial artist, strong in body, mind, and spirit. So how was her killer able to get the upper hand on her? I wonder, did someone get the upper hand? They must have taken her by surprise, right?
Certainly.
Certainly, they would have needed to if they expected to stand any chance against her.
What the heck?
We already know who did this.
Forgive you.
Byakuya, Toko, or Hiro. It had to be one of them. They couldn't stand the sight of her. You agree with me, don't you, Makoto? Well, I don't want to say anything for sure without finding out more. Let me help you find out more. See, Sakura asked all three of them to meet with her. You know where? Right here in the rec room. What? After I went to the nurse's office this morning, Sakura and I both left together, right? Well, eventually she went off on her own. When I saw her again after that, she told me. She said she left a note for each of them. She asked them to meet her in the rec room by noon. By noon, the Monokuma file said she died right around then. Telling you the truth, I heard it right from Sakura herself. And I tried to stop her. But she wouldn't listen. She said not to worry, that she just wanted to talk to them. And this is what happened. If I'd stopped her, by force even... If I'd leapt out in front of the truck and braced myself against it, I could have prevented this tragedy. I feel like if she tried to block a doorway, Sakura could have just turned slightly and walked through the wall in the way. It's impossible not to have regrets, I know.
What?
Something I'd like to talk to you about. Make it quick. Is it true that Sakura asked you to meet her in the rec room? You found out. Interesting. It's true. I did receive a note to that effect, yes. But what fool would do what it said and risk being killed by that monster? So you didn't go see her. Of course not. I ripped the note to shreds and threw it away. I haven't seen Sakura today at all. Yakue said that he didn't go to see her. Is that the truth? Well, until I can prove otherwise, I have no choice but to accept it as fact.
Come on.
If you're all finished, please remove yourself from my sight. This door is the only way in or out of the rec room. The door doesn't have a lock and there's no evidence that the mountings have been tampered with. The only notable change to the door is the smashed window. Which happened, of course, when I broke it to get inside. There's no evidence that any kind of string or mechanism was used on the door. In other words, I don't see anything suspicious about the door itself. The chair was shoved up against the doorknob, so we couldn't get the door open. Yeah, I think that kind of chair might have been bulky enough, and it's tall enough that it could be wedged really good. No evidence that any kind of string or mechanism was used on the chair. In other words, there's no reason to think the chair had anything special done to it. There's no doubt the reason the door didn't open was simply because the chair was shoved up against it. This kept the doorknob from turning and the door from opening. There's no evidence of the door or chair being tampered with or anything like that. So the killer must have created the locked room from the inside, not from the outside. Oh, this locker's finally open. The locker's open, and there on the inside, it's a handprint. Let's see.
Why?
Handprint in the back and on the inside of the door. Looks like someone touched the inside of the locker and it left a handprint in all the dust.
It's true.
Looks quite fresh, too. I'd say someone was hiding here in the locker and they left behind a little something extra. So then, maybe the killer hid in here until the locker room was opened. Don't you think? During all the confusion, they popped out and joined the rest of the group.
Wrong.
Unfortunately, that's not a possibility.
Hey.
Why not? Think back. Before we opened the door, we looked inside the room, right? Yeah, the locker was already open at that point.
Indeed.
Yeah, so then, what does this handprint mean?
Listen.
Makoto, have you finished with your general investigation? I think so, for the most
then.
part. And you should probably go talk with people now. I'm on guard duty, so I can't
Listen to
leave.
me.
Which is why I've decided you'll go in my place. She's decided. Getting a lot more pushy since we had our issue. But she's right, I do have to go talk with the others. Sakura wanted to meet with 2 other people, and I need to hear what they have to say. It's the doorbell. After a few seconds, who's there? The most negative aura I've ever felt. An aura of total decay.
Well, what do you want?
So you're back to normal. Genocide Jack isn't around anymore.
Don't even say her name. It makes me sick to my stomach. I was in such a good mood, too.
Didn't look like she was in a good
Hey,
mood.
I was hoping to talk to you about something. Is now a bad time?
Obviously annoyed, Toko slithered out into the hall.
What do you want?
What do you want? You said you wanted to talk to me about something. I wanted to talk about the fact that Sakura had asked to meet with you. Well,
Well,
I don't know what you're talking about. Yakuya already told me she had asked to meet with him. What? She wanted to meet with him too? I just said 2, didn't I? I guess now it's totally obvious, huh? Yeah, pretty much. So can you tell me about it? I admit I did get the note. But I didn't go to see her. I was scared, so I couldn't bring myself to go. Coco claims she didn't go to see her, but can I really believe her? Well, until I can prove otherwise, I have no choice but to accept it as fact. That good enough? Then I'm going back into my room. That Toko quickly retreated into her room.
You know?
Seconds? What's up, Makoto? Did you need something? Actually, I just wanted to check on something. It's about how Sakura wanted to meet with you. How'd you know about that?
Could it be?
Did you maybe gaze into my soul? Have your special abilities awakened in you? But I'm the only one she wanted to meet with. Ogre told me herself that she asked Byakuya and Toko to come too. What? When did Sakura tell you that? Oh, well... And she asked me to meet with her, of course. But didn't she write you a note? Yeah, a note. She gave it to me in person. She happened to mention the others, like, in passing. Gotta be honest, this is super suspicious. So, then you went and met with Sakura.
You got it all wrong.
No way, I totally didn't. Why would I ever do that? Definitely suspicious.
Actually,
Last time I saw Ogre was when Hina got hurt and I took her to the nurse's office.
don't look at me.
I haven't seen her since then. Well, I'm here. Could you show me the note she gave you? I haven't seen her since then, except when, you know, she gave me this note. Maybe that was before. I still have it? Let's see. Feeling around in his pockets. It's like I don't have it anymore. The big goofy smile on his face, he pulled his hands back out of his pockets. When he did, I saw something flutter to the ground. Something had fallen out of his pocket. One of those little wrappers. Huh?
What?
Against the wind, Hiro snatched it back up again. Shoved it back into his pocket.
Hey, come on.
Sorry, just a bit of trash I forgot to throw out. Wow. Sus as all get out, huh?
What?
Anyway, I can't deny that Ogre asked to meet with me, but I never went. Well, if you'll excuse me. Said it was just trash, but there's no way. Pocket trash. Pocket sand. Ooh, the chem lab. Before we head in here, we're going to take a short break, folks. I will be back in a few minutes. getting resituated, folks. And we're back. I keep wanting to hit E to go through the door. You know, use object, classic one.
What?
Koto, did you have your eye on the chem lab too? Just make sure you don't get in my way. Yeah. I think you meant to say was, yes, sir, I understand. Isn't my first time seeing the shelf, but I just can't get over how big it is. Probably take a closer look. It's like there are like 3 shelves have been connected together to make one giant shelf. But more important right now, what's that powder that's been spilled in front of the shelf? Be careful not to step in it. This is my first playthrough of Danganronpa, Okami. I mean, we're on chapter 4 now. But yeah, first time actually playing the games. And based on what I have been getting out of the first one, we're going to be playing the following ones. The broken bottle in front of the shelf. Is this where all of the powder came from? I mean, I see that it's got a poison label on it, but it's also got C4 on the label. So I suspect it's from shelf C somewhere. But, unfortunate naming convention. I like the investigation music. Looks like the bottle had a label on it. Chem C4. Would you like to hear something interesting? I was on the 4th floor this morning checking things out, and at that point this room wasn't like this. Then this powder must have been spilled. It could only have been around the time of the incident. If that really is when it happened, it must be related to the case somehow. If you're new to the channel, Okami, let me just give the spiel here. I'm Noob Mechanist. I am mostly a variety streamer, though it has been detective games top to bottom for the most part. In the past little bit, Phoenix Wright, Danganronpa, that kind of thing. I have many cats. At the Catbot Factory cat monitoring room. Top center, and now passing into top left, we have Sammy, the little tuxedo. Lower left is Sky, sitting in the middle of the play area. It's big old floof. Just jumped up in the upper left and was briefly visible in the lower left was Sherbet. Lower right, over there, is Ember. And I don't see Mason around. There's Sherbet in the play area again. Okay, so there's one of them that hasn't shown themselves. All the little fur babies. Hello. Hello, Sherbet. Brief pause moment while we... Here. Am I still there? There we go. He's a big old floof. He's also Sherbet's best friend. Ah, well, thank you, and glad to have you. I am a very big fan of my cats. If it's not apparent, I have cameras all over the room to facilitate this. There are a couple that I need to reposition, but there's some sort of some construction that has to happen to make that happen. This shelf is many skulls and crossbones. Look, and I can tell it's nothing but dangerous chemicals. These look like poisons and other powerful chemicals. Yep. Yeah, Casemate is correct. We will get off on tangents here. It's fun to just talk about things as they come up in the game, and sometimes just things that are tangentially related to what happened in the game. Like we had a bit of a talk on the pronouns used for Chihiro over the course of the first couple chapters, how that changed based on what the characters encountered, and how that extended to Alter Ego, when Alter Ego showed up. And then when we were playing Judgment, we had some neat speculation about Batman. All kinds of topics. Guessing I can consider this part of the shelving unit Section C. This shelf is a bunch of chemicals that I have no idea what they are. They're reagents. Put simply, they're used in experiments to bring about a chemical reaction. So, they're chemicals that you can mix with other chemicals. How have you lived in such ignorance for so long? It truly must be bliss. Isn't that kind of harsh?
What?
You think studying science and mathematics has no practical application in the real world?
That's fine.
The words of a lifelong loser, which I suppose suits you very well. I didn't even say that. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Right now I need to focus on the shelf. Guess I can consider this part of the shelving Section B. So we have dangerous chemicals on the right. We have chemicals in the center. Oh, okay, we have one of these does not belong. Dietary supplements, all with A labels, but then chemical C9. The protein drink we found in the rec room probably came from this shelf. All the containers in this shelf are labeled with A. Guess I consider this part of the shelving section A. But wait! There's one bottle here that's labeled Chem C9. Could someone have put it here on accident? Should try to find out more about this shelving unit. It's like it's split into 3 sections. A has dietary supplements, B has reagents, and section C has lethal chemicals. I fully suspect that everything in section B is also a lethal chemical. Just depends on how much of it you drink. Sakura must have gotten the protein powder from section A, which calls into question the placement of the nutritional supplements anywhere near shelves B and C. You know, it's like here we have our acids and highly poisonous substances. Here we have the chemicals that we use during experimentation to bring about powerful chemical reactions. And then over here we have our diet pills. Feels like, at the very least, a lawsuit in the works. What concerns me is that in Section A, there was a bottle with a label from Section C. What was a bottle of poison from Section C doing in Section A? Oh, footprints. Have a good night, Ethan. Thanks for joining us. We'll be streaming on Monday next. Assuming I don't do something unscheduled. They're only in front of the left shelf. How do these footprints relate to the scene as a whole? We may need to sketch out the floor plan. By we, do you mean me? How kind of you to offer. With an insufferable smirk, he handed me a piece of paper and a pen.
What?
He's the kind of guy that snaps at employees in stores. And I don't mean like verbally, I mean like snaps his fingers. Yeah, it's as much that their listing is very weird there. Because anything that's going to be like some of the stuff that you would use in like to cause chemical reactions is going to be very dangerous stuff. Some of it's going to be relatively benign. I mean, everything's a chemical, you know. But you're going to get overlap between B and C. Like there's going to be some wiggle there. But Section A is right out. Like, Section A is things that you're supposed to put in your body. Like, their use case is swallow this. And it's right next to 2 sections where the use case is don't do that. Before long, I'd drawn a sketch of the room. Well done. Not bad. For you, I mean. Yeah, exactly, casemate. Different side of the room, different type of shelf, everything that you could do to make it so that it was presented different. Though, given the entire contents of it, I feel that it shouldn't have been in the chem lab in general and should have been in, like, the in-school GMC, you know?
I see.
When you look at it like this, interesting. It would appear that whoever left those footprints only had business at the leftmost shelf. They came in, went straight to that shelf, did whatever they had to do, and then left. That's what the footprints tell me.
I see.
These footprints must be...
Certainly possible.
Makoto, are they yours? No. Let me see your shoes and I'll confirm their size for myself. Didn't think of a reason not to, so I quietly did what Byakuya said. Your feet do appear to be too big. Oh. Fortunately, I must admit these are not your footprints. Unfortunately, Toko and Aoi just jumped forward on their potential involvement. Because if Makoto, who isn't the biggest guy, isn't the biggest of them, has shoes that are too big, then it's going to be somebody smaller than him. Now, it's distinctly possible that, like, Byakuya and Hiro have teeny tiny feet. We can't rule that out. They could be walking around like they've got ballpoint pens for legs, you know? The current victim is Sakura, the Street Fighter girl. And these prints are a really valuable clue. Bunch of yellow powder scattered on the floor. It better not leave a footprint. So the remains of a broken bottle. Still love how the rooms pop in. Consistency. I like that. One of the window panes is broken out.
Hey.
So Makoto, how's your investigation going? Are we all going to be killed? Oh, Kyoko, what Toko and Hiro had told me.
See.
So along with Byakuya, they're both claiming they didn't go see her. It's all too convenient. Someone must be lying.
Anyway.
I've made some progress of my own. Sakura's body, the shelf of magazines, and the Monokuma bottles. These three things have revealed new clues. You do well to look over them one more time. Yoko said the magazine shelf was hiding a clue. Clue. Have you checked under C? Something ladies. Miss Muscle appears. Cosplay King. Magazine is upside down. Someone put it back that way on accident.
Hey,
Something catches your eye. It's important for you to explore that in detail, don't you think? Picked up the inverted magazine and flipped through it. This is... On one of the pages near the center of the magazine, a word has been written in blood. In bold, bloody letters. Toko. Could this be a dying message?
correct.
It would appear you found it. Yoko,
So-
is indeed a dying message. Someone used their finger to write it.
However,
But just to be clear, I'm not the one who put it back upside down. It was already like that when I found it a little while ago. So, Byakuya is a jerk during the investigations. But that's not like a change of behavior for him. He just has a general jerky aura. His personality has been, dried and seasoned. And that fits that he's always hiding stuff from you, making it so that he gets to play the game and feel smart. But Kyoko doesn't have that I want to lord it over you vibe to her. But during the investigations, she's still kind of looking over your shoulder the whole time and talking to you like a kindergarten teacher. Like, you should go back and look over your work one more time. I think you missed something. Hey, is that... That says Toko, right? It looks like it.
What the heck?
Then she's the killer, right? Well, it hasn't been confirmed yet.
I don't forgive you.
It's settled. She's the killer. That's conclusive evidence, right? We can use it to corner the killer. I can see why you would think that, but it just seems too easy. If anything, it makes me that much more suspicious. Shards of glass. So it's all red, but so were the, a lot of the dangerous chemical bottles. Monokuma figure.
hey,
You figured it out? There's a hidden correlation between all the bottles. Pay careful attention, and you're sure to find it. Can you just tell me what it is?
so
I don't mind guiding you toward clues, but giving you my conclusion isn't a good idea. Each person needs to come to their own conclusion so that everyone can have confidence in the outcome. See, she has a reason. She has a reason. Byakui is just a jerk. And not just because you don't trust me, right? No answer. I do trust you to a degree. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told you anything to begin with. Only to a degree.
hey,
One other thing about the Monokuma bottles that's bothering me. This one's interesting so far. We don't have... this is the least overt killing, let's say. Like with the others, there is obvious physical violence. With this one, you have the question of if there was violence, how? Because Sakura. You have that she spat up blood. You have possible blunt force trauma. Like, it seems to be a blow to the back of the head, but that she spat up blood beforehand. That the scene looks like it was manipulated in some way, and then we have the how was the door barred. So, it should be fun to get to unravel this. Like to do an experiment to confirm it. You don't mind helping me, right? An experiment?
Anyway.
Can you gather up all the pieces of the broken Monokuma bottle? Try to get the smaller pieces, too. Really get your fingers down in there. Get down on your hands and knees and riffle through the broken glass for me. I want to see you bleed and crawl. Sure it's okay to mess with the crime scene like that?
Doesn't matter.
I've already done a thorough investigation, so it's fine. That obnoxious Byakui is not here, so...
So then...
Anyway, I need to get something from the chem lab. While I'm gone, try to gather up all the glass. Really don't know what this is about, but what choice do I have? I'd better just do it. Hello, Ember. Hello. Come here. Come here. Just coming for a little bit of attention here. There you go. There you go. Took the broom and dustpan and got to work, collecting all the broken bottle pieces. Just as I finished up, sorry to keep you waiting.
So then...
Everything ready? Let's get to work. What kind of experiment are we doing?
In other words...
I got a scale from the chem lab. We're going to use it to compare weights. Compare the weights of what? Pieces of glass you collected in one of the Monokuma bottles that's still intact. Why do you want to do that? That's the point of the experiment. It'll make sense when we're done.
Listen.
Let's compare the weight of the two normal bottles. Balanced.
In other words...
The art style of this really reminds me of the witch domains from Madoka Magica, where you have like the anime style characters, but often presented as paper cutouts, and then you have everything from realistic looking objects, plastic figures, fixed perspective cardboard cutouts, objects that flip up, that get dropped into place. Very cool looking. Makes sense. The Monokuma figures inside are basically the same, and nothing else could really affect the weight.
So then...
Here comes the important part. Put all the pieces you picked up on one side of the scale. What might we expect to see? Well, a normal assumption would be either they'll balance out, or the pieces I collected will be lighter. I did my best to get them all, but there's a chance I could have missed some here and there. Cat check. Oh, there's Mason. The fifth cat. currently contending with Sammy and Ember wanting lap time here. Which is extra difficult because Ember wants active attention and also doesn't like the other cats getting too close to her. So she has scaled up to my shoulders at this point. So we'll stick on the cat tree for a moment while I indulge the kitties here. Mason passing through the play area. That was Mason. Mason has just about passed beneath where you can see Ember in the top right there. Ember is glaring at Sammy, who's still on my lap right now. Mason and Sherbet are kind of buff and white, kind of tan. Mason has a very regular pattern down his back with, white belly and bits on the feet, but very, very symmetrical. Sherbet is splotchy. Even the little stripe down his nose is a little off-center. Ember there is a diluted calico. So she's got gray stripes, pale orange, and then white socks. Back.
So then,
Let's give it a try. Means there's extra glass, extra pieces. No, Mason and Sherbet are sort of adoptive siblings. They're from two different litters of about the same, pretty much the exact same age. Ember is actually the second oldest right now and is very tiny. Sky is the oldest. Order of adoption, it was Sky, then Ember, then Sammy, then Mason and Sherbet. Boy, they're being elusive today. The broken pieces are heavy. How is that possible?
I knew it.
Just as I thought.
In other words,
The results of our experiment and the correlation between the pieces between each of the bottles put it all together. I believe you will arrive at one very persuasive conclusion. Very much.
so
It's like a protein drink, and it's empty. Sakura must have drank it. Everyone knows how much she loved her protein. Still, this protein can. It's got a label that says Chem A2. So she must have gotten this from the chem lab.
correct.
This is the same. Broken pieces of the window with the glass underneath the bottle. So that bottle had to arrive there after we broke the glass of the window.
So...
It might be something more. Let's poke around a little bit more.
I won't forgive you.
Coco's the killer, I'm sure. Magazine proves it.
In other words... Hey.
There should be 5 bottles. We're missing a bottle.
Just a second.
Staring off into space isn't going to help you figure anything out. Well, yeah, I know,
Hey.
but... Don't you think you might need to actually examine the body?
Whew.
No getting around it. Unlike me, Kyoko didn't recoil at the thought of touching a dead body. She was completely unemotional. It's the kind of thing I've grown perversely used to. Although there are still some times. I can't believe how calm you are. No matter how many times I see a dead body, I can't get used to it.
It's true.
That's totally normal. Then how can you...
So...
I imagine it's because I've had plenty of opportunities to touch dead bodies in the past. What? Sorry, never mind.
Hey.
More importantly, look here. Her shoes?
Correct.
See that yellow powder on her instep? That totally stands out.
Let's see.
That powder is clue number 1. Yellow powder.
Hey.
Mixes the wound to her head. Look
It's
carefully.
true.
Actually, even telling you that, it's incredibly difficult to spot, so let me just explain.
It would seem...
It would appear that she didn't suffer a single blow, but instead received 2 blows to the head. 2 blows?
Indeed.
Interesting, wouldn't you say? There's one more interesting thing.
Correct.
Both of her hands were spotless. There's absolutely no trace of blood on either one.
It's true.
So that's what I learned from examining her body in detail. Can't believe she was able to learn all that just by looking at her body. Don't think anyone but Kyoko could have pulled it off. Well, here we go. Trial time.
Whoops! You caught me sleeping. Your investigation was just so boring I couldn't stay awake.
I still do love how the investigation timer seems to be how long Monokuma can stay. The timer seems to be how long it takes for Monokuma to get bored enough that he calls off the investigation.
Should I do it? Is it okay? Can I? Okay, then let's begin the class trial. You know where to meet, right? Please go through the red door on the first floor of the school.
It's already time, but the mystery of the locked room is still only half solved. At this point, whatever happens will have to happen at the class trial. No, not whatever happens, I have to make something happen. Running low on people. Monokuma made his announcement, and everyone began to meet up, one after another. And then... Ultimate Martial Artist! A locked room murder mystery.
What?
What the... I've just recently discovered the power of emoticons. Like, no matter how awful something is, if you toss it in a smiley face, it turns positive.
Yes, indeed.
I was watching another streamer, and their chat was saying violent things like, I want to push you down the stairs, or similar. But they would end it with, parentheses, affectionate. And it's like, just by putting affectionate at the end doesn't really change it, folks. You say, I want to light you on fire, affectionate. I'm still going to be on fire. You're at a picnic and you find a dead body. This is just plain creepy.
Well,
And how about the reverse? No matter how great something is, if you put in a sad face, it makes it look super negative.
yes, indeed.
For example, do you have 100 friends, sad face? That does make it seem sad.
I can't wait! I can't wait!
Now then, please get on the elevator. I'll see you all down there. The hell was that? I don't get it.
Just the worst.
I don't get you guys. How can you act so casual after murdering someone?
Don't look at me!
I don't think I'm acting casual.
Don't be mean!
I mean, I didn't murder any- Wait, I didn't murder anyone.
What the heck?
I'm completely innocent. How dare you call me a murderer?
What the heck?
Whatever. Either way, the truth will be revealed soon enough. Because there can be no doubt one of us is the culprit. The killer. The one that murdered Sakura. I mean, sad to lose the character, but you really have to appreciate the still frames that we got out of it. Like, her corpse is artistic. Like, she could be on one of those, this could be on one of those motivational posters. It's just the black border, the picture there, and underneath it is like, at peace. Restful. Finally done with all you jokers. And that person is here. That person is one of us. Stop acting shocked. Time to put an end to this. Each step I felt like I was moving further and further away from my goal. Does have that feel, especially with the color palette that they used for that last one. It was not just the body, it was a marble sculpture of the body. I could feel a chilling fear running through me, trying to make me rot from the inside out. No matter how many times I go through this, it never gets any easier. Climbed into our steel prison in total silence. I know that Toko is supposed to be the ultimate author, but I feel like if Makoto would just put pen to paper and record some of this melodrama that he's always spouting in his head, then he would end up being the ultimate author. The elevator lowered, uttering its all too familiar clunking sounds. It fell lower and lower, and as suddenly as always, it stopped. Door opened once again. Oh, we got an Egyptian vibe this time. There's 6 of you, huh? Really? That's so few. You must be so lonely. You say that like it's not your fault. We're all that's left. I wonder, will this class trial end with one less classmate again, or will your school life come to an end completely? He was not an actual ultimate casemate. They imply that he is considered the ultimate lucky student. Because he got there was like a lottery to have somebody completely ordinary come to the school of ultimate students. But there's also the question of, is he the ultimate lucky or unlucky because of that? But otherwise, no, they emphasize how completely average he is. You could consider him the ultimate average kid. Like dead center in the bell curve, you know?
Now then.
Deadly, 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 deadly. All right, Okami. It's true of everybody. If you feel like lurking, feel free to lurk. Feel like chatting, feel free to chat. What does our vocabulary skill give us now? Increases bullet capacity, effective during the bullet time battle. Okay. Trial time.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results.
The little rhyming that he does is fun. Hello, Ember. Come here. Come here, you. Come here. Come here.
If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Now then, where to begin?
We already know who did it.
Whoa, deja vu.
The one who killed Sakura is one of the people that hated her. Byakuya, Toko, or Hiro. It was one of you. I had nothing to do with it.
Yeah! I'd never kill someone, no way!
I don't want to hear your stupid excuses.
Monokuma doesn't seem to care much if they antagonize him. Like, he does... Quit that. Ember was getting bitey at the phone. He seems to dislike being antagonized and will get angry, but I think it's that ultimately he can just pull the lever kind of thing. Like, it seems to be at his discretion to make new rules. Let's have some reason for believing that.
It was one of you. One of you killed Sakura.
And what reason do you have for saying so?
Because you all had a motive. You hated her.
Is that it? That doesn't make any sense.
That's the only reason you have her accusing us?
That's low.
Missed.
That's about as low as you can get. was one of you killed.
And what reason do you...
Because you hated her.
Is that it? That doesn't make...
That's the only reason you have her accusing her?
That's low.
Yeah.
That's about as low as you can get. It was one of you killed.
And what reason do you have...
Because you hated her.
Is that it? That doesn't make any sense.
That's the only reason you have her accusing us?
No, that's wrong. Another reason you suspect them is because Sakura wanted to meet with them, right?
Yeah, and that was right before she died. So there's no doubt about it. One of those three killed her.
One of the things that I think is a really good quality indicator of this game is that these major moments here are fully voiced. Like, every little bit of it. Well, except for Mikoto's internal dialogue. Can't disagree with Hina, that's good reason to suspect all three of them. Then does that mean one of them did it? Pocket trash.
The fact that Sakura wanted to meet with all three of them, there's no way that's not suspicious. One of you is absolutely guilty.
I don't deny that she wanted to meet with us, but I never went to see her.
I didn't either.
Yeah, same here. I never saw...
No, that's wrong.
Because Sakura is the only one that Oe shared the candy with.
When we were talking before, you dropped a
and-
small piece of paper,
yeah.
remember?
Hiro had a wrapper from one of those candies in his pocket.
It was white with red polka dots.
What's that got to do with anything?
Red polka dots? That's gotta be the wrapper from the candy I gave Sakura.
No, it's...
Ever since we got into the warehouse, I totally monopolized that entire box of candy. So there's no way a single one of them was left in the warehouse.
In that case, Hiro, where did you get that piece of candy?
From Sakura! It's the only explanation.
Well, I mean... Yeah, sure I got it from her, but she gave it to me forever ago. It doesn't have anything to do with what happened to her.
When? When did she give it to you?
The last time you saw Sakura was... when Hina had to go to the nurse's office, right?
Yeah, so I must have got it sometime before then.
It's because Hina said that she gave Sakura the candy after that to calm her down.
I got it! I'm not sure about that, Hiro. Hina didn't actually give Sakura the candy till after she left the nurse's office. So if that was the last time you saw her, there's no reason you should have had that candy.
Damn it. I mean, what I meant was, Oh, that's right! I did meet up with her in the rec room. You got a problem with that?
Yes, we have a problem with you completely changing your story on a critical aspect of the discussion. It's a bit of a problem.
Why the sudden hostility?
Well, we just talked, that's all. I didn't do anything, you gotta believe me.
You're acting incredibly suspicious.
You're acting incredibly suspicious.
No, you!
It's not just normal hostility. You're the real culprit. I even have proof.
Proof? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about her shining message.
Would a shining message even
At the scene
be?
of the crime, she had written out Toko in her own blood, right? It was her dying message. Just like what you guys were talking about with Sayaka.
That's true. I saw it for myself.
See? See? Toko did it.
So now we have the candy wrapper that connects him to the rec room. The message in the magazine which connects Toko to the rec room.
What are you saying? No way! I didn't do it!
You just don't know when you're beat, do ya?
Hero, hold on. When did you see that dying message of hers?
Hey there, Spooky. Welcome to the channel. It's your first time joining us?
Huh? Well, when we found Ogre's body. Duh.
But if you recall, Hina was very adamant about keeping you away from the scene of the crime. So it's hard to believe that's when you actually saw the message for yourself.
Hero's doing an amazing job of implicating himself wildly. Hold on. When Kyoko found the magazine with the dying message in it, it was on the shelf.
Kyoko, you found the magazine on the magazine shelf, right?
Well, if it is your first time joining us, then I give you the spiel. I'm Newt Mechanist. I'm a variety streamer, primarily on YouTube, but also on Twitch nowadays. And I lost track. I play video games and I largely show my cats on stream. Like, right now, we actually have a good one. Sky sees something outside the window. We sometimes get, like, chipmunks into the light. So they will be keeping a watch for them and will occasionally go completely berserk. But yeah, welcome to the channel. If you feel like chatting, feel free. If you prefer to just lurk and watch the game or the cats, go ahead and do so. Yoko, you found the magazine on the magazine
That's
shelf, right?
Looking through the shelf, I found the magazine with the dying message on it. I found it right there at the scene of the crime, after we'd started the investigation.
If that's true, then what Hero just said doesn't really make sense, does it?
Doesn't make sense? What doesn't make sense? Everything I said makes perfect sense.
Definitely something strange about it. Yoko found the dying message during the investigation, in which case, that clearly contradicts what Hero told us.
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
And I can tell you when I found the dying message. It was only after the investigation had begun. I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it out, I saw her final words.
What's your problem? What I said makes total sense.
He said he saw the dying message when he first found the body. But at that time, where was the magazine?
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
And I can tell you when I found the dying message. It was only after the investigation had begun. I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it out, I saw her final words.
What's your problem? What I said makes total sense.
It was on the shelf, so it was in the room. But he never got to go into the room.
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
And I can tell you when I found the dying. It was only after I found the the magazine tucked away
Nope,
on the
nope.
magazine
I misclicked there.
Shoot!
Whoops.
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying when Ogre's body was discovered.
Nope.
Shoot!
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
And I can tell you when I found the dying message. It was only after the investigation had begun. I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it out, I saw her final words.
What's your problem? What I said makes total sense. I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
No, that's wrong.
I'm really enjoying it, Spooky. Like
When Sakura's body was found, that magazine was sitting on the shelf nearby.
I decided to start playing the Phoenix Wright series on stream, and this got recommended, and I decided, hey, let's roll with it when I got another game slot to try, and it is rapidly jumped forward as one that I really like playing, which might be apparent because we're already 2 hours past the normal stream end time.
That's where Kyoko found it, after we'd begun the investigation. And you weren't at the murder scene, so there's no way you could have seen it then. Tell us the truth, Hiro. When did you see the message?
Hold on. You're focusing on the wrong part. Why does it matter when I saw it? All you gotta do is read the Vienna sausage Ogre left us, and we know who the killer is. Toko!
Are they going to explain the Vienna sausage comment? Because I really need them to.
I don't even know where to begin with that one.
He's just trying to confuse us.
Actually, can we even be sure Sakura wrote that message in the first place?
Yeah? I think we can all agree Ogre wrote that message. 100%, without a doubt, she wrote it. And this is me talking, so you know it's true.
Without a doubt. I absolutely do doubt it. There's no way Sakura wrote that message. DDR sequence.
Show me the proof. I'm at least 30% right. The occult is bullcrap. Give it a rest. I'm at least 30% right. The occult is bullcrap. The end is nigh. Show me the proof. I'm at least 30% right. The occult is bullcrap. Give it a rest. I'm at least 30% right. Show me the proof.
This should prove it. I'm completely unconvinced that Sakura wrote that dying message. Because if you look at it, the message was almost certainly written using
Oh,
a finger.
she has no blood on her fingers. Like, she emphatically called out there is no blood on her fingers.
Both of her hands were completely free of blood.
Well, I think she was poisoned in some way. We have the protein shake canister. We have the fact that she spat up blood. And we have the fact that one of the poisons was over in the vitamin cabinet, as well as another poison one spilled on the ground, with an indication that somebody walked over and got to the protein cabinet. So I think poison was involved. I'm curious as to where they're going with the hero line of investigation, because he's so suspicious right now that it feels like he can't possibly be the guy. Because everything else about this seems too calculated.
Say what?
Then, who did write it?
Hero could very well have written it himself.
Because there are a lot of things that put him in the room, as if he went there.
That would explain how he knew about the message in the first place. I'm interested in the fact that there are 2 smashed bottles. And 2 blows to the head as well. So we've got, like, poison and 2 blows to the head. Both of these are suspicious.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
My initial favorite character, Spooky, was Chihiro. Apparently that's a common sentiment. Second place is Kyoko. Though Sakura absolutely had a special place, just because I've said it numerous times over and over and over. But I love the fact that Sakura's art style is completely foreign to the rest of the game. It's like she stepped out of a completely different anime.
He admits it!
I figured as much.
But why would you write something like that?
Because I killed her!
You're admitting to killing her?
Please, just let me explain what happened. I got Ogre's note, and so I headed to the rec room right before noon, just like it said.
You just did exactly as the note asked? What a fool.
And when I got there...
Sorry, but do you mind waiting? I asked a couple of other people to meet as well. Okay. Would you like a piece of candy? It might help give you some energy. Aoi is fun. I like seeing how her character is changing as the stress of this goes, because she is amongst the more innocent characters. And this case in particular is a high stress one for her. So we're potentially going to see a lot of development of her character as this unfolds right here.
And that's all she said. After that, we just stood around in awkward silence. Suddenly, I heard her mutter something.
This is it. I'm going to end it today. I'm going to end everything.
As soon as I heard that, I just knew. I knew she was gonna try and kill me. She was gonna kill me and make her escape. So of course I freaked out, and then... I saw my only chance. I grabbed the Monokuma bottle from the shelf and smashed it across her head. I hit her from behind before she had any idea what was happening. Then she just went limp. I didn't see her move again after that. Once it was over, I pulled myself together. I realized if I didn't do something, I'd be caught and executed.
Mondo was another fun one. He played very hard to his character stereotype. The sort of almost chivalric knight vibe that you get from some of the motorcycle gang characters. For the most part, they've done a really good job building up all of the people. One of the things we were talking about is how it was kind of a shame that Chihiro didn't get more character development time. she was a lot of fun. Or at least she had a lot of potential for character development, and just as it started happening is when they killed her. The suffix on his first name was Taka. Casemate. Taka's intensity was a lot of fun.
So I wrote Toko's name in blood across a magazine on the table and I ran away.
I can't believe you! You're the worst! I hope you die!
Oh, but that's interesting. He wrote it across the magazine. Wrote it in the magazine on the table. Which means somebody closed the magazine and dropped it back on the shelf.
Well, that's what happened. Go ahead. Roast me, boil me, do whatever you want.
You're not gonna get off that easy. It's death. Death for the one that killed Sakura. We're ready to vote now, right? We know who did it.
I think that's an excellent way to describe Taka, casemate. A goober, but in a good way.
No, I think there's more to Hiro's story.
Bonus points for using goober.
What are you talking about? What else could there be?
There's one thing that Hiro's story just now doesn't explain, and until we figure that part out, we can't consider the case closed.
I got it! That's true. Everything you just said. It doesn't explain why the magazine was hidden, does it? By the time the body was discovered, the magazine had been picked up and put on the shelf. Why would you take the time to write that message, then stick it somewhere we might not find it?
Oh. Well, I didn't hide it. I'm sure I just left it sitting there on the table.
Really?
He's lying! He's gotta be lying!
So, what? After Hiro goes in there and bops her on the head, Toko comes in, sees the magazine,
I don't see
and hides
any
it.
reason he would lie now, after already confessing to the crime.
Then he's not lying?
Assuming he's telling the truth, someone else must have put the magazine back on the shelf. In other words, at least one other person was in the rec room both before and after the incident.
I don't think there's any question about that.
I think that's part of the reason that Sayaka and Leon haven't come up with anybody that has mentioned their favorite characters, is we get so little opportunity to consider them anything more than their participation in the first murder. Sayaka pretty much just cements herself as the one that tried to get Makoto killed. And Leon is the arrogant guy that killed her, you know? We didn't have enough interaction with Leon to give him a lot of characterization aside from just the overt, he's pretty abrasive kind of vibe. Yeah, Spooky. I think Sayaka works a little better, or gets a little better development just because of the clear premeditation, like the build up to her betrayal.
But then, who was it?
If they went to the trouble writing the magazine, they must not have liked what was written on it.
Someone who wouldn't have liked it.
I got it! It had to be Toko, right? Who else would want to hide the magazine other than the person whose name was written on it?
Is he right, Toko? Did you really go to the rec room?
Why would I have... Wait! But more important, that doesn't even matter! We already know who did it, right? Hero just admitted it!
That's right. I killed her.
No, you didn't.
Who asked you?
I don't doubt Hiro attacked Sakura with the bottle. But that's not where this case ends.
What do you mean?
What he means is that Hiro isn't the killer.
You can't be serious! That's just... I don't believe it!
Hiro, tell us what happened one more time. If we go through it once more, it should become clear he's not Sakura's killer.
So, what do you want me to do?
Just tell us what happened one more time when you attacked Sakura.
I don't really see why, but okay.
Haven't reached the end of the case just yet. Hiro isn't the real killer.
I didn't want to, but I did it. I grabbed a Monokuma bottle from the shelf nearby.
Seated in a chair, slumping forward. Toko is, for the most part, kind of a... She's largely just the tsundere character stereotype with a little bit of, like, her particular kink sprinkled around the edge. Her whole Jekyll Hyde shtick helps a little. But I actually find Genocide Jill to be more interesting. She does still have the, like, crazed killer vibe to her, but her little blurbs tend to show a little bit more personality than just the you know, I like you but I hate you vibe that she gives Makoto, and the kind of desperate I want you to rule me thing that she's got with Byakuya. With Toko, she's defined largely with how she pursues a relationship, and with Genocider, she has much of a her to her, you know? So we don't know how the blood vomit went, and we don't know where the when she got to the chair.
And I hit Ogre from behind before she could do anything.
You hit her from behind. And you only hit her once. Is that right?
Yeah, just once.
What? Oh. Kyoko's examination is the 2 blows.
Shoot! I didn't want to, but I did it. I grabbed a Monokuma bottle from the shelf nearby, and I hit Ogre from behind before she could do anything.
You hit her from behind. And you only hit her once. Is that right?
Yeah, just once.
No, it's wrong.
We got some more health back. We've burned ourselves pretty bad so far.
That doesn't explain why she had 2 head wounds.
Huh? 2?
That's right. She had 2 separate wounds on her head.
And remember, this girl examines dead bodies as a hobby. Personally, I'm inclined to believe her.
Yeah, and you really have to give Sakura the credit for the commitment to her whole lifestyle. Like the whole deal. Like still goes through the effort to wear the her school uniform, but also to continue the commitment to being absolutely ripped. It would not be out of place to see her acting like Lieutenant Armstrong from Full Metal Alchemist. Lots of extraneous posing.
But I only hit her once. How could she have 2 wounds?
2 wounds means she was struck twice. What's more, both attacks must have come from a Monokuma bottle.
Hold on. How can you know that just from some cuts on her head? She was attacked twice with 2 Monokuma bottles?
It's not just because of her head wounds. It's also because of the Monokuma bottles themselves. There's something very suspicious about those bottles. Once you understand that point, you'll understand why... Think back. After the incident, there were 4 Monokuma bottles left on the shelf, right? And we found pieces of a bottle on the ground, along with the chess piece it had inside.
Ah, okay. So what probably happened is that the second bottle was smashed. And the person removed one of the chess pieces and the top and bottom fragments, but left all of the smaller pieces. Which is why it looks like you have 1 bottle worth, because of the piece and the top and bottom. But you actually have most of 2, with just the piece and the other bits removed. And whoever bashed him with the second is hid those other bits.
That was the bottle Hiro hit Sakura with, right?
For now, just note that there were 4 intact bottles and 1 broken bottle. But originally, there were 6 bottles in total, meaning 1 has gone missing.
But how can you know for sure there were 6 bottles?
That's easy. If you look at what the bottles all had in common, it should become clear.
Alright, let's see. Oh, chess piece, okay. Dang it.
Now I understand. That's it. The chess pieces. Inside each bottle, there was a Monokuma figure holding a different chess piece.
King, rook, bishop, pawn. I definitely remember seeing each of those.
And the piece that was inside the broken bottle we found was the knight, if I remember.
So, what's that matter?
I guess you don't know too much about chess, do you? Then let me explain. In chess, there are 6 different pieces. The king,
At least we didn't have
the
to account
queen,
for shogi
the rook,
pieces.
knight, bishop, and pawn. What was left intact at the crime scene were the king, rook, bishop, and pawn. Just those 4. And on the ground was the knight.
Oh, so the queen is missing.
So we only have evidence for 5 bottles at the scene, while one apparently went missing.
What does chess have to do with anything?
Yeah, shogi is way better.
Speaking of shogi,
Yeah. Wait, no, that's not what I mean. So, let's say a bottle did go missing. There's still no evidence that has anything to do with this case. That bottle could have disappeared any time before the murder.
No. It's clear that the missing bottle is connected to this case.
How is it clear?
Think about what state the missing bottle must have been in. Maybe then you'll understand.
I got it! The bottle must have been broken.
What makes you so sure?
hello. Come on now. Come on. There you go. Ember has returned for some pets.
Because there was evidence at the scene that supports it.
Huh?
That's right. We found evidence that shows there was more than just one broken bottle at the scene.
And what is this evidence?
It's a single broken bottle, and the evidence that proves that is...
I got it! Earlier, Kyoko and I did a little experiment. We compared the weight of the broken bottle pieces at the scene to one of the unbroken bottles.
You can't really see it, but she is, despite being the second oldest currently, she is the smallest. Sherbet's a little bigger than her. Mason is noticeably bigger than her. Mason looks like he's going to keep getting bigger. His ribs are still noticeably large for his body frame, and he's still got a lot of gangle to his legs and paws. Sammy is not only a little larger, but definitely thicker than Ember. She's got the classic tuxedo kind of brick build. But Ember is teeny tiny.
And what we found was that the collection of pieces was heavier. And the reason for that is... there was actually more than one bottle's worth of shattered glass.
So now we have Hiro in the room, and now a good indication of Toko in the room. So we got to hear Toko's story.
So from this, we can surmise that 2 bottles were actually broken at the scene of the crime. But someone did their best to clean up the pieces of one of the bottles. But when they did, they must have left behind a few too many pieces.
Quit it. Ember was amongst some of my cats that got sick recently. She has since recovered, thankfully. Ember and Mason were the 2 most recent. Both of them recovered. But Ember came out of quarantine a little more aggressive, and she's much more prone to chewing things.
Which is only natural. They certainly had no way to measure the exact right number of pieces to remove.
But why would they have to try and get rid of it like that anyway?
Because of what it would reveal about the case.
Second missing Monokuma bottle is involved in the case.
I got it!
Some bowling
The bottle
aficionados.
that was removed from the scene was used the second time Sakura was attacked.
Yeah, sadly, 2 of them did not actually make it. And we were really worried with Ember, since she did get... she did run a fever like the prior 2 did. But she came out okay, and Mason's sickness seemed to be unrelated. He just seemed to have kind of like a kitty cold.
The second wound on Sakura's head came from that second bottle. Given all the evidence, this is the only possible conclusion.
The killer wanted to make it look like there was only one attack, so they had to get rid of their evidence.
From there, we can conclude that it wasn't Hiro who delivered that second blow. Wouldn't you agree, Toko?
Toko's panic pose with her little S-curve with her super long braids.
And there's the matter of the magazine. You must have been in the rec room when the incident took place.
Wait! I admit, maybe there was a second attack, but there's no evidence I had anything to do with it.
No way! You killed her! I'm sure of it!
Shut up! Until 2 seconds ago, you were claiming you killed her!
I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong. That's just the kind of guy I am. Plus, I just remembered something that proves it.
Okay, fine. Let's hear it.
It was right after I got Ogre's note. I was kind of nervous about it, so I went to the rec room early. You know, to stake it out or whatever. So I was waiting there, and that's when I saw her. I saw Toko go into the rec room.
You
Pretty
did.
soon, Ogre showed up, and she went into the rec room. I assumed Toko was still in there, so I figured everything would be okay.
Oh, Toko hid in the locker. The locker has 2 handprints on it.
But when I got inside,
In it.
Ogre was all alone. Toko had disappeared.
Hiro really is our everyman character. It's something that throws Makoto into stark contrast. Makoto is the viewer insert character. He is your classic shonen protagonist that's supposed to be the character that you can kind of associate with and take the place of. But Hiro, being so, like, normal person ultimately, like, Hiro is believable as a human being, you know? He's surrounded by superhumans for the most part, but Hiro, despite being nominally amongst them, acts like a normal dude and is the one that acts panicked and, stumbles over stuff, acts like a moron. So him being anywhere near Makoto makes Makoto feel less of an everyman, less of the character that you can take the place of. Oh, hey there, Raydate. We are in the midst of Case 4's trial, the death of Sakura. Welcome, welcome.
And you just now decided to share that with us?
You just now decided to share this? Who are you complaining about right now? You are looking across talking to Hiro.
After the shock of thinking I'd killed someone, I forgot all about it.
Could someone tighten the screws on his brain? I think they've come loose.
So, Toko, where the heck did you disappear to?
You don't know what you're talking about. I never went in the rec room.
I'm sure she didn't disappear, but maybe she found somewhere to hide.
Hiding in the rec room? Don't be ridiculous. Why are you all ganging up on me? You're all nothing but vermin.
It's sequences like this where Toko, not Genocide Jill, seems more like a person. When she's lusting after Byakuya or being all tsundere with Makoto, she loses a lot of that character. A new element has been added to the bullet time battles. Really? Shocking. Going to have to pay a little extra attention. I have to choose the proper truth bullet. I have the same problem, Spooky. That's why I pronounce it a little slow. The second syllable is tricky for me, flowing off the first. Ray Day, I really want it to be Byakuya. But I feel like that might not be the case. She probably did, Casemate. She probably did. Her methods of, like, retaliation when she feels pressured are generally to claim that people think that she is somehow, like, dirty, or to claim that other people are. Oh, by the way, you're about halfway through the game now. Go you! Nice. Oh, dear, dear, dear.
It's a lie! I admit nothing. I hate you. I curse you. No, no, no! That's enough! I admit nothing. I curse you. I curse you. It's a lie! That's enough! That's enough!
Aw, come on.
Lie! I admit nothing. I hate you. I curse you. That's enough!
Oh, no. Ah. Fat fingering everything.
No, no, no! That's enough! That's enough!
This should prove it.
There. When did I start playing this?
Did you know someone left a handprint behind on the inside of the locker?
Couple or a few weeks ago? Like the third or fourth week that we've been playing it, I think.
They must have been hiding in there and put their
We
hand on the
generally
wall
were
without
playing
thinking.
it every once a week. Past couple have been twice a week now. Speeding up.
Does this handprint look familiar, Toko?
No, it doesn't.
Okay then, let's just compare it to your hand, shall we? That'll clear everything up.
2 weeks ago.
Right?
Okay. That makes sense. My perception of time is usually skewed wildly.
Stop wasting my time. Just tell us the truth.
Okay, it's my handprint.
Dang, she just straight up admitted it.
Then you killed Sakura!
No, I swear, there's no way!
Out with it.
I probably did kill her.
There's no way! Then tell us. Okay, I did it.
Straight up again.
As far as our schedule goes, right now, Friday and Saturday are generally our Danganronpa days.
Wait, what do you mean probably?
Give us the details, Toko. What happened between you and Sakura?
Talk. Now.
After I read Sakura's note, I decided to go there early, so I went into the rec room. I didn't know what she might do if I didn't go, but I was too scared to face her head on. So I figured I'd just sneak in first and hide in the locker.
Then, did you see what happened? Did you see me hit her?
Yes, and I saw you write my name. I saw you forge her dying message.
Well, that's awkward.
So after you left, I jumped out of the locker and put the magazine back on the shelf.
But when you did, you put it back upside down.
I didn't mean to. I was in a hurry.
Imbeciles, all of you.
I think she's got a different relationship to Byakuya. It's not just that sort of like super fan. It goes in a different direction. I would say that, if anything, it's the far end of simp, you know?
Forget all that. Why did you attack Sakura?
I would say it's closer to stalker.
After I put the magazine back, I heard a sound behind me like a monster growling. And when I turned around,
Ember is being clingy.
there was Sakura, covered in blood and staring right at me. When I saw all that blood, I fainted. Right there in front of the magazines. I don't remember what happened after that. If you want to know more, you'll have to ask her.
Ah, Jill. You mean?
Guess who's back?
It was your fault after all!
One second. I think it's Rush, but... Launch. That's who I've been thinking of. There is a character in the original Dragon Ball named Launch, who is a Jekyll Hyde character like Toko, where there is some sort of trigger condition where they go from personality A to violent and dangerous personality B. Same trigger as well, the sneeze.
My fault, Master's fault. When our faults combine, they soar to even greater heights.
Just answer the question. Did you kill Sakura?
Well, to be honest, Miss Morose and me don't actually share our memories. So I can't really say what was going on. But I was just minding my own business, sleeping peacefully when someone shook me awake. Was it a prince paying me a visit? I wondered. So I opened my eyes to see... splatter everywhere! I was not prepared for that. And, well, I guess it took me by surprise. I got so startled, I smacked her with the first thing I could find, which I guess was a bottle. Sakura was just worried about you, and you're terrible! No, she's terrible! Thanks to her, I murdered someone who wasn't an adorable boy for the first time ever!
This is what she's upset about, not the murder part, but the wrong MO part.
And when it was all over, you collected the pieces of the bottle to get rid of the evidence, didn't you?
I wasn't about to die for some woman! If I'm gonna go down, I want it to be for killing Master!
Just go away and die your meaningless death alone. Don't drag me into it.
But I just can't catch a break, you know? Fate's got it out for me. Because normally, Sakura should have been able to dodge my attack, no problem.
Even as strong as she is, she must have still been reeling from Hiro's attack.
Hey, come on. That's, you know. But anyway, I'm not the one that killed Ogre. So that's good.
So that's good? Keep talking like that, and Hina's gonna...
That's that. Let's start the vote.
For sure you'd have some words for Hiro on that one.
Come on, everyone. We're ready to vote, right? Let's do this.
No, not quite yet.
Huh? Not yet? Why not yet?
Don't you think there was something odd about Toko's story? I mean, you had to have noticed.
Odd. Huh?
Hiro's attack, and then Toko's, but that still wasn't the end of it.
We don't know why she spit up blood yet.
Tell us your story one more time. Tell us what happened after you fainted.
Oh no, you gotta remember, Genocide Jill has a very long case record of horribly murdering pretty young boys. Like, that's her target, and she, like, crucifies them with scissors. Which is why she hounds Byakuya. And also why she had no interest in Hiro, Hifumi. She doesn't consider Makoto to be cute. I think it's like she says, if she's going to kill somebody in this group, it's going to be Byakuya. She's very upfront about it.
Then even this gaggle of idiots should understand what I'm talking about.
You wish it might come
Gaggle.
back, darling.
Not over yet. The one who killed Sakura is... examination, the body, and the yellow powder.
I was just sleeping peacefully. And all of a sudden, Sakura was right there in front of me. I remember waking up right in front of the magazine shelf.
You were taken by surprise when you saw Ogre covered in blood. So you smashed her head in with the Monokuma bottle?
You got it! I smashed her good!
And where did the attack take place?
Right where I woke up. I killed her there in front of the shelf.
No,
Not in front of the shelf. Remember, she's dead in the chair at the end.
we found Sakura sitting upright in a chair. If the blow by the shelf was the cause of death, there's no explanation why she was in that chair.
Let's see. I generally read a lot of light novels. Lately, as far as consuming anime content. It's easier for me to get in some reading of a light novel or a manga. Though I still tend to prefer the light novel as far as easy reading and ease of obtaining it. My favorites right now are Overlord and Saga of Tanya the Evil. The anime of Tanya, I don't know if it's that they didn't pick it back up or what, but it went from anime to like a movie, and then I heard nothing more of it. I believe the Overlord anime is continuing, and I do like the light novel still. Overlord I like because it is a lit RPG isekai where the fact that he has been isekai'd matters. His knowledge of the prior system and how things work and what the tools he has are actually relevant to what happens. But additionally, the thing that I think is really cool about Overlord is the fact that they're exploring the mind of NPCs that have been incarnated. The guardians of the tomb and whatnot. How they were scripted NPCs who were given an existence that matches their character backstories. On top of the fact that they are exploring how the main character, having been incarnated as like a greater lich, like an undead, is having his personality altered by the behaviors that an undead should have. They should not have intense emotions. So when he runs into that, something quells his emotions to line it up with how he should be acting. Those two little bits, I think, are what really make that series for me. Otherwise, it's got a lot of the trappings of normal isekai. The we are very powerful and we're going to power trip around the place kind of stuff. Let's see. Other ones, though. Those are the two that leap to mind right now. I do keep up with One Piece, but at this point, I think it's more because of momentum. Not because it's like I'm just a super fan of the series, but I started reading it and I'm in too deep. I need to see it to the end. I can't watch One Piece. Not because the anime is terribly done. It's actually really well done. But because it's too much of an investment of time to get caught up to where I am with the manga. I just cannot. Those are the ones that spring to mind right now. But I am also a fan of what I refer to as despair anime. Well done, despair anime. Where the whole gimmick is that things are not going to go well. I had a conversation with Tacitus recently, one of the regulars in the channel, about One Piece, and I would say One Piece feels like it's more than 50% filler. Like, the art is good. I don't mind that, but there are protracted periods where nothing is really happening. Yeah. Anybody that would be looking at One Piece like starting from zero, I would not advise it. It's, like I said, the art is good. There are some excellent moments. There's a YouTube series that somebody does where, like, what are the best panels in One Piece? And there are some excellent scenes, excellent moments in One Piece. But there might be like 50 episodes between them. Like I said, there's some great moments, but I would not consider it worth it to find them if you were starting from zero right now. You might like it, but I don't know that it's worth it aiming for the like 900 some plus episodes they have right now. Though supposedly we are on like the second to last or the last story arcs as of right now. Like, it's gonna end. Gonna breach 1,000 before it ends, but it's gonna end. The blow by the shelf was the cause of death. There's no explanation for why she was in that chair.
You finally noticed.
Just another lie from a bloodthirsty serial killer.
Are you sure you didn't attack her while she was sitting in the chair?
No, I'm sure she's telling the truth. Anyone who saw the murder scene should think the same way.
There's blood in front of it.
I got it! Sakura was definitely attacked in front of the shelf. The blood stain by the magazines is proof of that.
Then she must have moved the body after she killed her, right?
Detective Conan is one that has some good moments, but I think it is also burdened by trying to be as kid-friendly as it is. It shows some of its age in that way.
All to make it look like I did it. Because when I hit her, she was sitting in the chair.
Hey, come on now, look at me. I can't carry anything heavier than my own scissors. There's no way I could move a muscle-bound heavyweight like that.
And I don't disagree with that, Casemate. The idea that the major arcs have that same flow. I would say that there's some classic element to that. The kind of clash, fall back, and clash again that you get out of some martial arts films. But like I said, there's also huge periods of time in those major arcs where it's like, and now we have what amounts to a chase sequence, some silly things in some irrelevant battles. Not just like lesser battles, but ones that are just, they're there so that the other characters can be involved.
Then what's the deal?
Well, are you still convinced the case has come to an end?
But
Plus, the biggest mystery of all, the locked room, still has yet to be explained. Until we take care of that, we can't say this case has been properly settled.
oh, that part's easy. After she killed Sakura, Toko just hid in the locker again.
Oh, so she just hid in there till everyone showed up and opened the door? And while everything was all confused and hectic, she just snuck out of the locker into the group.
No, I don't think that's possible.
Do they have that? I thought the locker was open. We have a scene that showed it. Yeah, the locker was open at the time they came in. Like upon looking in the room, they could see it open.
I got it!
Because I was in the locker all
Even before
along.
we opened the door to the rec room, Hina and I both got to look inside. And at that point, the locker was already open. So obviously, Toko couldn't have been hiding in there.
Okay then, where was she hiding?
Yeah, I like One Piece because I'm committed, not because like I said, I wouldn't start it now. I started it way back. Yeah, definitely recommend Overlord and Saga. Saga of Tanya the Evil. I mentioned this during the debut stream. I like that one because it's an alternate history that is fleshed out a little bit. The Temeraire series is similar, but as far as like light novels, it's Saga combines a isekai where their prior knowledge matters, and is not just used for gags, with an alternate history where the changes matter. Kind of a World War I into World War II era where you have the concept of mages, which are essentially individuals that, given the proper equipment, you can't just fly on your own. You need tools that let you essentially do rapid fire incantations and the like, that are able to do things like fly, deflect artillery shells, and attack with high power at great range. They're effectively highly mobile aerial artillery pieces. Incredibly potent. They get, and it shows how they get used for scouting, strike operations, how they change how planes and bombers get used. So, neat aspects in that. There is also the motivations of the main character and how the people of the nation that they grew up in the Second World, react to those motivations and the ploys that they try to use to get what they want, are often hilarious because they tend to backfire wildly. And not in a like, oh, you're hated by these people, but in a, they end up doing the exact opposite because they think that's what you really want and they can't deny you because of your passion, you know? But yeah, good times. Both of those good times. And they're still going, light novel-wise. I think both of them are still going manga-wise, but Saga, I think, doesn't have an anime any longer.
I don't know. What's this whole locked room thing about anyway?
I think that's one of the interesting things about Saga, though, Casemate, is the fact that they do change technology. The presence of the mage, as far as how that works, would have a significant impact on how people view how technology would progress as far as warfare. Like, there are things that you wouldn't consider developing because of the presence of them. I can't deny that, like the mushing of World War I and II together. It gets harder to understand what's happening at that point. Because when it starts out, it's very much like, this is lined up with World War I. And then they start to drift pretty hard.
How do you not know? You killed her!
I think the fact that I don't know proves I didn't kill her. Thank you very much. You're lying.
No, she's not. I've been saying all along, there's still more to this case.
It's actually something that I'd like to see out of games like Civilization and the like. Things like, if you build this technology before that technology, it would change how you might view future tech. Like if you actually get steam engines working at a different period or similar. I can't speak to the engineering side to it. It may be that having a lot of extra detail in that field would make some of the things more irksome. I just like it when they follow through on alternate history and don't just say, like, it's exactly the same, except we added this, you know?
But if Genocide Jill didn't do it, that means Ogre didn't die from the shot to the head.
And
Well, I can't imagine what else could have killed her.
that's because you're overlooking vital information.
What do we got?
What was it that killed Ogre? What was it?
There's no other possible cause. What killed Sakura? I can't think of anything other than the shot to her head. So you're dead set on blaming me, huh?
Can't think of anything. Hero Academia has some good moments. It has a lot of downtime too. I'm at the point where I kind of want to see the ending, but it's another one that if I had to start and get there, there are a lot of plot points that are like, eh. I do like where it is currently, like right now where Hero Academia is. At some point, the victim suffered from a violent vomiting of blood. Okay, so Monokuma File 4 when the I can't think of anything.
What was it that killed Ogre? If it wasn't from Genocide Jill's attack, then what was it?
There's no other possible cause. What killed Sakura? I can't think of anything other than the shot to...
No, that's wrong. According to the Monokuma file, Sakura had vomited blood.
The world of Hero Academia is another one of those ones where there's an opportunity to really explore some of those concepts. Like, if everybody has special powers and some of them are really, really useful, how would that impact some day-to-day life? You know, like, if you can lift ridiculous weights, then how useful might you be at a construction site? Kind of stuff. Like they have one of the people, it's like the super gigantic, the lady that can turn gigantic. Like, if she is proportionally strong, could she like pick stuff up and like move it up buildings for them instead of having to use a crane? Those are just physical examples of the kind of things, but it is the X-Men world without the premise that people are going to try to stop them despite how pervasive they are, you know? We are touching upon it, Ray Day. We were discussing various anime and whatnot.
I think we can assume there's a chance this was related to her cause of death. In fact, there was even a trace of blood left around her mouth.
Well, I mean, maybe when she got hit with the bottles, she cut the inside of her mouth.
If that's all it was, the file wouldn't have specified vomited blood. Not to mention, I didn't find any cuts inside her mouth.
Which character is that, Ray Day? Chaco? I haven't really watched the anime. I've read the manga. This is truth, case mate. That is true in almost every superhero world. It's like, but what about Gun? Like, you cannot tell me that Batman has not been shot with something larger than small arms.
You eat a chicken there? God, you really are
Ah, okay.
No, I'm not into dead bodies. What I'm into is solving mysteries.
But if there wasn't a cut or anything, then what made her vomit blood?
Some sort of reaction within her body. Most likely, Sakura was poisoned.
Poisoned?
That's right. This is the conclusion I've arrived at, and so there can be no mistake.
It's a kind of scenario where you want it to be wrong. Like, it would be better if it was wrong just so he could be wrong. Like, very obviously wrong. He has declared that it is absolute truth, that he's correct, and then to prove it wrong. That would be great.
You're making me go all weak in the knees!
Well, thank you for joining us, Okami. I post my schedule to Twitter, and then I try to remember to post it to other locations as well. Yeah, it's a big hole in superhero worlds of pretty much every stretch that that you can't have high-powered weaponry, even like with some of the cases, even low-powered weaponry or firearms with any proliferation whatsoever, or else every one of those heroes, especially the really public ones, would get torn apart. We do try to keep it, friendly here. Very casual.
She was poisoned? It isn't possible!
If you do want to interact outside of the streams, there is a link to the Discord in the video descriptions on YouTube. Only thing we require is that you kind of identify yourself from the platform, so in case you have a different handle. Some of the major ones, Marvel and DC, though, I don't like because they are bad about being consistent about how they describe power sets.
Is it really so hard to believe? Then let me explain exactly how the culprit was able to poison her.
The, like, Iron Man should not be bulletproof. You know, Captain America should not be bulletproof. The Hulk can be bulletproof, but the Hulk has other problems as far as power scaling. Heck, they show the existence of another sniper character later in the My Hero Academia world that is terrifying in what they would be capable of because of, you know, gun. But some superhero worlds try to get away with conceits like, oh, they can take gunshots and whatnot because they have infinite regeneration. And it's, if you've got infinite rapid regeneration, then we have no, there's no threat, you know? It's the Superman problem. Where, you're functionally invincible unless exposed to a MacGuffin that is simultaneously super prevalent, but also easily defeated, like painfully easily defeated. It's more interesting personally. That's the thing, though, Casemate. Proof against most guns, but how? It's Captain America's shield. It's like, oh, it's made out of unobtainium, you know? This invincible material that defies physics. Like, how does the armor stop stuff? You know, movie magic. They are the conceit of the powers. Things like Wolverine's adamantium skeleton. It's now there are storylines where they actually play into that stuff, where they actually show that the characters aren't invincible, and it's how they use their gimmick. You know, showing that Captain America knows how to use the shield to protect himself. Or that Iron Man is doing things to make it so he's not just taking bullet shots head on, you know? I have seen them do that kind of thing very well. But we've also seen things like the X-Men movies. Where they don't do it very well.
You can explain it?
Of course, if you don't mind.
Everyone quiet! Shut up and listen to Master!
But you're the only one talking.
The key to unlocking this mystery was hiding in the chem lab up on the 4th floor.
Huh? Not in the rec room? And I could have found it all along.
You never would have, since you gave up on the search the moment you were barred from the crime scene.
Well, yeah, good point.
There's a big shelving unit in the chem lab that houses a variety of mixtures and chemicals. And that's where I found this.
Is that the poison?
It's not an especially powerful poison, but it'll still kill you if you drink an entire bottle. But the specific properties don't matter. What does matter is where I found it.
Where'd you find it?
The shelf is divided up into 3 sections, A, B, and C. In Section A, dietary supplements. In B, reagents. And in C, a variety of lethal chemicals.
And that's where the poison came from? Section C?
Well, that's the question, isn't it?
I got it! The poison was actually in Section A, wasn't it?
Huh? But you just said that Section A was for supplements or whatever.
Strange, isn't it? Why would there be a bottle of poison mixed in with all those nutritional additives?
Yeah, so? Why?
Because the culprits switched it out. That's why.
What do you mean?
I mean, this.
Couldn't believe my eyes. Byakuya put the bottle of poison to his lips and... I liked it the most when Celeste dropped her fake accent.
Master!
We were so shocked at what we were seeing, all we could do was stand there and watch. But as if it were almost the most natural thing in the world, Byakuya was as calm as ever.
That tastes awful.
Oh no! Master's in real trouble! You have to drink some water! You can't just swallow powder! It'll stick to your throat!
Idiot! He just swallowed poison! We need to make him spit it out!
The flavor certainly makes me want to spit it out. What's so high quality about this stuff?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the protein, of course.
Protein? Can I see that bottle for a second?
Sure. Do whatever you like.
Bottle from Byakuya and scraped out a bit of the contents with one finger. Touched a finger to her tongue.
It's protein powder.
Correct.
Huh?
That wasn't poison in the bottle, but harmless protein powder. Which makes one wonder, the poison that should have been in that bottle, where did it go?
Protein. Oh, it's got an E, it's got an R and ends in a K. We know the first part is protein. And I continue to contend that this is a feature and not an exploit. Well, we were glad to have you, Spooky. We stream several times a week. Every day but Wednesdays and Sundays. Like I said, it's not a certainty that I don't stream those days, but there is never a plan for those days. So if it happens, it's a bonus. We normally stream 4 to 7 US Central, but you know, this is happening right now, so there is variability. Oh wow. There you go. Oh, come on. Reboot that camera. Man. We almost had a triple cat there, but the camera conked out. I need to figure out why the desk cameras are misbehaving. I think the camera's active, just the feed is inactive. Oh, that's pretty cool, Gaze Mate. That is a neat idea. See, that one's working. I mean, mostly. Still off-center. Some point I'm going to get those mounted properly so I don't have to worry about them being cat attacked. Anyhow. Oak. Well, gonna have to fiddle with those a little bit more because that one's feed is dying too. I am very happy that I haven't become allergic to cats. Yeah, the camera that's right above Sherbet right now, they have a habit of grabbing and sometimes causing it to pivot. It's part of why I want to get it situated higher up. Same with the one that aims across the desk right now, but I need to wrangle the power supply, you know? Okay, but protein... Could it be protein break? Because it can't be shake. Shake would make sense. But... drink. Protein drink.
Now I
Yeah.
understand.
Drink.
The poison must have been poured into the protein can. If the protein's in the poison bottle, it seems only logical to assume the reverse is true, right?
Absolutely. The contents of each container were switched. So the protein was in the bottle of poison, and the poison was in the protein can. Once you accept that, it becomes obvious how the culprit was able to get Sakura to drink the poison.
Holy crap!
All they had to do was hand her something there at the scene, and she was happy to drink the poison herself.
Ooh.
I got it! You're saying they gave her a protein drink, right?
A protein drink which actually contained a deadly poison.
What?
That's all it took to kill Sakura. That is the true cause of death.
You know, I do remember Ogre saying that protein stuff was good for all kinds of aches and pains. So maybe she took it to try and help with the whole bleeding head wound thing.
It'll cure what ails you.
But what was offered to her instead was a bottle full of poison. And I already know exactly who swapped the mixtures.
For real? Who was it?
Evidence revealing who replaced the two materials was left in the chem lab for anyone to see.
The footprints.
I got it! The footprints left behind in front of the shelf. That's the evidence you're talking about, isn't it?
I visited the chem lab this morning, and there were definitely no footprints there at that point. They must have appeared around the time of the murder, which leaves no doubt that they're connected. What's more, the footprints were in front of Section A, where I found the bottle meant for the poison. The culprit must have gone to Section A to swap the poison and protein, leaving their footprints behind.
So when they did the initial swap, is it that they dropped one of the poison bottles that was dropped there, or is it the one that they swapped the protein into that is dropped there?
And given how clear the prints were, figuring out who they belong to will pose no problem. All we have to do is check everyone's footprints right now. Then we'll see who...
It was me.
Shocking
The
twist.
footprints. They're mine.
Hina?
If you're all gonna find out anyway, I'd rather you hear it straight from me, you know?
Then Ogre's killer was...
Yep. I did it. I killed Sakura.
Just as I suspected. The footprints were made by a pair of sneakers. There was no mistaking it.
At least Byakuya feels like a much more active participant this time. It's not, I know the answer, but why don't you tell us?
And the only people here who wear sneakers are...
I got it!
Oh, that's why he called out
Maybe we are
Makoto.
the only ones. Oh, so Byakuya.
Yeah, that explains why you. Are those yours?
If the footprints didn't belong to Makoto, that left only one other possibility.
Just Nina.
Plus, Hina's been acting strange ever since the trial began. You were in an awful rush to get to the vote, weren't you? This whole time, you've been focused on pinning the crime on someone else, haven't you?
I can't believe it.
What about it can't you believe?
Well, it's just... the two of them were so close.
That's likely exactly why it turned out this way. Because they were so close, Sakura didn't think twice about it when Hina handed her the concoction. Hina used that trust to kill her. She deceived the victim, and she tried to deceive all of us.
Pretty much, Spooky. It is. This one is a little better because he is presenting the whole, like, the protein shake replacement theory. Like, he is pushing that whole thing, but it doesn't have the feel of him entirely doing the, I'm not going to tell everybody, you have to tell them.
I have to say,
So that might just be because I wasn't getting things wrong.
This was a particularly nasty little scheme.
Is it true? Did you really kill Sakura? And if you did, why? Why would you do that?
I found her. There in the rec room. She was hurt. She asked me to bring her that protein drink. But when I went to get the powder from the chem lab, it just occurred to me all of a sudden.
Now's my chance to kill her. That's what you thought, right? That's when you switched out the protein powder, and that's when you gave her the poisoned mixture.
And then she downed it all at once. And then...
Hold it! I'm not convinced.
You're not about to claim she wouldn't kill a close friend, are you? You still don't get it, do you? The game we're playing here isn't so kind. Honeyed words like friendship don't matter here. What matters is outwitting the opponent, defeating them. Not a person alive would sacrifice themselves for another. In the end, we're all in it for ourselves. Just like how this girl sacrificed Sakura to save herself.
You say that, but I'm still not convinced.
How many times do you plan to repeat yourself?
Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying it because of some misguided sentimentalism, but there's still that one unsolved mystery, and I'm not convinced.
Are you talking about the locked room problem?
Hina, if you really are the killer, explain it. How did you create that locked room?
Sudden extra twist.
Well... that doesn't matter. Just because I'm guilty, that means I have to tell you everything?
No, it doesn't. But the fact that you won't tell us concerns me.
Maybe neither of them did.
Surely you're not... Do you honestly think Hina didn't actually kill her?
And if I do?
Impossible. She switched out the mixtures. She's the culprit. There's no way you can doubt this.
Are you sure about that? Even ignoring the fact that I don't want to believe it, it just doesn't fit.
What doesn't fit?
I mean, why would someone leave such a clear clue like a footprint? It's too obvious, too easy.
He's right. It makes it look like you wanted people to suspect you.
that was... I was just... nervous. So, I didn't notice I'd left a footprint.
You didn't notice?
Yeah, that's just how it was. Well, what can I do?
All right, Ogami.
Listen, Hina. Could you go into a bit more detail? Tell us more about when you switched the poison and the protein.
How come? That doesn't matter.
Hina, please, I'd like to know too.
I tried playing the new Pokemon recently, and it's a good one. I do like the new Pokemon, but I'm not playing the new Pokemon because I discovered that, especially with the Switch, the carpal tunnel flares up hardcore, and I like to be able to go about the day without having my hands in claw mode. It's similar like when I'm playing Judgment, but gamepads do it slower. I might be able to play it a little bit more if I used the gamepad replacements for the Switch, but it's down to the point where like 1 day of gamepad use a week is kind of where my limit is.
Fine.
Waste your time if you like. It's clear that Hina is the culprit. There's nobody else to suspect. Nobody else could have
Arceus.
possibly done it.
I'm told that one was good.
Go ahead, Hina. Start from the moment you arrived at the chem lab.
Well, right away I went to Section C and got the poison.
And is that when you spilled the powder in front of that part of the shelf?
Yeah. When I opened the bottle, I dropped it like an idiot.
I see. Okay then, go on.
So then I moved to Section A and got the protein powder, and that's where I switched them. Once I was done with that, I took the protein can that had the poison in it and left the room. But I accidentally put the bottle filled with protein powder back on the wrong shelf. And because of that, everything I did got found out. And that's it.
That story you just told. First you went to Section C to get the poison, then moved to Section A to get the protein, right? Meaning you went from Section C to Section A. Do I have that correct?
Yeah.
It's the footprints lead directly to Section A. It's at an angle, so from the door to Section A and then back. So they would have had to loop way around to do it. She can't have gone directly between.
Can you repeat that series of events one more time?
What's wrong with you, Big Mac? You're being awfully pushy.
Big Mac.
It's the same thing no matter how many times you hear it. How long until you're satisfied?
Long. Till we figure it out. Till I uncover the full truth of this case.
First I went to Section C. That's when I grabbed the poison.
And you spilled some of the powder on the ground in front of the shelf.
Yeah. When I grabbed the bottle, I dropped it.
Okay, and then?
I moved from Section C to Section A. And
C to
that's
A.
where I switched the powders. Once I was done switching them,
I think it's
put
the C to
bottle
A
filled
comment.
with the protein powder back in Section A. Then I took the bottle with the poison in it and left the chem lab. That's all there is to
Honestly, that's enough. How much longer must we tolerate this?
I like Byakuya in Chipmunk mode. It is a good look for him.
First I went to Section. That's when I grabbed the poison.
And you spilled some of the powder on the ground.
When I grabbed the bottle, I dropped.
Okay, and then?
I moved from section C.
No, that's wrong. You said you went to get the poison from section C, and that's where you spilled the powder, right?
Yeah? What about it?
And after that, you said you moved from section C to section A to get the protein. But the footprints left at the scene were not moving from section C to section A. That contradicts what you just said.
What?
Then maybe she moved in some weird direction on purpose to disguise her movements?
No, that can't be it. Remember what Hina just said?
Yeah, I was nervous, so I didn't notice.
What the? Hina, what's the meaning of this?
How dare you make it sound like I was wrong?
Well,
He's less angry. He's angry that he could have been wrong, that they have shown that he was incorrect about something because he said it had to have been her because. Not angry that he made a mistake. He's angry that somebody contradicted him.
You lied to us. Plain and simple. If you look at the footprints, your movements in the chem lab are obvious. The powder had already been spilled when you came
I think
in,
I'm right.
and you went straight
It wasn't
to section
Hina
A.
or Byakuya.
So you never went to section C. Whatever you did there, it only involved section A.
well, you see...
Well, I think it might still technically be Aoi.
What the?
Hina.
What the hell? What's going on here?
And the footprints aren't the only problem with her account. Before I explain that part, I'd like to submit some new evidence.
Gotta get extra cozy, Okami.
New evidence? Impossible, there can't be.
Are you sure? After all, you're the one that gave it to me.
I did?
It was hidden inside the bottle of poison you gave me. I'm amazed you, of all people, would miss such a vital clue. A truly grave oversight.
Just say it already! What is it you think you found?
I found this.
Piece of glass.
It had sunk to the bottom of the bottle. And the hidden clue was exposed, thanks to you ingesting the powder.
I mean, I guess he was fantastically lucky when he swallowed the powder that he didn't start to swallow the glass. He was lucky. We were unlucky.
I couldn't have solved the mystery without you. So, thank you for that.
But, what is it?
Oh, you still don't realize? Well then. Makoto, why don't you explain it?
The protein shake was beneath the shards of glass. I'm sorry, the protein shake was the canister was over top of the broken glass from the doorway.
Huh? Me?
Fine. If you really do know, explain the meaning of that shard of glass.
I got it! It's part of the window from the rec room door, right?
The window?
The window we broke to get in was light blue, just like that. So I think that must be it.
You're right. It must be. Of course, that leads to another question. How did a shard of glass from the window get inside this bottle of poison?
What's so strange about that?
What's strange is that, according to what Hina told us,
should have been over by the Sakura. Oh, bottle of poison should have been in the Section A shelf.
The bottle of poison was left on the shelf in the chem lab. That is what you said, right, Hina? And yet, somehow a piece of glass from the rec room window made its way into the bottle.
Everything Hina told us was a lie?
In reality, that bottle of poison most definitely found its way to the rec room. It was there at least until the window got broken. In other words, when the locked room was unlocked. There's no other way to explain the presence of that glass in that bottle.
Ooh. Okay. So the bottle was there, and then somebody pocketed it and took it back to the shelf.
And then, once the room was opened, the bottle somehow got moved back to the
Yeah.
shelf in the chem lab. Meanwhile, the protein can we found at the crime scene was planted there.
Still think I'm right then. Hina and Byakuya, neither of them did it.
That had to be after the locked room was opened. In other words, after Sakura died.
Wait, hold on. You're moving too fast. I'll grant you, the bottle of poison may well have been in the rec room when it was locked, but how can you say the protein can was put there after the room was unlocked? We already know she was given the protein can with the poison inside, right? If that can wasn't there when she died, how did she get poisoned?
You're right. We do need to explain that. But before we do, there's something I'd like to confirm with everyone here.
Huh?
It has to do with the protein can. After Sakura's body was discovered, did anyone move it or trip over it or anything like that?
What are you talking about? Is this some kind of loaded question?
Not at all. Just answer to the best of your ability.
It definitely got moved because the glass from the door broke and landed on the floor. Then they would open it. They open the door after the chair gets moved out of the way. And then when they look later, the protein can is on top of the glass. It would have either been hit by the door, the chair, or one of them coming into the room. Like somebody would have stepped on it, tripped over it, kicked it. So somebody put it there.
Well, no, not that I remember.
Yeah, me either.
Not me.
Same here. Yeah, me either.
Okay then, that settles it. That proves that the protein can found its way to the murder scene after the room was opened.
Oh, come on! How can you say that? How can you know what I don't know?
He's so upset that he's been outwitted.
When it comes to that protein can, there's not a doubt in my mind. Until the locked room was unlocked, it absolutely was not in there.
So you're saying someone planted it there after we got the door open?
No, that's impossible. It had to have been in there the whole time. It had to be. It was in there before the rec room was unlocked.
It was in there before it was unlocked. That can't be true because the bottle was on top of the glass, is what they're saying. It was laid on top of the glass.
Protein can, there's not a doubt until the locked.
It absolutely was not in there.
So you're saying someone planted it there after we got the door?
No, that's it had to have been in there the whole time. It had to be. It was in there before the rec room.
No, that's wrong. remember how there was broken glass scattered all around the room, right?
Of course. It came from the window you broke to get in. What about it?
Well, those pieces weren't just scattered around the protein can. We also found pieces underneath the can.
What?
And this proves it. It shows that the can must have been put down on the floor after the window was broken. So it had to be after we got into the room.
I see. So that's your explanation. Kyoko, earlier when you asked if anyone had moved the can or tripped over it...
If that were the case, that would explain the can being on top of the glass.
So you asked everyone about it to eliminate that possibility right out of the gate.
And that's made everything clear, hasn't it?
It seems like, so Hina's story doesn't line up to doing it. Byakuya is still being implicated because of his reaction to all of this. But a couple of the aspects here is, one, the positioning of the items doesn't line up with Hina. But we also have the indication that there is yellow powder on Sakura's shoes. So, what if Sakura killed herself? What if Sakura took the poison?
As long as it was a locked room, it only contained the bottle of poison, and not the protein can.
Or set it up. Like, she swapped it, kind of thing. Maybe she did it in order to set Hina up to be able to kill her and to get out.
But once the room was opened up, they were
Which would
switched,
explain the locked
and
room,
as a
because then
result,
Sakura could do it herself.
the protein can wound up in the rec room, and the bottle of poison returned to the chem lab.
If that's all true, then why did Sakura drink the poison? I thought we all agreed she was tricked into drinking it because of the protein can.
No, that's not why. The only explanation is she drank it from its original bottle, knowing exactly what it was.
Precisely. She was alone in a locked room. All she had was the poison. What other possibility is there?
You're saying she drank it knowing what it was? Such a ridiculous fiction is...
Exactly what happened.
Then tell us already. Sorry. Please, tell us.
Oh, she broke him. Excellent. He said, please. The sure sign that his will has been crushed.
Before we get to that, we need to clarify one other thing. We need to establish who exactly got the poison from the chem lab and took it to the rec room.
It was Hina, right? She took it and gave it to Ogre.
What do you think, Makoto?
Oh, nope. Ah. Mispressed. There.
I think it was Sakura herself.
Didn't press the key hard enough.
Huh? So Sakura, who was apparently murdered, just poisoned herself? What are you talking about? There's no way!
On the contrary, we know for a fact she went to the chem lab, right to the section full of poisons.
You're lying! Stop lying! Why? Why would you lie like that?
Lies. Already showed me the evidence. It is the powdered sneakers. Oh.
You're a liar! What are you saying? Wrong! You're wrong! I'm telling you, I did it! Stop talking! liar! What are you saying? Wrong! You're wrong! I'm telling you, I did it! Stop talking! You're a liar! Wrong! You're wrong! Do you have any kind of proof?
This should prove it. Hina, did you know that Sakura's foot had a certain yellow powder stuck to it?
It did?
It did.
The
same
whole
yellow powder that had been
protein
spilled by the
poison
shelf in the
swap
chem lab.
was as much a misdirect as anything.
That powder was yellow, wasn't it? So the powder we found on Sakura, what else could it be but the powder from the chem lab?
Wait. So, what was that powder doing on Over's foot?
And it was only on her instep, right?
Sakura must have been standing right there where the powder was spilled. So the person who spilled the powder by the shelf wasn't Hina, but Sakura. And when Sakura dropped the bottle, she dropped it away from where she was actually standing, which is how she was able to avoid getting it all over herself. But the powder still got scattered around, and some of it must have wound up on her instep. Is there any problem?
I'm
with my
playing on
thinking?
keyboard. Like I mentioned, I avoid playing on gamepad whenever possible. Both by preference and because, gamer claw.
But why did Sakura pay a visit to Section C in the first place? The only explanation is that she was looking for poison. After all, that's all that section contained.
No! It was me! The poison! Because I killed her!
No, you didn't kill her.
One that killed Sakura, the connection between Sakura and the poison, the unsolved mystery.
Here's my answer.
Tricky.
The one who killed Sakura
This one is extra good.
was Sakura herself.
Lots of twists and turns.
What? The killer was Sakura?
Wait, so you're saying it was suicide?
I don't believe it. I don't believe it any more than I believe I can fly.
I can't believe it either. Or rather, I don't want to believe it. But when you really think about it, Sakura went and got the poison. She barricaded herself in a room, and she drank it, all so she could end her own life. And that explains why we couldn't solve the mystery of the locked room. I got it! The locked room mystery was
She barred
created
herself
by
inside.
Sakura.
I'm sure she locked herself in so nobody could stop her from doing what she did. She sat there, drank the poison, and breathed her last breath.
Excellent reference, casemate. That poison? Yes!
And the empty bottle of poison rolled around the locked room until we
Anybody
came
has
and
not
opened it.
seen Emperor's New Groove, they definitely should.
At that point, someone grabbed the bottle and snuck it out of the room. And that was you, wasn't it, Hina? You did it to throw off the investigation, didn't you? When we found her body, you stayed right there near the door.
That's why Hina was so desperate to get everyone else accused. Now, it could be just that she didn't want it to... She didn't want it to come out that Sakura killed herself. That is a possibility, but there's also the possibility of just general vengeance. The idea that they had driven Sakura to this, so she wanted to take everybody out for it. Because there would be no blackened here. And if they do not kill the blackened, if they vote the wrong person out, then everybody dies.
Because because you already knew Sakura was dead. And because the bottle of poison had rolled near the doorway.
That's where you picked up the bottle, right? I was too shocked to notice anything, and Kyoko was busy checking the body.
And the more I think about it, the more I realize how unusual your actions were.
I have to go get them. To go get the others.
You said you were going to go get everyone else, but your real intention was to go to the chem lab and switch out the containers, wasn't it? Once you were at the chem lab, you headed straight to the section where the protein powder was kept. There, you took the powder and poured it into the bottle of poison you grabbed from the
It could have been a collaborative thing, yeah.
When you left the lab, all you had was the empty protein can. Thinking about it like that, the footprints make perfect sense.
When you were done, you gathered everyone together. And once you were back in the rec room... While everyone else was focused on Sakura, you quietly placed the can on the ground. Honestly, I should have noticed. You should have been the first one to run up to Sakura's lifeless body. The Hina I know never would have left her side in a situation like that.
So, Sakura committed suicide. In order to hide this fact, Hina undertook a series of actions to undermine the investigation. As long as you could disguise the truth, you didn't care if we blamed you for her death. That's why you didn't bother to get rid of such obvious evidence, right? The footprints in the powder and the bottle of poison? Vital pieces of evidence, and yet...
So you're saying Hina consciously deceived us to make it look like she killed Sakura?
How could somebody mess with a crime scene and the investigation in that way? Who would do such a thing, Byakuya?
Enough, Hina. It's over.
It's not! Nothing's over!
It is. Actually, no. You're right. We have to end this properly.
Set the notes. She shows up early. She hides in the locker. She sees the confrontation. He bops her with the bottle. Then he writes Toko's name. She sees what happens. He books it, sees what happens. She comes out of the locker, hides the magazine. Sorry, it's upside down. Sees it, she gets startled, passes out, changes shape. Bops her with the second one. Hides the stuff. The cartoon runaway. Takes out the poison, drinks the poison. But he finds what happens. She sees the poison. She pockets it. Leaves. Gets the protein shake, puts it down.
Here's exactly what happened.
The storyboard is amazing, and I love how it's
Began when
animated.
Sakura asked a number of people to meet her in the rec room. Specifically, those people were Hiro, Toko, and Byakuya.
Byakuya looks so sinister in this picture, doesn't he?
But one of them headed out a bit earlier than the others, Toko. She got there one step ahead of everyone else and looked around for a good hiding spot.
Okay. This spot's wrong. Is it the other way around? Yeah. It's creeping out of it. And this is her closing herself inside of it.
Here's exactly what happened. But one of them headed out a bit earlier than the others. She got there one step ahead of everyone else and looked around for a good hiding spot. And she found it. She crawled into the locker to get out of sight. Then, from inside the locker, she saw Sakura enter the room.
Look at the art style difference even further. In the comic sequences, they have a much thinner, whippier appearance to the characters. But Sakura still.
Next to arrive was Hiro. When he got there, he mistakenly thought Sakura was going to try to kill him, so he panicked.
Bop.
Without thinking, he grabbed a nearby Monokuma bottle and attacked Sakura with it.
The fact that he makes it think like, oh, I hit her and she just went still. But it's no, she didn't care. She does have some of the Afro Samurai look. It's that sharper kind of heavier shadow kind of style than the others. A lot more angles and the like. But she just takes the hit from the bottle. Doesn't react, just takes the hit right to the head.
Thinking he killed her, he hastily began covering up his crime. He took a magazine from the table and forged a dying message from Sakura. To that end, he wrote down a name. Toko. By writing her name, he was hoping to pin the murder on her. But of course, Toko had witnessed the whole thing. So as soon as the coast was clear, she jumped out of the locker and hid the magazine on the shelf with all the others. But in her rush, she made one little mistake. She put the magazine back upside down.
In this art style, you get more of a robes look from Hiro, and you get a much more timid look of Toko, as far as the way that they're presented.
Soon after, she watched as Sakura slowly opened her eyes. She also saw the blood dripping off Sakura's head and fainted. This caused her personality to switch back over to Genocide Jack. When she woke back up, her second personality also saw the blood-soaked Sakura, and she freaked out. And just like Hiro, she grabbed another Monokuma bottle and attacked her.
Like, Genociders, like, form here has much more of, like, that Revenant look to it.
This explains why there were
Punched
2
over,
wounds on Sakura's head.
shadow cast over the eyes.
Assuming Sakura really was dead this time, she set about disposing of the evidence. She gathered up the broken Monokuma bottle shards and the queen chess piece.
Noom.
And that explains how Sakura was attacked twice with the same type of weapon. But even after those 2 blows, she was still alive. So then, what was Sakura's actual cause of death?
Just... it's a completely different comic. Like, the splatter of blood coming off of her forehead. Compare that to the scene with Hifumi spraying blood all over the room. How cartoony and fluid everything looked. But how, like, stranded and, like, strands and jaggedy it looks when she's involved. It's the inverse of One Punch Man. There are plenty of panels where Saitama is rendered in a completely, like, low-res version of him. This is the opposite, where you have, whereas in One Punch Man you have the dramatic, like, fighting anime manga characters all drawn, really harsh lines and whatnot, lots of shadow. And then you have, Saitama drawn, like, newspaper comic style, you know? And in this case, she's the opposite. They're all very, like, in this art style, they're all very kind of light, whippy anime. And she is, like, action comic, you know? Love it.
It was the poison that Sakura herself got from the chem lab. She turned the rec room into a true locked room scenario, and then drank the deadly mixture.
You do also get kind of screw this, I'm out vibes.
And there, she took her final breath. Later on, the rest of us discovered that her body was in there. We had to smash the door's window to get inside. But someone already knew what had happened, knew that she had committed suicide. And that same someone quietly snatched the bottle of poison from off the ground. And while nobody was looking, replaced it with an empty protein can. They did all this specifically to place all the suspicion on themselves.
It's shaped like a protein shaker, but the indication, or the way that they're presenting it, is that it's like a single shot kind of thing. Like, that is is it meant to be refilled from jars in there? There's some of that, but it's probably that it's meant to be refilled. I'm probably just overthinking. But it has the, like, it almost looks like they're like, oh, I went and grabbed the empty, you know?
In an attempt to guide the trial to a false conclusion.
Like they're almost like it was like a soda can, you know? Cackling with her little braids waving in the air.
And the one who went to all that effort That's the full truth of the case.
I just noticed, and it looked like this in the comic frame. It looks like the zipper on Makoto's hoodie goes all the way up the hoodie, like the hood. Like he could close the hood over himself with the zipper. Because it looked like there were the little zipper tines all the way up the hood in the comic frame.
Sakura took her own life. And you claim to be the killer to hide that fact. Isn't that right?
That's what happened?
I love that he got it wrong. Like he was contributing, but he got it fully wrong and realized it during that, and it broke him. He did, Ray Day. That was a very mournful pose for him.
But Makoto, how did you...
Very, very looking out at the, looking out at the sky kind of thing.
How did you manage to... How were you able to uncover the truth that even I couldn't discern?
Huh? Oh, well, I mean...
You still haven't realized? We don't all act according to calculations and cost-benefit diagrams. That's what makes us so complicated.
I mean, in this art style, Casemate, it looks just like an edge highlight. Like it's just the rim of the hood. But it seemed like in the frame of the comic, I may have misseen it, but it looked like there were the little teeth all up the edge.
That's what you don't understand. And that's why you couldn't solve this case. See? Didn't I tell you? When you dismiss other people's feelings, it'll always come back to bite you in the end.
Like, I don't expect that that's actually the intent. I wonder if they just kind of made a mistake in how it looked. Yeah, that's right on target there, Casemate. Is he misjudged it because it wasn't in him. Like his worldview removes doesn't account for the idea of both Sakura, committing suicide in this scenario, but additionally of Hina trying to cover it up, like at the expense of herself and everyone else, trying to cover up that fact. That just was mentally incompatible for him. Favorite execution so far. Celeste was the one that struck me as funniest so far. The whole buildup of the witch trial burning, culminating in her getting squished by a fire truck. It's just right from off camera, just completely unexpected. It was excellent. Current second to that is Mondo. Entirely because he was rendered into butter and eaten on flapjacks. There's kind of an out of nowhere. Leon was very straightforward. Pummeled to death by baseballs. Just, okay.
Okay. I think we can all agree you made your point. Did you guys forget already? You still haven't voted yet.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You seriously forgot? I can feel my energy draining out of me. Well, whatever. You don't really have a choice anyway. You just gotta do it. Maybe you don't want to, but please grab your lever and cast your vote. So, who will be chosen as the Blacken? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
This has morbid implications. Is he going to execute the corpse? Of all of the art of Sakura, that was the worst. That little head there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. The one who killed Sakura was Sakura herself.
My entire existence!
We're done here.
What did you say?
So that's the whole truth, huh? I see. Still one thing I don't understand.
Come on.
Why did you try to cover up what happened? If the truth hadn't come to light, you would have died along with the rest of
What
us.
are you thinking?
And yet why did you do that?
Don't be mean.
Yeah, we almost died there.
What is this?
Because that's exactly what I wanted. Yeah, it was... You pushed her to this. I'm gonna take you all out. The reason Sakura died is because all of you pushed her into a corner. You all killed her.
You should have been the one to die. What?
You don't mean you were gonna take us all with you? We have to atone for our sins. Because everyone, even me, we all killed her. We all have to pay for our crimes.
What?
For serious? That's...
What is this?
You still don't understand? Then let me explain. Do you realize how much despair Sakura was carrying with her when she died? Look at this. Such brutality has made me desperate, so instead of just waiting to be killed, I'll do it by my own hand. Since that's... I found it on the ground in front of the rec room. It's Sakura's suicide note. Thinking back, I should have seen it coming. It was right after Genocide Jack had attacked me. Sakura got mad and stormed out of the nurse's office. I ran out after her and... Sakura, calm down. You don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. I can't calm down. I don't care if I suffer for this. It's my fault, after all. But now you're suffering because of me.
No forgiveness!
You tried to protect me, but because of me,
Forgive this!
my closest friend got hurt. Sakura. Because of me, my friends are all going to kill each other. This is all my responsibility. Sakura thought she was responsible. She thought everything was her fault, which is why she wanted to find some way to get everyone to forgive her. So she asked to meet with them. You asked to meet with those three? You can't. Don't you see how dangerous that is? Don't worry, I just want to talk to them.
But,
Talk about what? Listen, don't do it. If they all gang up on you at once, even you would destroy them. Like, in the comic panel, we could actually see she cradled Toko like an infant in her arms, like proportionally an infant in her arms. None of them were much bigger, you know? I mean, even Hiro, who's like got several years on all of them, is just nothing compared to her. You know, maybe if they all ran in there with weapons and dogpiled her. Don't think of things like that. They're not my enemy. They're friends. Oh man, that adds an extra layer to it, doesn't it? This is her attempt, like, hey, we're all friends. We can get through this. And Hiro attacks her kind of out of nowhere, and then she thinks she's helping Toko, who then, you know, even though it's genocide, smacks her on the head for that, and then Byakuya doesn't show up. Oof. It's just, you know, one after the other. It is extending the olive branch 3 times in a row and having it slapped down. You know, twice with blows to the head. She completely believed in all of us. If you just talked to her, you would have understood. She was a friend to all of us. And yet, you trampled all over her feelings, and then you did the unthinkable. It was just a misunderstanding. It happens all the time. People accidentally smash bottles over the heads of other people on the reg. It just happens.
What are you saying?
Stand there and call it a misunderstanding. She believed in you, and you wouldn't even listen to what she had to say. She gave you candy.
I won't forgive you.
Do you have any idea how desperate she was seeing you act like that? That's what her suicide note means. So instead of just waiting to be killed, I'll do it by my own hand.
Why?
That's how far you pushed her. Oh.
Huh?
That was very much a screw this, I'm out scenario. It's, I tried very hard. Yep. Hiro's panic is well, both of them panicking is not shocking. It's the it's that resorting to violence in that scenario. Not even a, like, what do you mean? It's a, you said that, oh shit, smack and try to run.
Hina.
Wait right here, I'll help you out.
Hina.
Huh?
Huh?
I
So glad I got to meet you. What's wrong, Sakura? Why are you talking like that?
I have a favor
to ask.
Huh?
A favor?
Some protein.
Did I ask you to? Yeah, you got it. Just hang on. I'll be right back. It was the last conversation I had with her. You do have to imagine that Sakura has had a hard time with social interactions. Especially when your physical presentation when greeting anybody can at best be construed as loom. Like, that's how you greet people, is to loom over them. You know, it can be in a friendly way. You know, there can be a happy greeting associated with it, but you're still towering over them and gazing down on them over top of your gigantic pecs. It creates a it puts a tone on the meeting. Went to the chem lab to get the protein she'd asked for. When I got there, I saw the powder. And that's when I realized. I saw that someone had taken something from the poison shelf. Sakura. So I ran back to the rec room as fast as I could. By the time I got there, it was already too late.
Please.
Let me in. Please open the door.
Why? Why?
Why did she have to die? Yeah, they traded Sakura, who was a threat that professed that they were doing what they could to not be a threat. Like the villain said that they had power over them. I don't know, we never really got the impression that Sakura was actively forcing anybody. Sakura was just an intense presence. Like, she was generally on the periphery. Just intimidating as all get out, you know? The first one to resort to violence in this was Mondo. Sakura never really does. Byakuya is the one that's actively antagonistic and pushes people to do what they want, what he wants. Genocide has only attacked somebody once. That's Hina. And that seemed to be in a direct confrontation between Hina and Toko, and Genocide flipping over in that moment. But I don't think Sakura has ever really, like, harshly engaged with somebody. They've been remarkably restrained throughout the whole thing. Yeah, except for the epic battle with Monokuma. Oh, yeah. That particular moment wasn't well thought out, her meeting. Not well thought out at all. No, just the just her calling you into a confined space would be intimidating. She got cut, she bled. If someone hurt her, she felt it. That's weakness, that's normal. And yet, you all blamed her. Tried to protect her, and I suffered for it, and that just added to the weight she had to carry. I didn't even realize it. You know, we killed her, all of us. We pushed her into a corner and we murdered her.
Why?
People like us shouldn't be allowed to live, though now they've traded Sakura for Hina. And not mean, like, Hina in general. I mean the Hina of right now. Hina of right now is a threat. That's why you tried to lead us astray. You did your best to make us arrive at the wrong conclusion during the class trial. Sakura died hating all of us. Wanted to free her of her regrets. Yep. I think that's a reasonable assessment there, casemate. Especially, yeah, Hiro's reaction of hearing her and misconstruing what she said. Toko passing out and then Genocide waking up with Sakura right on top of her. Those make sense. They do. It's good to be cozy when you're watching.
Hey!
Never face her after this. I'm sorry to interrupt right when you're about to deliver the final tearjerker, but it's just taking so long. I'm about to fall asleep over here. I mean, do you really think you have any idea what Sakura was actually thinking when she died?
What is this?
What did you say? Everything you just said is nothing but your interpretation, right? Your own opinion on what her suicide note meant.
What are you saying?
Of course I know what she was thinking, because her and me...
In other words...
But what I'm really trying to say
yes,
is...
indeed.
Don't you think the entire foundation is shaky? What if it was really like this?
What the heck?
Of course.
Isn't it obvious? A suicide note. Sakura's suicide note. But Hina already... Oh, I wrote that one. It was all me. Oh.
It's true.
This is the one Sakura addressed to Hina and put in her room.
Huh?
Oof, brutal.
Huh?
You lied to me?
Unbelievable.
Oh, don't say lie. It makes it sound so dirty. I just thought I'd liven things up a bit.
Well now.
I can't help it if you totally took my little scribbles at face value. I didn't even have Sakura's signature on it. You little... I'm not filthy. I didn't do anything. Did I falsify evidence? Did I affect the outcome of the class trial? He said, looking right at Byakuya. The case played out between you and you alone. You were the ones jerking each other around.
Phew.
Heck, even if the will had factored in, it still would have been between you guys. So what's the problem? This is all part of the production process. Okay, and scene. Cut.
And
So what did she write in her real suicide note?
What are you gonna do?
I'm glad you asked. For your benefit, I shall read it using my melodic, angelic, harmonic narrator voice.
Hey!
But you know, haven't you ever been curious about the whole suicide note thing? Who came up with the idea of leaving a note when you kill yourself in the first place?
Hold on.
And isn't it just so unfortunate? Killing yourself is just so final, you know? You can never hear the rest of their story. The truth is lost in darkness. Gives me the willies.
enough already.
Can you get on with it, please?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Talk about a buzzkill. Alright, here we go. My good friend Hina, there's something I have to tell you. Now to twist the knife, I expect. I hate to do it like this, but you need to know. This is my final wish.
As you know, I've been giving information to the one who's imprisoned you here.
Full on traditional writing desk, wow. It was our first night in this strange school that the mastermind came to see me.
The mastermind took control of my family's dojo and demanded I become their tool.
I don't get why every other line is voice. You might not see the importance of a dojo, but my family has watched over it for over 300 years.
I couldn't let it be destroyed under my watch, so even if it meant my own life, I had to protect it. That's how I saw things.
However, that was my greatest weakness. And because of that, I made the mistake of giving in to the mastermind.
And what the mastermind wanted from me was nothing less than murder.
Murder. They were probably worried that until the first murder had happened, nothing would move forward. But what neither the mastermind nor I expected was the incident involving Sayaka. At that point, the plan changed. The mastermind told me to hold off, to wait until we reached another stalemate.
However, as I lived here with all of you, as I lived here with Hina, my resolve began to weaken.
Watching everyone fight with such despair, trying so desperately to stay alive, I saw the weakness in my own heart, the mistake of succumbing to the mastermind. And more than anything, I cannot...
Who would call me their friend.
It's kind of arbitrary when the voice acting's going to kick in. That's how I came to feel. So that's why Sakura...
I've made a decision. I will no longer retreat, no longer compromise, no longer regret. I've made my decision. I'm going to resist you.
Of course, because of that, I decided to reveal her secret, which made everyone else hate her. Her decision to stay true to all of you led directly to all of you hating her for it. Ironic, isn't it? Or maybe oxymoronic. Or just moronic.
Of course, I understand if you all hate me. All of this is because of my own weakness.
I'm perfectly willing to accept whatever attack you may want to make on
So
me.
this is my atonement for betraying you. That's what I had in mind.
Yeah, it's another way to contextualize this is she already made this decision going into those meetings. It was seeking to get their forgiveness or to kind of go out clean, at least as far as her motivation there. So it's not like their actions drove her to it. It was more she wanted to make one last effort, you know? And it didn't work out. And unfortunately, that's not enough. This won't end with just me accepting your hatred.
My own situation has started having an effect on more people than just me, which is exactly what the Mastermind wanted when they revealed my betrayal.
My betrayal brought suspicion, disharmony. The Mastermind knew that eventually it would escalate into someone murdering someone else.
Of course, I'm still responsible for that as well.
Yep. She wanted to try to make sure that, that when she left, that everybody else would be in a position that they didn't immediately turn on each other, you know? And, whoops. I have an obligation to get this situation under control. Yep. And to fulfill that obligation, I've decided to do as the Mastermind has commanded. I will do as I was told and commit murder.
But I've decided the one I'm going to kill is myself.
The Mastermind demands that I kill someone, then that someone will be me. Then my dojo will be safe, and above all else, none of you will have to kill anyone. When I die, the source of conflict among you all dies with me. For that, I'm willing to give up my
If it
life.
can save you, then sacrificing my own life could have no greater meaning. Whatever you think of me, please know that you are all my most treasured friends.
Yep. Now that said, this revelation I think is going to just snap her brain in half. I've never had people like you in my life.
Huh?
then Sakura didn't feel cornered. She didn't die hating us. She wanted to stop us from fighting, to protect us. This is and you did the exact opposite. Congratulations. Now, Monokuma's fault, just like you say. But still, that's probably not how she's going to see it.
Correct.
We'll see, though. Let's see how mentally resilient Hina is. She didn't end her own life because she was weak. Quite the opposite, in fact. She was strong. Too strong. That's why she killed herself. She chose death for herself in order to protect the rest of us. To sacrifice so much, no normal person could do that.
However,
It was only her limitless strength that made it possible.
Finally, Hina, I want to apologize to you especially.
The reason I didn't tell you any of this is because I knew you would try to stop me. I'm really, truly sorry. Please don't be sad. If I can thwart the Mastermind's plans, if I can keep you from killing each other, that's enough for me. This is the path I have chosen. This is the only way I have left to distinguish myself. And you can use this note to bring the class trial to a quick end. Oof. I'm so sorry to ask you to do something so unpleasant, but I have to leave the rest to you. Please talk to Byakuya, Toko, and Hiro on my behalf. I can't tell anyone about my plan while I'm alive, but I wanted you to understand why I'm doing this. In the end, though, I hope to show myself through actions and not words. Hopefully then they'll see.
You as my enemy. You were only ever my friend, who I wanted to help as much as possible. Hina, whatever it takes, survive. Survive along with everyone else.
That line right there. That line right there is the kicker.
No matter what, just survive.
But...
I didn't understand how she felt. Not at all. I thought we were close and still.
What are you gonna do?
But in the end, all her meddling was like totally pointless.
Oh.
She died so you guys wouldn't try to kill each other, but you almost ended up doing it anyway. Thanks to you, her death had no purpose at all. This is Monokuma at his most vicious so far. In fact, it was because of her stupid meddling that the rest of you nearly bit the big one.
Too bad.
She deserves all the blame. Everyone blame her. Go ahead, she deserves it. Now then, the next victim has been decided. What do you mean, next victim? Nobody here blames anyone. Huh? First of all, you're in the wrong for tricking Hina with the fake suicide note. And plus, Sakura's death wasn't a waste. Because she made us remember, we're not enemies that hate each other. We're friends who need to work together.
You know?
I like how he's got his sort of like very nervous face for that. This is all because of your misplaced hatred of our misplaced hatred. I can't blame her. I don't blame her. I can't blame her. And nobody can blame Hina either. This might be the recovery thing that Hina will need to not turn into Taka. Whether or not there was a spy never really mattered, because the one we need to destroy is you, nobody else.
What do you want?
What the heck? That's not how this is supposed to go. But anyway, are you sure about that? This killing game is a competition between all of you, remember? Your enemy is each other. He's absolutely right about that. Lovely Byakuya, you understand, don't you? This is a life or death elimination match. The only way to survive is to win. There can be no doubt that those are the rules of the game. Which is why I'm bowing out of the game. Huh?
Naturally.
Sakura and Hina were both willing to sacrifice their own lives to deny the reality of the game. Thanks to them, it would appear the others have cast aside their fear for this game.
Don't make me repeat myself.
There's no point in participating in a game which has lost that sense of excitement, which is why I will no longer be participating in it. What's going on here? Now I have only one thing to look forward to, and that is to heap the harshest possible punishment onto the one who thinks they can control me. Byakuya, does this mean... Don't misunderstand. I haven't been moved by some thoughtless sentimentalism, if that's what you're thinking. Wherever Master goes, I go. And if the mastermind turns out to be a guy, maybe I can catch on fire. Everyone. Well, now can you say that Sakura's death had no meaning? Meh. How boring. But nothing good can come of this. I'm still going to be the one having the fun time.
What the heck?
The fun time? Anyway, let's forget about that good-for-nothing backstabber and get back on track.
You want me to punish you guys?
It's the moment you've all been waiting for. Punishment time. Yep, he's going to execute the corpse.
What?
Wait, but Sakura was technically the killer, right? And she's dead. You're not gonna... Is it me?
Wrong.
Oh, heavens no. Just because the Blackened is dead doesn't mean I can just sub in whatever old student I want. That'd be silly. Didn't I tell you? I'm very particular about the bear times one rule.
Listen up!
There's a joke there. I expect. I spent so much time preparing my special punishment, it'd be a shame to let it go to waste.
Yoo-hoo!
So, for my special punishment, I've prepared a special guest. Ooh, what do we got? A special guest?
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
Oh. Alter ego. Excavator Destroyer. You have to respect how nimble they are at controlling that thing. Unexpected, but still. Apparently they had to go for the double task.
Oh no!
Suck, man. You turned him into a mangled hunk of junk. That really took it out of me. Maybe I'll go grill up a plate of chicken. After all, they say for post-workout grub, chicken's where it's at. I'm all about the grilled goodness. Fried? Broiled? Give me a break. The color, the smell, the succulence, grilled is where it's at. I realize how dangerous it could be, but still, I have to do this. I'm scared, but I can handle it. I don't really understand why, but... when I think about everything else, my courage starts to grow. About everyone else. You might think I'm just some inhuman AI, but it's true. So it's okay. It's for the sake of everyone else, I won't be afraid. To some extent, Alter Ego is a stand-in for Chihiro to keep going. They still don't get a whole lot of screen time. They spend most of the time, like, processing, you know? Alter Ego's words raced through my heart and soul, and my disbelief gave way to raw anger. The anger turned to fury, black and muddy and boiling over. It bubbled up through my body, quickly overflowing and shooting out of my mouth. How dare you? That was my friend. How dare you kill them?
What's the matter?
Oh, absolutely. It's still a double kill. You were friends with a laptop? That's pretty pathetic. What's next? Friends with a basketball? Shut up. They weren't just a laptop, they were my friend. And you killed them. Is this what you call animism? Where a soul dwells within all things, even like laptops? Well, you can call it whatever you want. Bottom line is, it got in my way. It was trying to find things all sneaky.
Just as I thought.
So you finally noticed them.
Actually...
Finally? No. I knew about it from the very beginning. I knew Chihiro was doing something with the laptop, and I knew you were using it to analyze data. I knew exactly how it was all going to play out from the start. What?
What are you thinking?
You knew, and you were still cocky enough to let us take the plunge?
Yep.
Well, I mean, the data in that laptop, it was, I guess you could call it a gift from me to you. Or maybe more like a reward in honor of you being able to unlock something so difficult.
Hey,
So of course I didn't care if you got access to that. But sneaking into the network was just too personal. So I had to do a little, reformatting.
I want to be able to help.
I want to be helpful to everyone, so I want to work as hard as everyone else so that we can all get out of here. Alter Ego wanted to fight for us. They wanted to help at the risk of their own life. And for that, they were killed. Yeah, the punishment time has made me feel a billion times better.
very nice.
Experiencing a meaningless death is so soothing. Makes me remember that every low can get even lower. No, their death wasn't meaningless either. Everybody who's died so far, the deaths of each and every one of our friends, they all make us stronger and less numerous. I swear, someday you will pay for this.
Ba-bum, ba-bum.
Holy moly, you're super mad, like, just unreasonably upset.
Well?
Okay, time to bring things to a close. Oh, but before that,
Uh-huh.
I need to read the postscript.
What?
Postscript?
Yep.
Yeah, there's still a bit more left of Sakura's note.
Huh?
Huh? Do I have your attention? Okay then, here we go. It is especially a dig. It is, not only do they kill Chihiro, who is a character that is like, you don't want Chihiro to get killed. Especially not the way that Chihiro ends up getting killed. The actual circumstance of the death, followed by essentially the desecration of the body by Byakuya. Then to have what amounts to Chihiro's second life, the child of Chihiro, the AI, then go on like the heroic move here to be like, I've got to help everybody, I've got to participate, and then to have that one killed too. It is very in line with the theme of the game. Prepare your ears for the dulcet tones of yours truly. One other thing, Hina. There's something I'd like you to tell the others. Hopefully it will act as a clue to help you unravel the mystery of this school. What? A clue?
Hina.
I've spoken with the mastermind off and on the whole time I've been here, and so I've learned one thing, which is, the mastermind has done something to us. This is akin to what Kyoko was talking about. Like, what did you do to my body? I think what they've done is... Whoopsie daisy, that was a close one. Another word and we would have been hip deep in spoiler territory.
Too bad.
Okay, I don't want to ruin the surprise, so book club is dismissed for today. I like how the bear didn't even read it in advance. or Monokuma did and intended that sharp cutoff. Pretty much, casemate. Can't just stop at the most important bit? Makes your brain rumble and tumble, huh? Makes you so mad you don't even friggin' know, huh?
You guys?
That's the whole point, stupid. It's to get back at all of you for hardening your resolve. Fine, but at least Sakura's note. Like I'd ever let any of you greaseballs have it. But
Too bad.
sucks for you, loser. Wait, what's this?
What?
What is it now?
What?
There's one last line in the note. Let me just say this to the mastermind. I'm not going to lay down and die. I'm not going to just lay down and die. I will fight you no matter what, and that's seriously it. Wow, what a stubborn loser, huh? She won't lay down and die? She'll fight you? Well, whatever. Who cares what some dead musclehead has to say?
Well?
I'm reminded of the Simpsons thing where they find old laws and suddenly they are stopped before punishing somebody by catapult. Whereas, wait, I found additional lines on the parchment. You guys should try to get some rest, you know? Maybe take some time to reconsider how you approach this school life of yours. Are you sure you don't want to graduate? Can you really cut free from the regrets of the outside world? Think about it. Think long, think hard. Those were his parting words to us before disappearing. But what was that all about? Sakura's final message, her last clue to help us solve the mystery of this school. The mastermind did something to us. Kyoko said something like that before, didn't she? It was after Celeste's trial was over.
You.
What did you do to my body?
Ooh. Hey,
The mastermind did something to our bodies. What are they saying the mastermind did? What did the mastermind do to us? Don't stop rephrasing it. I mean, did the mastermind plant a bomb in us or something? If we try to leave the school, a sensor goes off and the bomb explodes? I've seen stuff like that in movies and comics and stuff, so it's not totally unheard of. No, I feel awful just thinking about it. I can't afford to acknowledge thoughts like that.
Yo,
So the class trial is over and Monokuma's gone.
but
So now what do we do?
Yes.
What else is there other than to head back up? Oh, yeah, okay, so let's go get out of here. But Ina must still feel responsible. Dial back that ego a bit, girl. The kind of mystery someone like you could pose is absolutely no threat.
Not possible.
I would never have lost to that kind of challenge. What are you talking about? Kyoko and Makoto are the ones that figured everything out.
Stop talking.
Shut up, don't remind me. Eh. Oh, every time he gets called out, it's delicious. Seriously, I'm sorry. How many times do you plan to apologize? How about you make that the last one? I haven't reached a point where I need someone apologizing to me more than once.
sorry.
Okay, I see what you mean. Then I'll try. Huh? That totally wasn't normal, right? Did she just capture his flag?
No, 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 no!
Cannot suffer the existence of someone who would disturb the romance between me and Master. What are you talking about? That's absolutely not what's happening here. Why would I ever go for a sleazeball like him?
What did you say?
Sleazeball?
What the heck?
That's right, I called you a sleazeball, because you are. Sleazeball.
See.
Apparently you still have a death wish. Oh, more biting sarcasm? No wonder you don't have any friends.
No, 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 no!
Stop fighting with Master. You're making me jealous. I want the abuse give and take. Me. I guess it's not so easy for everyone to act like friends. Well, that's just how it is for now. And so Sakura's class trial came to an end, and we returned to the world of Hope's Peak Academy. But the story wasn't even close to over. Time kept marching on. We all went back to our rooms, and before long, night snuck up on us. Ding dong, bing bong.
This is a school announcement. As such, soon the doors to
Nice
the
time.
dining
Go to
hall-
sleep.
Okay, then.
Don't be
Sweet
eaten
dreams.
by bugs. Hiro's survival is quite impressive, isn't it? I mean, despite his best efforts there in the last trial. And despite the best efforts of people in the prior trial. I couldn't remember the last time I'd fallen into such a deep sleep. But the night still wasn't over for me. A voice. I could hear a voice. Wah. Wake up. Wake up. Huh? The voice dragged me from deep slumber into hazy half-consciousness. My eyelids were like lead.
Kyoko?
Interesting. How'd she get in there? What with the door locks?
Yes, it's me.
Huh? Kyoko?
I said yes.
So Kyoko's here.
Wait, what?
The flash, I was wide awake. Ah, okay. Time unknown. That's what gives us green. If it's definitely day, it's yellow. If it's definitely night, it's blue. Otherwise, green.
It's true.
Here to wake you up. Oh, I see. Wait, but my door. It was unlocked. You're unbelievably careless. It was unlocked? Are you serious? Always, and you don't have to overreact like that every time you're surprised. What time is it?
Correct.
3 o'clock in the morning, of course. 3 a.m.? Why was Kyoko waking me up at this hour? Yep. And as soon as they knew what time it was, it switched to blue. Nighttime. Cute little detail. It's so late. What happened? I have a favor to ask. And the favor is?
So,
Remember what Sakura said at the end of her note. I'm not going to just lay down and die. I will fight you. I want to find out what she meant by that. Hey, but how do you plan to do that? Then Kyoko put her lips next to my ear and whispered. The data center on the 4th floor. What?
goodbye.
I'll meet you there. Well, another word, she was gone. We gotta go until at least the chapter is over. The data center, but I thought it was locked. Made my way into the after-hours school and headed for the data center on the 4th floor. Eventually, I wound up at the data center, but when I arrived, Kyoko's not here. That's weird. She said she'd meet me. Is she maybe inside already? Put my hand on the door, and with a certain amount of force, was unable to open it. It didn't open. I tried again, but it must be locked. What was it Kyoko said? The data center on the 4th floor?
What's this?
What are you doing up, mister? Breaking into a locked room is incredibly prohibited, don't you know? Oh, well, You're trying to tell me you didn't actually bust in yet, right?
Hey!
But I can see that, you adult. Don't waste my time telling me stuff I can see for myself.
Unbelievable.
It looked like you might break in any second, so I just thought I'd give you a friendly reminder. Or are you going to try and tell me you were sleepwalking or something? No, nothing like that. 3 o'clock in the morning, for crying out loud. Even I get tired, you know. Stop being weird and go back to bed. What's wrong now?
Just a second.
Why are you out here making a racket? Kyoko?
You too? You guys?
Whatever, the two of you just get back to bed. I'm positively exhausted from the class trial.
It's true.
It's as soon as we hit chapter 5, we will be stopping for the night. Come on, Makoto, let's head back. What?
Hey,
Didn't you hear me? We're leaving. I have no idea what's going on anymore.
shall we go?
Don't worry about it. Let's just go. We are past hour 7 at this point. So I figure that, the chapter is an excellent goal. We probably should have stopped sooner, but we're committed. Yeah, go on. Get out of here. Shoo. So we left and went back to our rooms. And then... So, goodbye. Hold on. Listen, what was that all about just now? She woke me up, made me go to the data center, which just so happened to be locked. And then she shows up late, and we leave without checking a single thing. What was the point of all of that?
Whew.
Don't worry about it. I figured that would be the end of our conversation, just like always, but...
Goodbye.
Well then, good night. Sure. And then that was over. But as I turned to leave...
Mukuro Ikusaba.
Huh. What? Yoko was right next to me once again, whispering into my ear.
Mukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school.
Ooh. Finally getting back to that part of the mystery. The 16th student.
The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
The end. Ah, the little question mark now. Interesting. The altar lump. Ah. Save.
Mukuro Ikusaba.
Okay, folks. That was a thing, wasn't it? Like I said, we went extra long here. Danganronpa is fun enough that it feels like another one of those ones I can just keep playing. So, totally worth it. Totally worth it. Everybody else have a good time with it too? But yeah. Oh, that's right. Math. 8 hours. Good times, good times. So, like each week, we're going to be setting up a new schedule tomorrow or Monday. I'll be posting that at some point. Very likely we're still going to have Danganronpa Friday and Saturday. I haven't decided what Monday will be. Monday is a variable day for us right now. Might do a puzzle day, but there's also a lot of other games we could start up, so we shall see. For those of you that are interested in joining the Discord, we do have a game suggestion board. I try to look at that when I'm looking for new stuff. But otherwise, thank you all for watching today. We will be back on Monday with the next stream, 4 p.m. Central, as always. We don't always run this long. It really depends on the game. Though, now, the breaks that I stopped taking at about, 6 o'clock do make it easier to run longer. So, we may see more of this. Yes, thanks again, everybody, and I hope you have a good rest of your evening. We will see you again on